Hello everybody and welcome to a packed Sebring International Raceway, the original home of Formula One here in the US, and of course down through its considerable history since the 1950s has been a mecca for sports car fans, drivers and teams. This is the 72nd running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, the race which really has cemented, pun absolutely intended, Sebring's position in the world of endurance racing. A huge grid of cars are on their formation laps at the moment, with 58 of the world's best teams and driver combinations, with manufacturers from literally all around the globe wanting to add their name to the famous trophy. Pipo Derani on pole position is leading them around for Whelen Cadillac Racing in the 20th year of the Cadillac V Series. His Cadillac teammate, I suppose you can say, Sebastian Bourdais, is on the outside of the row. 3 3/4 miles, 17 corners. The Le Mans curves, Bishop Bend, Gurney, Collier, Fangio, Ullman Straight, and of course Sunset. They only tell part of the story. Action areas expected at turn 1, harder braking at turn 7, turn 10, 12, 13, Tower Corner, and of course down the back straight to turn 17, the Mission Food Sunset Bend. In behind the Lamborghini Urus, the cars are running at the moment. It'll be Fred McGriff, Hall of Famer from, well, such an illustrious career. Dodgers, Padres, Devil Rays and Braves. He'll be waving the green flag, inducted in the Hall of Fame in 2023. Tampa Bay resident as well. He'll be doing the honours next time by. Quick look at our Michelin keys to the race with Jeremy Shaw and me, John Hindhaugh. CrowdStrike pit lane, Shea Adam and Nick Damon. It sounds obvious, this one, Jeremy, but you have to get to the end of the race here, and it's particularly important. Last couple of hours will be in darkness.
Yeah, so all of the team, the most important practice session of the day on Thursday was that night practice session when you have to, that's when the race will finish. As you said, at night time it'll be cooler this evening than it will be during the heat of the day, and so that was the really critical session. Of course, there's one of the teams that didn't get out at all in that session. That was number 10, Acura Cadillac, Acura, Wayne Taylor Racing Acura, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura. And so they were kind of on the back foot. The good news is they had a second car in that session, so they will have good data to work from.
We've seen a lot of penalties in the early part of the week, in the other series and in the early sessions here. You've really got to keep it neat and tidy, even though it's a 12-hour race and there may be chances to get laps back. You kind of want to be there or thereabouts all the time. Dropping too far away, people are going to get a little bit antsy, and there are places here where, particularly in traffic, you have to be patient. You have to be patient. Yeah, patience is always the key around here. Particularly with 58 cars on the track, there's 5 cars more than last year. It's one of the biggest fields we've had in the modern era, let's say, of sports car racing here at Sebring, where all of the cars in all the classes are competitive with one another. It's with the cars being so closely matched, that makes overtaking that much more difficult. And the tyres. Tyres are definitely a factor. In the GTPs, they're probably going to have to, they've got a limited amount of tyres they can use. It's 11 for qualifying and the race. From a couple of people, the engineers I've spoken to, they're probably going to have to double stint 3 sets of tyres during this race. Then they'll have fresh sets for every pit stop after that. So those double stints on used tyres are going to be really tricky, particularly in the heat of the afternoon. All 4 Corvettes, by the way, have been put to the back of the grid after post-qualifying technical inspection. There were some unexpected reinforcements on the diffuser at the back of the car. The IMSA hadn't been made aware of them. It was for reliability rather than performance reasons, but Corvette absolutely accept that they didn't tell the sanctioning body. They're not appealing, and they have come to a solution. They've found a solution with the technical department at IMSA, so they will be running in that specification. Also, further back, we had some unauthorized sensors for what would have been the pole sitting car in GTD, the Winward car. That car's been put to the back, and there was working on the car in qualifying for, at the time, the car that was sitting in provisional pole. They changed tyre pressures when you can't touch the car once qualifying starts in GTP, in fact in any of the sessions, and so the number 10 Win Taylor Acura was moved to the back of their class. At the front of the grid, it's 2 Cadillacs, then the other Win Taylor racing with Andretti Acura with Louis Delatraz on board, the number 40. Philip Eng is the best of the BMWs. Felipe Nasser with the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. And on the outside of the third row, JDC Miller Motorsports with the bright yellow privateer car. Fred McGriff waves the green flag, and we are racing for 2024. 50 years of Mobil 1, 72 runnings of the Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring, and a clean start from the front of the grid. Pipo Derani, as he strives for 5 wins here at the historic Sebring International Raceway, leads them out. Here comes the GT field, led by Jack Hawksworth and Cetilar Racing's Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari, who's already dropped back 2, possibly 3 positions. It looked a little bit untidy at the front of GTD. Might see some sanction there as the 2. Oh, and at the back, this Ferrari's coming all the way across. That's a racing car's been spun, and mercifully, nobody hit that car.
Wow.
Slow start by Antonio Fuoco. He was eaten up by at least 2 cars, one being the RCF, the second of the RCF Lexus, and there was an Aston Martin went through there as well. So Parker Thompson went through, and I think Mario Farnbacher went through for the Heart of Racing. We've also got the number 9 Faf McLaren, the driveway car, moving slowly.
Yes.
That car was involved in the accident on the exit of turn 1. Everyone still running, albeit with a left front puncture on the number 9 Faf car. So a deflated tyre. I suspect that was through contact. Still green at the front of the field. Drama at the drop of the green flag, but Pipo Derani knows nothing of this. He's 10 car lengths to the good and heads down towards turn 17.
Ignorance is bliss for Pipo Derani. He will complete the first lap of the 72nd Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring, presented by Cadillac, in the lead, with a pretty handy lead by GTP standards over his Cadillac stablemate, if you like. Different team, of course, but Sebastian Bourdais in second place position. Felipe Nasser slots into third place for the Porsche Penske team, so he's up a couple of positions.
Another McLaren problem is the Inception car. Now, the racing car was right in the middle of the pack, and now, did he get tagged or did he just nip sideways? That was a very odd one, as he spun right across the track. And how there wasn't more carnage there, I have no idea. Risi off to the right, then to the left. There's already damage on the Faf McLaren.
There's no way you could do that if you tried.
No.
Absolutely,
no.
Unbelievably
Inception
fortunate.
is banged up as well. So was it the two McLarens coming together? Yes, as they checked up to avoid the spinning 62. So McLaren on McLaren, side by side. Right side damage on the 70 Inception, left-hand side damage on the driveway Motul McLaren. So the 62 is right alongside one of the Iron Lynx Lamborghinis. Oh no, it was from the other side. So who was that? That was a blue, a red, and
possibly the Paul Miller Racing BMW.
I think it was a BMW.
Yeah, I think it would have been, judging from what cars are around it on the grid.
Might have been the Mustang, but it's impossible to see. Let's go down to Shea Adam for our first in-race crowd strike pit lane report, and she's got damaged cars with her.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no worse way to start off a 12-hour race than with some significant damage, and that is on the right Porsche, the number 120, Adam Adelson, starting the race. There are ducts that are broken off, little carbon shards that are everywhere. The wing where the headlight is actually disjointed too. They have a new bumper cover to go on the car. Further back down the pit lane, the number 70, Inception McLaren, did come in. The right front was dragging. I think there was an issue there, and now the FAF car is in. And that's dragging with a flat tire, but that's up at Nick's end.
Yeah, it's coming towards me. It's got a set of mechanics waiting to get. It's going to get a slurp of fuel. There is a tyre ready, which I assume, obviously, because it's the one that's blown, is going to be the front left. Let's have a look. Oh, that's right on the rim, as they say, but it's been some good work by Ollie Jarvis there, because there seems to be very little extra damage around. In fact, it's always pristine. Now, the problem is the tyre's gone in the inside, and they're going to have to look at the cords, because it's split its cords off from the inside, and they're having to do a big unwinding process just to get them off the back of the hub. They've lost the lap. I mean, they have got 12 hours to get it back. The cords are now off. The tyre's back on again. And some excellent soft pedalling. There's a little bit of... the front clip is a little bit detached from where it should be, but not in a major way. It's secure, but it's moved as such. So they're going to be a picosecond off their ideal aerodynamics. Fired up and gone. But I think that was a pretty good run-in by Ollie there to have minimised damage to virtually nothing.
We'll have a word with both of those teams if we can, and see if we can find out who else was involved at the start. Incredible piece of good fortune there as the number 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari spun across half of the field, and that car has continued and remarkably is in 5th position for Davide Rigon.
Seriously?
Yeah, no, you can't be. That mustn't have updated yet, must it? That's about where he started.
Yeah.
So let me do a quick refresh and go through. Yeah, he's dropped down through the field.
Yeah.
But my goodness, he needs to put the Powerball on for next week, doesn't he? He's dropped down to 10th in class.
Unbelievable. He was not T-boned by anybody there. I mean, nothing but good fortune, the only reason for that. But that was a very, very scary moment for Davide Rigon and everybody else who was following him as well, of course, and checking up. So we stayed green through all that, which is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, some great avoidance skills. Just getting word of a penalty for the number 5.
Ooh.
This was changing. This is a bit of a logistics one. Changing tyres after the recon lap. So that will be a drive-through for Julian Andlau in the Proton competition. Mustang sampling, number 963. They know better than that. Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Some not good news for the FAF McLaren.
With the Inception Racing McLaren, actually, the number 70, they've just dropped it off the air jacks, and they are sending Brendan Arebe out. He's lost 2 laps so far, in addition to when he came in the pit lane. But the problem was that the tire carcass that had started shredding itself wrapped itself around the axle, and so it took 2 mechanics actually getting underneath the car with knives to try and cut that loose, and it took them the equivalent of 2 laps to get that done. Then they put the new right front tire onto the car, and it wiggled. So that's going to be very uncomfortable for Brendan Arebe, as he has clearly a not very well functioning McLaren, but he is out back on the track. Not yet out on the track, I should say, because they started in the pit lane. They came in after the recon lap. The number 17 AWA Corvette, this car which has already had a new battery installed, clearly that didn't do the trick, because I can see a mechanic's feet as his head is down in the engine compartment.
And the news I was about to give you about the FAF Motorsport machine is that I think it's gone behind the wall, is what I've just seen. And in fact, it's just been worked on and come back into the pit lane from behind the wall. Here's another penalty, jump start, and that will be a drive through for the number 13, the number 1-3. That will have to come back down through the pit lane for a jump start. And again, a bit untidy at the start. That's Ori Fadani for the AWA Corvette.
Adding insult to injury, that one, really. I mean,
yeah.
Oh dear, there's the number 9 FAF McLaren going behind the wall and back to the garage area. God, boy, that's so unfortunate for that team.
Yeah, and absolutely absolutely no, and now they've got stuck going back. There's a little white Jeep Renegade in front of them, which has moved out the way.
Into the
yes. Ollie Jarvis not overly pleased about that. Huge amount of car parking now at the turn 16 end of the paddock because the manufacturer single make series have vacated the paddock. Had over 220 haulers in there and nearly 200 cars on the entry for this weekend, but the top part of the paddock now a little less congested. That may have helped Ollie to get to the awning. So penalties to come and damage for two McLarens. Side-by-side contact as they avoided a spinning Davide Rigon in the number 62. That's the Risi Competizione Ferrari.
Number 5 car in the pits then serving the penalty.
Yeah, that was the changing of the tyres after the recon lap for that number 5 Mustang sampling Proton Porsche. And that will seem like a very, very, very long pit lane for Julien Andlar as he now comes off the pit lane speed limit and accelerates back up. Meantime, my goodness me, how do you like that kind of drama in the first 20 seconds of a 12-hour race? Pipo Derani for Whelen Cadillac leads by about a second and a half from the second Cadillac, the gold-fronted 0-1. The Chip Ganassi run Cadillac V Series R. Then Felipe Nasser for Porsche Penske Motorsport. It's the number 7 car with the black pinstripes. Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti in the 40, the red Acura. Phil Hansen for the bright yellow JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963. The 85 is in 5th, and the top 6 is completed by the first of the white and M-striped BMWs of Philip Eng. Side by side coming out of the final corner for the Iron Dames. And they have got the Triazzi Lamborghini right up alongside them. Lamborghini, sorry, they are the Lamborghini. Triazzi Porsche. Ferrari, good heavens, John, just name all the GT cars, will you?
Well, tell you what, it's going to get busy for the GTP cars momentarily now, because as they complete lap 6, they're now going to catch the tail end of the GT cars on this next lap. So now it's going to be really busy for the GTP drivers, and the GTD sports GT cars drivers are going to have to pay attention.
Yeah, eyes on stalks and head like an owl at the moment, as the leaders are amongst the getting into the midfield now. Oh, is there a little touch there on the AWA Corvette from Felipe Nasser as he carved his way through? Derani still a second and a half or so up the road, doing a really good job through the traffic. Always been one of Pipo's strong points. Through turns 10 and 11. And the number 6 Porsche fighting its way through with Mathieu Jaminet behind the wheel. That's the car with the white pinstripes and side swoosh. The Salzburg car, for those of you who know your old Porsche liveries. Salzburg alike, at least. There's a battle going on for the with the teammate car, Felipe Nasser and Louis Delatraz. A bit of a scrap, and a moment or two ago, the Era Motorsport LMP2 car off the track, right in front of the AO Racing car. So PJ Hyatt shuffled way back down, having got the pole position, and Dwight Merriman had just gone past PJ and then threw the car off the road. P2 led at the moment by Dan Goldberg and Ben Keating in respectively the 22 and 2 United Autosports cars. at the front of the field. Then it's Nick Bull for Inter Europol, George Kurtz for CrowdStrike in fourth.
Yeah, and his top three are all together.
Yeah.
And then there's a bit of a gap back to George Kurtz, who's having to work his way through after a relatively disappointing qualifying run for him. So he's now just moved. Did you get past Lewis Kompunk on this lap?
Yes, he did. He's in fourth now for the CrowdStrike Racing by APR machine.
Fifth, I think. Yeah, fifth.
Ah, well, he was ahead, so that might have changed back
Okay.
again
All right.
with the Richard Mille car.
Yeah, so Nick Bull, those top three, nose to tail, the two United Auto Sports cars, 22 and 2. Dan Goldberg, he's been on really good form this weekend. Out-qualified his teammate Ben Keating, and that doesn't happen very often, because Ben Keating is acknowledged as one of, if not the best bronze-rated driver, arguably in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, won the World Championship last season. I think you could fairly safely say that. He was a multiple-time champion in IMSA. But for Dan Goldberg, who's from Florida, of course, so he will call this his home track. He's had success here in the past. They're doing a fine job to hold off Ben Keating, and then Nick Bull from Texas running in the third position in that yellow and green Inter Europol PR1 Matheson Motorsports entry.
After the shake-up at the start, it's the two Vassar Sullivan Lexus that lead. It's the Pro car under the control of Jack Hawksworth that leads his teammate Parker Thompson in second. He's the best of GTTs, of course. Mika Grenier in third for Korthoff Mercedes.
24 BMW in the pits.
And then Antonio Foucault for Chetelaar Racing in the Ferrari. Then it's Mario Farnbacher for Heart of Racing. Second in GTD Pro, Madison Snow. Third for the number one, Paul Miller Racing. Now, a slow puncture we're hearing for the number 24 BMW. Nick Damon is there?
Yeah, they came in, they were expecting the car, they hopped over the field, they topped it up obviously, and it was the front right they replaced, so it must be the puncture. Back out again, not too much of harm as a 13 AWA car goes past me. I'm not sure that's having a drive-through, I think. But yeah, apart from that, all is quiet. Oh, actually, we still have the AWA's teammate, which has been in the pits the entire time. If you remember, the AWA had an absolute nightmare at Daytona as well with cars that didn't actually get running for any length of time. I think power steering for one, and electrics for the other. And history is repeating itself with that car, the 17 car. But the 13 car, that is just doing a jump at the start, which is why I had to drive through. But it's running very nicely, which is good news for them.
And punctures, of course, are what you don't need, because you've already got a limited tyre supply for this race, particularly for the GTP cars. Well, everybody has a limitation, but for the GTP cars, it's particularly difficult, I think, to manage that. These tyres certainly get used up are on the concrete run race here at Sebring, and even when you've got tyres that are fully inflated, it's a problem. When you've got tyres that you now can't use anymore, that's even more of a challenge for the drivers. But the race settling down nicely, though. Cadillac's still running out front, but not really pulling away from anybody else. Felipe Nasser in third position. And now Phil Hansen moved up to fourth. He got past Louis Delatraz last time around, so the JDC Miller Motorsports entry running very nicely in that fourth position. Phil Hansen has set the fastest lap of the week so far, which is a feather in his cap for that privateer Porsche team. Of course, sadly, yesterday, due to the incident and the spin of Mathieu Jaminet during qualifying, we didn't see the ultimate capability of these cars as we were hoping to do during that 15 or 20-minute qualifying session yesterday. So instead, we might not see the how far they can really go, but we're going to see how durable they are and how consistent they are, and ultimately how fast they are in race trim in the later stages of this 12-hour race. But all those big pack of cars there in the middle, but two of them already had problems then. Number 5 car with a penalty, number 24 with the puncture, so they've got a little bit of catch-up to do.
Yeah, added to that, the Wayne Taylor number 10 Acura, the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti number 10 Acura, which got put to the back of the GTP field. It's been a bit odd at the start of this race. People out of position. Louis Delatraz at the moment trying to close in on the bright yellow Porsche ahead of him. That is Phil Hansen for JDC Miller Motorsports, and they're coming onto the back straight, the Ullman straight now, with the secondary pit lane on their right-hand side. Pipo Derani on the flasher, comes up to the AO Racing Porsche. He's got one of the Iron Links Lamborghini sitting right in behind him at the moment, and actually outbraking them a little bit coming into the corner. It's interesting to watch. Meantime, at driveway McLaren, the FAF car is in the awning.
And now as the GTP leaders work their way through towards the front of the field of the GT cars. Only the top 6 haven't been lapped at the end of this 10th lap for the prototypes. The prototypes are all back together again pretty much. The top 7 cars are running within a second of each other, at least not all together within a second, but close together on the racetrack again.
Hearing from our team, thank you to Aaron, who's eavesdropping everywhere at the moment. He's omnipresent. Sounds like there's problems at the back of that FAF McLaren, and they are being investigated by the team in the paddock under their awning at the moment. And we get the final car out onto the track as the AWA Corvette number 17 of Anthony Mantella has just left the pit lane, but now a problem for CrowdStrike with Algarve Pro Racing left rear tyre, and George Kurtz then will limp this car back around. It's not been, as Jeremy said, a banner week so far. They were in the wall after Thursday night qualifying. Spoke to Stuart about that on Friday morning. He says, that's not a problem, we know how to fix cars. Now, I wonder if he's just tagged the wall. Oh,
was he clipped by the BMW?
Well, it's the opposite side, Jeremy. It's the left
yeah,
rear.
True. Yes,
there it goes. I think he might have just clipped the wall coming out of turn 17, actually. If he hasn't, he was very close to it. Maybe just ran into some debris there, and that's cut down the tyre. Yeah, just went just before the braking area, and a good piece of avoidance from everybody around him. And poor George, he's got 3.74 miles of the 3.75 to bring that car back. He was literally passing his pit box as it went. So this is going to cost him some time. Pipo Derani now by a second at the front of the field. Daniel Goldberg by about 1.2 leads LMP2 for United Autosports from his teammate Ben Keating in the number 2 Wins car. In the GT classes, Hawksworth and Thompson for the 2 Vassar Sullivan cars, the 14 in its regular yellow and black colours, the 12 in gold and black, celebrating 50 gloriously well lubricated years for Mobil 1 and the first fully synthetic motor oil. That's how they stand with 20 minutes gone. That's the first of your VP Racing in-race updates. We'll do a full one for you in about half an hour's time. Run through all the top positions. George Kurt still touring around, trying to go as slow as possible. It is so tempting to try a little bit harder, go a little bit quicker. But really, there's nothing he can do now but just take his time. As the leaders, for once, have a little bit of clear track ahead of him. Pipo Derani coming out of turn 17 onto the front straight. It will be car number 17 that he comes to next. That's the late joining AWA Chevrolet Corvette of Anthony Mantella. 10 laps down with issues. We'll find out, I'm sure, from the team what they were. They had power steering and electrical issues on their cars at Daytona. Our CrowdStrike pit lane team will give us the definitive on that delay in just a moment or two. George Kurtz halfway down the back straight. He'll be coming in soon. He's done a really good job.
Yeah. Really
good job. The tyre carcass has moved to the outside edge of the racing rim, but it's not flapping about. So the car's not dragging on the ground, and more importantly, there's no big shards of rubber that are slapping the bodywork. Two Cadillacs closer than they have been for a little while, as Sebastian Bourdais is close to half a second.
Yeah, and both those two just set their best laps of the race on that last lap. They cleared the GT traffic finally after sort of 2 or 3 laps of working their way through it. Also, now they've got a few clear laps, and Pipo Derani set his best lap. The fastest lap, however, was set just a lap ago by Philipp Eng in the number 24 BMW that's working its way back after having that puncture a few laps ago. Still though, that was at 1 minute 50.5 for Philipp Eng, so we're certainly going to be going faster than that, I think, later on in this race. The fastest lap last year, which of course was the first year for the GTP cars, was a 148.3 in the race last year by Renger van der Zande.
That is the sound of a Gibson V8 as Shea Adam is standing at the CrowdStrike by APR box.
What they did was give George 4 new Michelin tires. What they did not address was the fact that the rear wing cluster has been knocked loose. So I think you guys were onto something, saying that maybe there was contact with the side of a wall that ultimately resulted in the puncture, but what it did, and what is more of an issue, is that the rear component is not seated and it's not hooked in like the puzzle piece to everybody else. So that could become an issue, especially in high downforce situations where that part of the car is pulled on more heavily. That's the 17 AWA Corvette back down the pit lane. Is that serving a drive-through from starting from the pits?
Yeah, good point. I haven't seen that, actually. But check on that. Its team car definitely got a drive-through for a jump start. But I've not seen anything to suggest the 17. And that car has gone back behind the wall anyway. So clearly, whatever happened, it hasn't been rectified. Going to be a penalty for the CrowdStrike Algar Pro Racing car. Too many crew over the wall. That'll be a drive-through. So George will have to come back through the pit lane again. This is very much the keys to the race, the Porsche keys to the race we were talking about before. You've got to be neat and tidy and try not to attract the attention of race control, and certainly don't want to be coming down the pit lane more times than required. It's coming down to the first half an hour being completed. And across the line goes Pipo Derani. 3/4 of a second ahead of Sebastian Bourdais. I think that's 6/10 this time around.
Where was Louis Delatraz?
Delatraz down to 7th.
Yeah, lost a couple of positions on that lap.
That was a lap that was a good couple of seconds, maybe 2.5 seconds slower than those cars around him. And he's now sitting just in behind Mathieu Jaminet and Connor De Philippi.
Yeah, and just ahead now of his teammates. So the two Acuras running in 7th and 8th now. So we started off, well, he started 3rd on the grid, did Delatraz, slipped up to 4th on the first lap, and he was overtaken by Felipe Nasser in car number 7, the Porsche, and then ran in 4th position until he was overtaken by Phil Hansen on lap 8. And now on this last lap, lost 2 more positions for the number 40 car.
And he's going to lose one to his teammate here if he's not careful as well. So Delatraz at the moment just a little bit off the pace. CrowdStrike pit lane report and an answer on the AWA number 17 Corvette. Shay.
Thank you very much to their amazing PR ladies. It's an alternator issue for the 17.
And without those little bits of electricity, nothing is going to work consistently nowadays. So many components on current street and racing cars that need a good voltage. Battling LMP2, heading down towards turn number 7.
3 leaders absolutely together again, and the 2 United cars side by side through turn 7.
And Louis Delatraz, Ben Keating and Nick Bull still almost trading paint there as they go past the Triazi competition.
Nick Bull tried to take advantage of Dan Goldberg being held up by the Conquest Ferrari going through the kink at turn 9, wisely backed out at the last second, so remains in 3rd place. So Ben Keating now in the lead in LMP2, Dan Goldberg in 2nd, and Nick Bull hot on his heels in 3rd position in the yellow and green car for into Europol PR1. That was close.
It was close, and everybody played their part.
Yeah, and keeping it safe, indeed.
How did Ben Keating make that work on the exit of 7? There really wasn't the room
Well, he
there.
trusted his teammates.
Well, he did. He absolutely did. And Nick Bull backed out of it as well when Goldberg was trying to go by the red and white Ferrari.
Really heads-up driving by all of those three.
Totally agree.
Opportunistic by Ben, and heads-up by the other two. Here's Bull trying to make a move coming off Sunset Bend. And Goldberg want to lose another position. Side by side as they flash it. Absolutely side by side as they cross the line. In front of our commentary position. How much are they separated by? 0.001.
Well, we can't measure any less than that.
In favour of who? In favour of number 2 of Dan Goldberg. Okay, fine. So he retained second position on that lap. That was fun.
Well, get out the marker pen of doom if you've got your Andy Blackmore Sporters Guide on the wall back at home or here at the circuit on 100.9 FM. Our first retirement is the number 17 AWA Corvette. Alternator issue has taken that car out of the race, having completed just 2 laps. An outlap and back in again. Andy Mantella, the only one of the team to get behind the wheel. Sean Creech Motorsport, by the way, had a little spin on this lap, but has continued for Lance Wilsey in the only Ligier JSP 217 in the LMP2.
He was doing well up until that because he was hanging on to the tail there with John Ferrano, and not far behind Henrik Hedman, Dennis Sanderson. They're all running the train there, so Lance was doing a really nice job in that lone Ligier.
Hearing from back in the paddock that the Pfaff McLaren is now repaired and will be coming back to the pit lane in a moment or two. How many? They are now 13 laps off the overall leader. That is 9 laps away from their 11 laps actually away from the class leader in GTD. So that is a disappointment for the ever popular team from north of the border and for the McLaren fans. That was side-by-side contact. The Inception number 70 McLaren and the Pfaff McLaren as they were avoiding the spinning Ferrari. So it didn't really get to the bottom of how that Ferrari ended up spinning through the field. And,
no, we didn't, did we actually? It's a good point.
No. In the paddock then, space has been cleared for Ollie Jarvis. And still a bit tight there. One of the BMW tyre trucks just in the way from Team RLL. And the car is under its own steam and heading back towards the pit lane. It will have to come back into the pit lane from the pit-in end of the paddock. And the likelihood is...
Phil Hansen wants past Felipe Nasser, doesn't he? Nasser not making life easy at all. Clearly number 85 car is capable of going faster at the moment, because for 2 or 3 laps in a row now, Hansen's been ducking around in the mirrors, and for some reason, with how far into the race are we? Not very far. Felipe Nasser just does not want to give any positions at all.
And John Ferrano's just spun in front of the leaders coming out of turn 4 into turn 5 in the number 8 Tower Motorsports Oreca, the yellow and black car. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? No, he jumped. Just getting on the accelerator a little bit too early and too much throttle. Actually, that was a good save, John. I'm going to give you that one. Got a slide on. Did have to take the grass, but didn't completely rotate. I'm going to call that half spin and a save. Actually, we'll put that one down in the scorebook.
It's number 04 car.
This is the penalty for too many over the wall at the last stop to replace the tyres after the puncture, and the Pfaff McLaren has made it back to its pit, where it'll get the final bit of wash and brush up before it's sent out onto the track. Many laps down. This is about picking up points now for the season. Should mention as well, because we'll need you to help us here. Jeremy and I are of an age where we forget things quite easily. And at 4 and 8 hours, those are the times for the interim in-race points for the Michelin Endurance Cup. That's when they are awarded the end of a full lap after 4 hours and 8 hours. Then, of course, you get the final points at 12 hours. For the teams that is to whom that is important, that is very important indeed. And so you might see a little bit of off-strategy pit work there to get them further up the field to try and lead at the 4 and 8 hour mark. So just keep an eye open for that. We're trailing a little bit further ahead here.
Yeah, and the leaders in the respective Michelin Endurance Cup points after the first round at Daytona. In GTP, it's number 31 Cadillac that leads by 2 points over the Porsche, car number 7. LMP2, it's a CrowdStrike Racing by APR, number 04. They've already had problems in this race. They had a 2-point lead over the Daytona winners, Era Motorsport, car number 18. In GTD Pro, Paul Miller Racing and Risi Competizione are each tied on 15 points, number 1 and number 62. And in GTD, the number 32 Court-Off Preston Motorsports entry is tied on 13 points with the Inception Racing number 70 McLaren, which of course has already had problems in this race. So the Court-Off Preston Mercedes, meanwhile, is running very, very nicely in 3rd position in the GTD class.
Actually, I think that car has just come into the pits. Warning for the Lamborghini for a shortcut. The number 63, Shea.
I'm kind of confused as to why the 32 is in the pits this early, because the Coulthorpe Preston Mercedes, oh no, this is engine. They're popping the hood. Now, this isn't the engine that they ran at Daytona. This is one that actually they had at Petit Le Mans. After the race, they took it out, they sent it back to Germany, and they were worried about some pressure within the engine. That is, it appears that they're looking at radiator caps and trying to figure out that everything is sealed on properly. They've actually got Nike wristbands on the top of all the runoff areas, or all the overflow areas. This tells me that there's something overheating within this car, and they've refueled it. Now they're kind of casually looking around the car, but hang on. Ooh, that smells bad. That smells really hot. That could be taking them out of the Endurance Cup, and they are the defending Endurance champions, let's not forget.
Meantime, at the front of the field, thank you, Shiv, that CrowdStrike pit lane report. We have an inter-Cadillac battle. It's 20 years of Cadillac V-Series this year. And hearing from Shea that number 32 Court-Off Mercedes is done. The hand across the throat. That's, we think, an overheating engine. We'll get confirmation. Shea's down there. Battle for the lead in traffic. Pipo Durrani, Sebastian Bourdais, Felipe Nasr only a couple of seconds further back, and Phil Hansen still there as well. They're battling through traffic too, but the two Cadillac drivers at the moment holding swears. Ben Keating at the front of LMP2 puts in the fastest lap of his class.
Yeah, he's pulling away now, and number 52 car Nick Boole has moved up into 2nd position ahead of the early leader Dan Goldberg, and Luis Perez-Pompong is closing in.
Full course yellow. Now, let's see if we can debris on the circuit going, quite a lot of it actually at various different points. Coming out of turn 5, going down to turn 7. And the big lump of carbon fibre is right on the entry to the hairpin at turn 7. And there's some smaller shards of carbon fibre and an end plate from a front wing, I think, with the Michelin logo on it. That was just coming out of turn 5. Meantime, the 32 Mercedes being pushed backwards. That's allowed, so long as you don't fire the engine. Well, the engine we think is overheating on that car at the moment. They're taking it back behind the wall to see if there's anything that they can do. Let's have a quick word with Mike Skeen from that team.
Well, Mike, it didn't smell very good when they popped the hood. Engine overheating?
I don't know that it's overheating, but definitely an issue. It sounds like a bad noise up there, and we're push it back and see, but it sounds like maybe an engine problem.
So maybe day not done. Hopefully they could fix it, maybe?
Yeah, we're going to poke around and see if we can do anything to salvage some points, but not looking good.
Sorry, my friend.
Yep, thank you.
That is the sound of a very resigned Mike Skeen. Engine noises that aren't brum brum and sounding great. Very bad at the start of a 12-hour race. And there was a note of resignation in the voice there of Mike Skeen on the pit for Team Courtoff. And that was our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, Shea Adam, bringing you the latest. It's not good news if you're an AMG fan.
No, that's really a shame. But tell you what, that was an exciting first 37 minutes of this race under green there. There were various little incidents on the track, but nothing that caused any yellow. But finally, all that debris on the track, I think smart move by the officials to get out and drag it out of the way. We've already seen several punctures, and so that makes a lot of sense.
Beautiful day here at Sebring. Slightly overcast. That's keeping the air temperature and the track temperature down a little bit.
And that'll be helpful for the teams and drivers, John.
Yes, 74 Celsius in the air. That's about 24 Fahrenheit on the track. It's actually a degree or two cooler than that, but humidity absolutely incredible. 85% forecast to be mostly cloudy for today. It is so thick out there you could cut the air with a cricket stump.
Yeah, and on that right before we went to yellow there, number 85 car, Phil Hansen, that had been all over the back end of Felipe Nasser in the Penske Porsche, car number 7, battling for third position. He got shuffled out. We saw it on the one of the cameras there that I think it's over in turn 10 initially got held up, and then he was kind of freight trained. So number 85 car has fallen from 4th to 8th behind Conde Felipe in the BMW, the number 6 Porsche of Jaminet, and also the 2 Acuras, Louis Delatraz and Ricky Taylor, that were running together in 6th and 7th. So Phil Hansen all the way down to the 8th position, and Matteo Caroli is the last of the guys that have been running cleanly. He was running about 5 seconds behind the rest of the pack, but running nice and consistently. And then just looking at everybody's fastest laps in this race, and all of the GTP cars were within a half a second or so. Actually, Julian Andlau turned a 49.7 to set the fastest lap of the race. That was on the 16th lap, so 3 or 4 laps ago. Missed that one. That's the best lap of the race so far. Then it's the number 5 car. It's one of the 2 cars that was making up some ground from earlier on after the unscheduled stop for a penalty.
VP Racing in-race update there from Jeremy Shaw. We'll catch up on a few of your communications as well at IMSA Radio. Hello to Nash Young Boy. Good to know that you're tuned in. What was the issue with the Corvette starting all the way at the back? A non-homologated set of diffuser mounts put there to improve reliability, not a performance addition, but Corvette accepting that they hadn't told IMSA. They have now been homologated, so they are running in exactly the same way as we've had the 88 car, by the way, coming down the pit lane. I reckon that's a closed pit for Luis Perez Companc. Emergency service, 5 seconds of fuel, that will be fine. So Nick was keeping an eye on that. As they came through, only the fuel hose went on. That's obviously sensible. It means you don't get stuck on the track.
Annoying though, because he's worked his way up nicely. Companc is up to 4th position in the class, and he caught right up to the early leader, Dan Goldberg.
Hello to all listening back in the UK. Also to Charlie Emmett, British team water skier from Aylesbury. Now lives in Claremont, Florida, turn 7 at the moment at the 12 Hours of Sebring. Mother and son bonding time, and Charlie's second 12 hours. Can't wait for my 14th Le Mans 24 in June. Charlie, you're bringing up your boy brilliantly well. That's great parenting. Hello to Mark Whiteleg and to Gareth Evans, who's working on a 1/24th scale model at the moment in his shed. Hello to Right Turn Lover, to Wolfgang Kluth, Marco and Juan, to Ian McCarthy. And thank you for your look at that Ricci Ferrari. He reckons the Mustang pushed the Ricci Ferrari into the Lambo, which pushed him back into the Mustang before he activated the force field, which kept the rest of the field from hitting him as well. Very good indeed. Hello to Dave Alcock and to Mike Jurgens and Tim Coronel tuned in as well. Alan Space, Uncle Toto, and Jam.
Uncle Tom Cobley.
Yeah, absolutely. Jam making the making sure he's tuned in and watching everything as well. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. The voice of sport here in the Central Highlands region. Highlands ESPN 1063 AM, 100.9 FM at the track, Sirius XM 206 and RS2 around the world. We're live from the 72nd Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. Our crowd-striped pit lane team, Shea Adam and Nick Damon, are about to get very busy indeed. Shea will get the P2s first, and then we'll hear from Nick as the GTPs get to his end of things. Here come the hordes. Shea Adam.
We're going to have to keep an eye on whether Seb Priou or Sebastian Bourdais stays aboard, because I just had a radio transmission in my head that says we're going to stick to the plan, Seb. You're going to stay aboard, and those are our two Sebs in the field. Both of the United Autosports cars do not come in. One of them does come in. That would be Ben Keating. He is staying aboard for another stint. Also staying aboard, the number 52 PR1 Matheson. No tires, just fuel for both of them.
Up in GTP land, it's looking like no one is going for the black stuff. It's their chance to double stint. Now, I completely take that back, because looking behind me now, the Proton Porsche has taken tyres, and both the BMWs have as well, but certainly no tyres for the Porsches, no tyres for the two Cadillacs, and no tyres for the two Acuras. So the 40, the 10 Acura, the 1 and the 31 didn't take tyres. Also, the 85 JDC Miller car hasn't taken tyres, but it is changing its rear clip. So they've obviously had either want to change the downforce level of the rear of the car, but it actually looks like they've had a bit of damage on that, John, on the left-hand side. So they have managed to in some way break that rear wing on the 85 JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche.
And they went out with Pipo Durrani at the head of the field as he came in. A bit of a longer stop for the Porsche from Porsche Penske Motorsport, still being held at the moment. That number 7 car with the black pinstripes. They're waving him out now, but that car is not moving. Through goes the banana boat, the JDC Miller car. So there's been some quite long stops there. Let's see if we can work out what happened. They were repositioning the 6 car behind the 7 and tilting it on its dolly jacks to, on the tyres, so that it could get past its teammate whilst the fuel hose is in. I'll leave that to Shea Adam. I think that's okay, Shea, isn't it? So long as you're not trying to move it on the dollies.
That should be okay.
Yeah, and it did the job because that car got out. It was clearly planned to be a longer stop for the number 7. And Felipe Nasser now out in that car. But they clearly knew that was going to be an issue because it came in first and it's gone out well down the line. It'll be GTs into the pits next time around. And we'll give you a VP Racing in-race update before we go back to green, so you can see how it's all shaken out. Not the worst of timing there, Jeremy, for quite a few of those teams that, particularly if they didn't stop on the first brief yellow.
That was the first yellow.
Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
so, I mean, it's interesting that the number 88 LMP2 car came in to take on emergency service. All the other LMP2 cars, I mean, they all run the same Gibson engine. So Compound, he was pushing pretty hard in that first stint, so he used up a little bit more fuel, but the timing, certainly for the LMP2 cars, was right on the money because they needed to make a stop.
Sean Creech, number 33, Sean Creech racing car, also taking emergency service. GTs are in, Nick Dearman.
Phalanx are coming towards. I can see that we got the couple of the Lexi have already. What did we read on? Lexus in. Heart of Racing beneath me on the 23. Just waiting to see. They are pretty much more convinced with their extra tyres. They've said they're going to have a set of tyres. And of course, the Mustangs, who are just to my right, and we know didn't bother practicing to save tyres. They're certainly putting on new boots. The Corvettes in their resplendent but quite dull gold now they've been out for a while. They're also picking up some time. Just checking that they are doing all four. There's no left-hand, right-side shenanigans. I've got the 45 Lamborghini in front of me, the 57 Winwood Racing. I'm sure Shea's got many, many more GT cars.
Both of our leaders were in for Vassar Sullivan Lexus. The 14 still has Jack Hawksworth aboard, but the number 12 has done a driver change. Parker Thompson started that car and actually took it to the lead, whereas the 47 Cadillac Ferrari started on pole. Parker has gotten out. It's Frankie Montecalvo in, and also that Cadillac Ferrari has done a driver change. It is Giorgio Cernigiato, I believe, who took over, but it could have been Roberto Lacorte. Actually, I think it was Lacorte who took over for Antonio Fuoco. So I'm going to go over and see if we can have a chat with Fuoco about what happened at the start and why he lost so many places.
Pretty tight on that Lexus stop. Oh, there's a stall in the pit lane, and that's holding everybody up. The 45 Dex Imaging Lamborghini is not moving, and of course everyone's stuck in behind. We're trying, the Mustang number 65 is trying to get around it and pull out, so we have a huge traffic jam of GT cars. Now, they're not losing any time at the moment because we're under yellow. Thank goodness that didn't happen in green flag stops, Jeremy.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely disastrous. I think he's got going again now, but yeah, that would have been frustrating for everybody behind him, but ultimately that's up to the teams to get on the radio and say, look, okay, it's annoying, but don't worry about it. Just stay where you are until the road is clear, then you can go past him. Hopefully they would get that car going again. Indeed they have.
Graham Doyle there with the problem. Joey Hand in the white and light blue Ford Multimatic GT3 behind him, trying to pull out and go past. Wasn't even enough room for him to do that. Right, before we start shuffling the pack again, and whilst the GTs are getting back up to speed to join the end of the safety car train, let's have a VP Racing in race update that has Pipo Durrani ahead of Louis Delatraz. In fact, we'll put that on hold for a second. We'll go down to Shea Adam, who has a driver who's just finished his first stint, Shea.
Antonio Fuoco, that looked like a bit of a crazy start. What did it look like from your perspective in the 47 Ferrari?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough start for us. The other two competitors jumped us, but then the pace, it was quite okay, and we know it's a long race. We already have conscience, so we need to stay calm, be focused, and do our best.
It's a long race. You know how to win it. You did it a couple years ago. Does the 296 feel as good as the 488 did when you won in 2022?
Yeah, it felt okay, and also the condition will change quite a lot from now until the end of the race. So we just need to stay calm and see at the end.
Good luck.
Thank you.
A bit further up the pit lane, we're at the Winwood Racing, the 57. Phil Ellis has just got out of the car. A much more difficult first stint than you were expecting when I interviewed for the pole yesterday.
Yeah, definitely a bit more traffic than we anticipated after yesterday's qualifying, which is unfortunate. But that's sometimes how it goes in racing. But I think we still had a pretty decent stint, just try to keep out of trouble. Especially the first lap was quite chaotic in the first couple of turns. And
I mean, did you see what happened there? Because it seemed like everyone hit everyone. There was a Ferrari right across the track.
To be honest, I don't know, because once I actually came around turn one, all I saw was smoke and debris. So all we really tried to do is not hit anything and try to keep our tires alive. And yeah, just keep out of the trouble. And also towards the end of the stint, you know, with traffic, just take it super safe, see how the race develops. And yeah, gonna shoot for the later.
Track in good condition so far?
Pretty good. It starts to get a bit warm now. You feel it like towards the last couple of laps that the tire does fade a bit. But it's a bit nicer than I anticipated first. So it's not terrible at the moment, but I'm sure it'll get a bit warmer later.
Thanks, Philip.
Of course.
Phil Ellis, who made up 8 or 9 places earlier on, whilst still keeping the car in one piece. All right, let's quickly run through the VP Racing in-race updates. Durrani for Whelen Cadillac, number 31, the red and white car, ahead of Wayne Taylor Racing, the number 40. That's the darker red car, and that was up from 6th before the pit stops for that Acura. Cadillac Racing in the shape of Sebastian Bourdais. He started the race, he stayed in the 0-1 at that stop. Then Philip Eng for BMW, the number 24. Then Mathieu Jaminet for Porsche Penske Motorsport, as he's in 5th position in the number 6. Ricky Taylor coming from the back of the GTB field to 6th position for the black and blue Acura. Conor De Phillippi's the 2nd of the BMW M Hybrid V8s for Team RLL, and he's in 7th in the number 25. The number 5 Proton 963, that's the Mustang sampling car, Julian Andlau. Problems early on, but he's now back in the fight with that number 5 car, and in 8th position, and has set the fastest lap of the race. And the Lamborghini SC63 in 9th position for Matteo Caroli. 2 other Porsches, Phil Hansen and Felipe Nasr, both had very slow pit stops. They will cycle back in front of Nick Bull, who leads the LMP2 field, because there is a split for the GTP cars. So it will be Nick Bull in 12th position that heads LMP2 for Inter Europol, from Ben Keating for United Autosports, who was leading before the pit stops in the Wins car number 2. He's in 2nd. His teammate is Dan Goldberg in 3rd. And in the GTD Pro, it's Jack Hawksworth for Vasser Sullivan in the Pro car number 14 from Farnbacher and Heart of Racing and Madison Snow. Frankie Manti-Calvo with the Vasser Sullivan Lexus number 12 leads GTD, and he is the 5th best GTD on the track at the moment. That's your VP Racing update as we come back to green with just on 11 hours and 4 minutes to go here at Sebring. Durrani jumping away nicely and controlling the restarts. A little bit of a jink left and right there as he came after out of turn number 1. Further back down the field, Ricky Taylor has taken Mathieu Jaminet on the restart. And as they come down to the hairpin, it's going to be a substantial lead for Pipo Durrani. 2nd Cadillac as well, that's the 0-1 car. Then Bourdais. So the Acura, then the Cadillac, then the BMW. Then Ricky Taylor, as I said, has made up a place. He's right on the tail of that Philip Eng BMW now. Also moving quickly is Conor De Phillippi, trying to make up positions in the 25 BMW, whilst that action is going on at the front of the field. Nick Damon has this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, we just had Rexy in the AO car, the Porsche. That came in for a front right. So obviously either there's a slow puncture or they mispressured it. Now what we are seeing also is the Proton Mustang, which I'm walking down to now, which appears to be having a new rear under tray fitted to it. There's 2 men underneath. They just bought a big long flat thing, which must be the diffuser under tray. So that car has been in again. Both those 2 cars came in as it went green. So these are green flag stops, and it's costing plenty of time for that car. And certainly the Mustang's going to drop back a couple of laps by the looks of it.
Quite a lot of problems early on here. Big pall of dust at the exit of turn 16 as we've got a gaggle of P2 cars coming down to turn 17. Nick Bull from Keating, Daniel Goldberg, PJ Hyatt right in the mix there with Stephen Thomas and TDS Racing, the yellower car. At the front of the field, Durrani still leads. The battle is for 6th position at the moment. Mathieu Jaminet in the number 6 Porsche with the Mustang sampling 963 behind him, Julian Andlau. We know how quick he is, and Connor De Filippi's right there as well. De Filippi getting the better run, goes to the inside, gets blocked by Andlau fairly stoutly. That door was closed very quickly indeed down to turn 7. And then behind him, that's Phil Hansen for JDC Miller. So a little 4-5 car battle starting to form up now as Felipe Nasr in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport, after that slow stop, is making back up time. At the moment, his teammate Mattia Jaminet is the cork in the bottle. Penalties, Jeremy, and plenty of them.
Yeah, or 3 of them in LMP2. 2 of them for failing to adhere to the minimum full refueling time, which is 40 seconds on these cars when you come in for a full stop, which is what they needed there. Number 52 car that is leading currently, and number 11 car, which is quite a long way down the order. Also a penalty for number 33 for improper emergency service. That was one of the cars. Number 33 and number 88 came in for what should have been just a splash of fuel, 5 seconds of fuel. Then they had to come in again, which they did during that caution period, to do their full service. But the team obviously did something else during that initial emergency service stop, and they had to come in and serve a drive-through penalty because of that.
Nick thinks that it might have been a bit long on the fuel, actually. He counted 7 elephants, not the 5 that they needed. That will be a stop and 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's annoying for that team.
Stop
Meanwhile,
plus 10 for that.
See, it's back to normal at the front. The Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais finding a way past the number 40 Acura of Louis Delatraz, so back down to 3rd place. Here comes the number 52 car out of the lead then in LMP2 to serve that penalty.
Wow. Yeah, 91, I thought was, into the pit lane. And that's going to cost him a whole heap of real estate, isn't it? With the cars so close together after the restart. Ben Keating now leads in LMP2 from United Autosports teammate Daniel Goldberg. The United Autosports team, as well as some of their drivers, have been real jet setters in the last couple of weeks. With WEC commitment in Qatar a couple of weekends ago. Last weekend, Sunday and Monday, they were at Imola for testing purposes. Get a little bit of a break after this one, get home to see the families. Paul di Resta said to me he had about 9 hours at home before he had to turn around and come out here after the new LMP2 test at Imola. They were running the cars in the, if not completely full fat, then close to it, just under 600 horsepower. So back to almost the original specification for the LMP2 cars. That's how they'll be running in Europe this year in the ELMS. And Paul said it was interesting getting used to those cars with the full downforce on, as the lead has changed.
Oh, wow.
Sebastian Bourdais goes by.
That was at turn 1.
Porterani. Exit of turn 1, and the Wayne Taylor Racing Acura. Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Global. Acura ARX06 is next in line, the red, white, black car. And it's not that far back to Philip Eng either, so was that a mistake by Pipo? Did he get held up in traffic? I don't think there was much traffic around them, if I'm honest.
Shouldn't have been.
Into the pit lane then for the penalty to be served for Stephen Thomas in the TDS Racing number 11. He'd been at the sharp end of LMP2. What did we say in Porsche Keys to the Race? Keep it tidy and keep the penalties down. So what happened? I just
well, that was
almost
weird.
like you let him through.
Yeah, he sort of slowed.
Entry to turn 1, not the exit.
Yeah.
That was very interesting. Pipo Derani, well, it was a good drag out to turn 17 by Bourdais, and he made a late but decisive move, but there was no hint of defence there by Derani. It looked like Derani braked early.
No, when he came past us here, he was 3 or 4 car lengths back. It wasn't as if he was tight on his rear wing. That was rather strange. Whether people were sort of kind of looking down the cockpit or something, and and then ended up overslowing the car. I don't know, but that was somewhat weird. Just notice here the two Ford Mustangs, the GT3 Mustangs, number 65 and 64. They're running really nicely there, 6th and 7th at the moment in the class. In GTD overall, so to speak, the top 4 cars are all pro cars now. It's number 14 Lexus, number 23 Aston Martin, number 1 BMW, and number 19 Lamborghini. Then it's the GTD non-pro leader, which is Frankie Montecalvo, having taken over from Parker Thompson, who started that car. Then there's 4 more pro cars. The Chevrolet Corvette of Alexander Sims has worked out very swiftly from the back of the field, of course, after being DQ'd after qualifying. Then the 2 Fords, and then the other Corvette of Tommy Milner. So the 2 Chevrolets are sandwiching the 2 Fords right now. That's kind of cool.
And we have completed our first hour of racing and a little bit. 5 minutes into hour number 2 now.
Best lap of the race there by Sebastian Bourdais, the new race leader. So with that over, he was clearly pushing hard there. 1 minute 50.6 for Sebastian. I think he was just, he was just being a bit more incisive, if you like, than Pipo. I think Pipo, did they change the tyres on that first thing? I think they probably didn't. I can't remember what our CrowdStrike pit reporters told us, to be honest. But
which car was that, Jeremy?
But most of the leaders, in fact,
yeah,
because what I was told before, and likely there would be double stinting for each of the first probably 3 stints of the race, particularly until it gets hot again. So maybe if the number 1 team did change tyres, they were able to have a bit more grip in the early part of that lap and able to make the pass. So really interesting there to see Bourdais really charging there and setting that best lap just a couple of laps after the restart.
Got another penalty coming, and this is significant. It's the leader in GTD Pro, Vassar Sullivan Lexus, drive through. I said it looked a bit tight when they left there. Well, they did run over some equipment. So they are running a backup crew this weekend, or at least their crew chief, normal crew chief, over-the-wall crew chief, his sideline is here. Oh, big lock up by Ben Keating. He did that earlier on the week, but he locked up the rear going into Christensen curve. He was struggling from a long way back as he was trying to challenge the car ahead, and in trying desperately not to run into the back, locked it up, spun to the inside. It was a perfect handbrake turn earlier on. He was in behind the CrowdStrike car, which is laps down, and didn't want to rear-end it. His teammate Dan Goldberg had to take evading action, as did PJ Hyatt and Gar Robinson as they came through. Dwight Merriman, I think, a little bit too far back to take advantage of that. Yeah, that's if you weren't with us earlier, or you're just catching up, the CrowdStrike by APR with puncture earlier on, had all 4 tyres changed, and that's why that car is off the pace at the moment, or further down the LMP2 leaderboard than you might expect. George Kurtz a lap away from the leader in class in that Algarve Pro Racing CrowdStrike red, white and black number 04. It's very unlucky actually, the tyre went down just as he crossed the start-finish line, so he had a very slow in-lap, which cost him extra time. So just to reiterate, Jack Hawksworth and Vassar Sullivan at the head of the GTD Pro field. That gold and black livery for the Mobil 1 50th anniversary. That car will have to come into pit lane for a drive-through. That means it will give up the lead to Mario Farnbacher in the Aston Martin Vantage. Oh, maybe not the Aston Martin Vantage, because diving down the inside, Alexander Sims in the number 4 Chevrolet Corvette, and he will lead at the line as the Lexus pulls into the pit lane. Smashing bit of overtaking manoeuvre. Now, what did Jack run over? Actually hit his own crew member as he was accelerating away. Said it thought it was a bit untidy. I only saw the back end of that when that happened live.
So that's him.
Yeah, just nudged him.
Yeah, just.
And that's
he was on the brakes into him, and the car probably only moved forward 6 inches, perhaps or so. But that because there was any contact with the crew guy, that's why the penalty was called. So a little bit unfortunate there, but also fortunate that there was nothing worse than that.
He was being waved away and just tried to clean the grill one more time.
One more rub.
Yeah. And as Shears just said in my ear, and this bears repeating to everybody, a great reminder that Johnny Knotts and the rest of the IMSA pit lane officiating team, they are there for everybody's safety. You do not want to be spinning a crew member out into a live pit lane. So this battle at the front of the field for 6th position, Mathieu Jaminet still holds on to it in the Porsche 963 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Here we go, behind him. The battle is on between Porsche Mustang sampling the Proton car and BMW number 25 of Conor De Filippi through turn 10 and 11. And De Filippi makes that one stick in the BMW from Team RLL. Saw a very relaxed and happy-looking Bobby Rahal this morning as I was talking to Ron Fellows. Bobby was driving past and had a quick chat. Looking very well indeed, Mr. Rahal, and that's good news.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's ominous for the rest of the field that that Chevy Corvette has worked its way from the back of the field to the front in GTD Pro. Alexander Sims already pulled out a second on that last lap over Madison Snow and BMW.
Who's also got past Mario Farnbacher, because Mario was second as Jack pulled into the pits and got beaten to the line by Alexander Sims and Madison Snow. Jordan Pepper in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, the number 19, the green car, that's not that far behind either. Another good run going for Russell Ward, who's up to 4th in GTD in the Winward Racing car. Phil Ellis started very well and made up, I think, 8 places, Jeremy. And Russell now up to 4th. That's a 16-place gain, because they were put right to the back of the grid. Shea Adam.
I actually talked to Russell before driver intros began this morning, John, and he said, it's all right, we know we've got a fast car, and the thing is, it's better the hotter it gets. Well, right now, it's not hot. It's actually decidedly cooler, dare I even say, for Sebring standards. Russell is looking forward to the afternoon stint, because he says between 2 and 5, their Mercedes should come to life.
Yeah, he was pretty confident when I spoke to him on, we're back on Tuesday, actually. He was in his civvies as we were just getting set up. Oh, super late dive down the inside through the S's by Russell Ward with John Potter ahead of him. Tries to the inside again on the flex box Aston. That's going to let the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari 296 come through. Also in there, behind them, got a whole bunch of cars actually. A variety of machinery. Sheena Monk's not that far away from this little battle in the Gradient Acura. And it's happy birthday to Sheena. She is celebrating today. Keep an eye open for that car as the leaders come through the GT battles. It's danger time for the leaders, isn't it? Sebastian Bourdais, Pipo Derani, Louis Delatraz, top 3, separated by just on 4.5 seconds, those 3.
Yeah, that's right. Bourdais certainly pulling away at the front. He pulled out over 3 seconds over the last couple of laps on Pipo Derani as they negotiate traffic there. maybe our CrowdStrike pit lane reports just confirm number 01 car did or didn't take on fresh tyres during that stop. And if you said it already and I missed it, my apologies.
Nick Damon can add to that.
From my recollection, I was looking up and down. The BMWs took tyres, and the JDC Miller Porsche took tyres and a new rear clip.
JDC car took tyres?
Yeah, because it had a new rear clip. Because they had damaged that the rear clip on it, so they did both things at once.
Surprised.
And I don't think anyone else took tyres, and the only anomaly was why the 7 took so long, but it didn't take tyres.
The 7 also took a long time, but they were clearly expecting to take a long time, Nick, because they pushed the 6 back as soon as it came in, whilst they were refueling. So not sure if that was some reprogramming that was going on or whatever, because they didn't change drivers. So no clue for that one, but clearly they knew it was going to be a longer stop for the number 7 Porsche. Dropping them down. Still in 10th at the moment. They're only 15 seconds away from the lead. It's early days here. Welcome along if you are just joining us. A little bit of wind blowing behind the cars going down to turn 1. That's 180 degrees change from earlier in the week when it was on the nose of the car into turn 1. Now it's pushing you into turn 1 and on the nose of the car into turn 17 at about 4 miles an hour. That breeze at the moment, the stars and stripes on the start-finish line, proudly standing out from the flagpole. Just having it confirmed from the 01 Sebastian Bourdais car. Shea's had a quick word with Mike O'Gara, and they did not take tyres on that car.
Okay, that's interesting. So Bourdais just prepared to push a little bit harder on the outlaps, and Pipo Derani in the early stages of the race and taking the lead. Thank you very much indeed for that great information. And it's really interesting. I thought most of the teams were going to be double stinting for the first probably 3 stints in this race, and that has been confirmed. So that was just Sebastian Bourdais wanting to get himself to the front and pulling off a nice move there at turn 1 to take over this race, race lead, and he's settling into that lead again now. Just about worked their way through all the GTD cars for the second time. So now we'll have clear running again for the GTP leaders. Just looking at the number 25 BMW, we saw it get past number 5 Porsche a couple laps ago, and just got past the number 6 car as well. So Colin Di Filippi just passed Matthew Jaminet up into the 6th position in car number 25, a couple of positions behind his teammate.
Live and free from trackside. This is IMSA Radio on RS2 around the world, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Next weekend, more endurance racing for you with the 24H series from Italy. Now we've got a new leader in LMP2 as PJ Hyatt's worked his way back to the lead, just got ahead of Daniel Goldberg with Gar Robinson in 3rd place. PJ is on an absolute tear this weekend, pole position, absolutely made up to have beaten a driver who he competes against, but freely admits that he measures himself and is a bit of a role model for him, Ben Keating, and he beat him in qualifying yesterday, and now he's leading the class in that purple LMP2. Traffic assisted overtake, but it was nicely done. Opportunity was there coming out of the hairpin at turn 7. Daniel Goldberg held up by a couple of cars and through. No second invitation needed for PJ. Leading in the Oregon. Yeah, just going back to next weekend. If you got a bit of race lag because there's...
Going back to the future.
Going back to the future, yeah. If you're an endurance fan, here at the track or further afield, next weekend, 12 hours of Mugello. 6 hours on Saturday, 6 hours on Sunday, and also the start of the new NES Nürburgring Endurance Series. We'll have both covered for you in sound and vision on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels via radiolemans.com.
I think stretching out now at the front of the field. Sebastian Bourdais is he's checking out, or doing his best to check out, as he's pulled out now 3.3 seconds to send his best lap of the race last time around, a 1:50.31. A couple of positions, well, in third position, Louis Delage has also turned his best lap at a 1:50.3 in the Acura. Fastest lap of the race was set earlier on by the Porsche of Julian Andlauer, 49.9. Who had just the one car sub at 1:50 so far.
We expect that to be added to, wouldn't we?
We do.
Be the LMP2s who are next into the pits for schedule stops. They're about 4 laps away.
There's number 2 car Ben Keating putting the pressure on Gar Robinson as they head into turn 1. The third and fourth place there, they go through turn 1 in the LMP2 class. Ben Keating got a good run through that corner. Is he going to make a lunge down to the inside at turn 3?
This is where he made his mistake that cost him.
He was a little bit indecisive there. Gar Robinson very sensibly gave him the room in case there was going to be a lunge. There wasn't. So Gar Robinson holds on to that position in that Riley entry.
$10 hours and 40 minutes to go. And we are joined in the Global Broadcast Centre by an absolute legend, and we knew it already, but he's just been inducted into the Sebring Hall of Fame. Welcome to the man I used to call the Wizard in his driving days. It is Ron Fellows. Hello, Ron, how are you?
Hello, John, Jeremy, and Eve.
Good to have you.
You all are the legends. You're still doing this. This is awesome.
What else are we going to do? We're self-unemployable and to do anything else. Let's be honest.
As most racing drivers find out when they retire. Yeah.
Yes. Well, Ron.
Indeed.
Back at Sebring, a place that you've had plenty of success in.
Yes, indeed.
And my goodness me, look at the size of this field. First of all, this is like turning the clock back a bit, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, there's. It's hard to believe at Sebring with the length of the pit lane. There's.
Yeah.
If this gets any bigger, we're going to need more pit stalls.
Well, back in the old days, they ran as many as 80 cars around here, didn't they?
Yeah, same at Daytona. Yeah, for the Rolex 24. But
pit stop for one of the Lexuses.
That was a 14 car coming in.
Right.
Shea Adam has the CrowdStrike pit lane report. Go ahead, Shea.
Jack Hawksworth is out. Ben Barnican is getting in. They are doing fuel only, no tires, but interesting timing. Might they be considering the Michelin Endurance Cup at this point? They have a lot to make up for from Daytona. Fueling is done. Ben is strapped in, and away he goes.
It's an awful long way away. That's first tranche of points at the 4-hour mark. Do you miss it, Ron? I've got to ask you. Do you miss the hustle and bustle of a race?
Absolutely. Yeah. You miss as much the being part of the team. And that the close relationship you have with your co-drivers, with the entire race team. And that's I think that's probably a common theme for anybody in sport, that they miss the camaraderie and the connection with the team, and because that's the most fun, because it's just not you, it's also the entire team.
Corvette versus Ford has been rekindled as well with the new GT3 cars. That's a battle that's a battle that goes back in time.
Oh yes, it does. Yeah,
it runs deep.
Yeah, Trans Am in the 60s, and certainly. The sports car, the IMSA days in the 70s, 80s. So yeah, here we go.
Side by side, Mustang and Corvette into turn 1.
Side by side.
Here on, but those Fords are running really strongly. And I was speaking to those guys yesterday. They feel that they're not where they really expected? Well, they're expected to be, they're not happy with the way the car's performing. There's a lot of things they think they can improve, but I tell you what, they're running really well now in the early stages.
Well, that was Tommy Milner going past Mike Rockenfeller at turn 1.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I've got your back. I've got your back, Ron. Don't worry. For 6th place, and he's right up behind the leading GTD car. Those are 2 GTD Pros, of course. Frankie Montecalvo now in the standard coloured Lexus. That's the yellow and black car. The GTDs, by the way, if you're new to this, they're all the same car. GTD and GTD Pro, the classes is because of the makeup of the drivers. More pro drivers or full pro lineups allowed in GTD Pro, whereas you have to have a non-pro driver in the standard GTD class. But quite clearly, after having to start at the back for all 4 of the Corvettes, they feel they've got a point to prove, and Tommy Milner's got a good run there on the Lexus. Meantime, BMW versus Acura at the sharp end of the GTP field, and that's Philip Eng defending against Ricky Taylor in the number 10. The black and blue car, Eng going round the Inception McLaren through the big bend and down towards turn 7. The way these guys deal with traffic is absolutely incredible. Side by side into 7. I don't think even Ricky can defy the laws of physics and go around the outside of there. Reviving the GTP name, Ron, was an absolute stroke of genius for this top class, and it's so evocative, and my goodness me, we're getting some fabulous racing.
Yeah, back in the, back when the factories were lots of factories in the 80s in IMSA, it certainly harkens back to that. But it's, you look at the size of the field, and as you mentioned about GTD and GTD Pro, it's they're all in the same car, and there's even for the GTP guys, there's drivers rather, there's it's not that super easy to get by a P2 car either.
No. So
it's a whole new element of racecraft when you've got somebody that's not in your class that's in a similar car.
Yeah. How long have you been with GM now? Because I've talked about Tommy Milner there. We remember his dad, Tom Senior, as well in the paddock, one of the real great characters. How long have you been associated with General Motors now?
I signed my first contract in the fall of 1994, and I've had one ever since.
So that's 30 years.
Yeah, it'll be 30 years this fall.
2 Cadillacs back together again now, as Bourdais had to work through the traffic, and Pipo Derani able to follow him, but then Pipo Derani gets a bit of what Bourdais had last 2 laps. He held up a little bit to turn 3, so that stretched out the margin again, but the gap had been out to as much as 3.5 seconds. He was down to 7/10 of a second as they crossed the line to begin their 42nd lap.
And he's probably back to 3 seconds now again as they go through turn 7.
Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away.
Certainly
right?
does, Mr. Shaw.
Oh,
yeah. It was the Pfaff McLaren he got stuck behind through turn 3 and 4. Our Porsche keys to the race. You've got to have that patience in traffic. I've got to ask you about Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. We had a schedule announcement on, when was that, Friday morning. The schedule announcement not for this year but for next year. How important is that, and how does that help you guys as a venue, as a promoter of an IMSA event? I mean, effectively you'll be able to promote next year's event even before you get to this year's.
Yeah, it certainly can't hurt, and in knowing that, and it's really on us to get the message out to the fans, around that weekend, that hey, this time next year, this is the date. So yeah, no, very unique opportunity to have, the next year's schedule announced in March. So.
Yeah, I said to John when he was doing it yesterday, John Turner, president of IMSA, said, so these are the suggested dates. He said, no, these are all inked in.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's incredible amount of work to
for sure.
to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Having been involved in trying to schedule things in the past, and we have to cover things all over the world. I know how difficult that makes it. You've got the dates sorted out then. You're going to have LMP2 as your top class, and we've got 13 cracking cars here with the likes of United Autosports and AO Racing, ERA, Richard Mille, all in this race. They're going to give you a good shot.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the P2 cars are spectacular. It's close racing, much like the entire GT field, so GTD field. And yeah, no, we're definitely looking forward to it. I think, yeah, there was initially a little bit of dissent, where are the GTPs, but fans have gotten they've gotten over it and have embraced the fact that we continue to have a IMSA WeatherTech Championship event, and it's, we can maintain a lot of the partners have been very supportive for Canadian Tire Motorsport Park over the years, such as Chevrolet and Michelin. So yeah, that's what's important, is being able to have an event.
There's a big contingent of GT fans north of the border as well, and manufacturing history for GM not too far away from Bowmanville and Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. So the thought of 4 Corvettes coming to race against the might of the rest of the world, that's mouth-watering, isn't it, for your crowd?
Yeah, no, I think in particular it's Canadian owned, and each car has at least one Canadian driver.
Yeah.
So and it's always been one of the, the Corvette corrals have always been very, very popular, and it's no different at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park.
What are your duties for the rest of the weekend? Are you just going to be enjoying yourself? Are you just shaking hands, signing autographs as the new class of 24 inductee?
Yes, there you go. Yes, I have.
I'm loving the lanyard.
Yes.
And when was that picture taken?
Yeah, thank you very much.
You look exactly the same.
I don't think so. That's 20. I think that's like 2001 or 2. Yeah. But thank you. I wish I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just hanging out and having some fun?
Yeah. So yeah, part of the ambassador duties that I have with Chevrolet and Corvette Racing is the Corvette Corral. We did that yesterday, and certainly seeing our friends from Mobil 1 and Michelin, who are partners with our Corvette school in Nevada, is always great. And yeah, I've got to head back to Nevada. We've got a whole bunch of schools next week, and a Michelin event, and got some NASCAR drivers coming out to do a little road race training, so it's all good.
All good stuff.
Can I have a look at that place?
Yeah, me too.
I'll go to touch.
It's not like you don't know a guy.
Not that far from me.
No.
It's not like you don't know a guy. Absolutely. Will you give our best to your long-suffering better half, Linda?
Yes.
And the rest of the family.
Thank you. I will. We're Linda is very busy with. We have now 4 grandchildren. Go figure. So our daughter has 3 boys, and under all 3 and under in New York City. So grandma is, when I'm in Las Vegas, pretty typically grandma's in New York helping. So. Yeah, and our
should be loving that.
Yeah,
though.
Our son Sam had a baby girl in December, so it's yes, fellows, party of 11.
Ron, thank you very much for being with us today, and more importantly, on behalf of all of our viewers and listeners, thank you for the entertainment that you've given us down the.
Oh, you give me goosebumps.
Thank you. The years. And that hanging around your neck is very well deserved. You've been nothing but a gentleman.
That's how I get in.
That's how you get in. Ron Fellows, let me shake your hand as a
Thank you, John.
Hall of Fame inductee.
Thanks, Jeremy.
2024.
Right. Keep up the great work, guys. You guys are the best.
Thank you, and we look forward to getting north of the border for Canadian Tire Motorsport Park later in the year. 10.5 hours to go. Settling in now to the longer runs, and the classes spreading through nicely, with the first 11 are GTPs, then the next 12 are LMP2s. It'll be LMP2 stopping next year, Adam.
It will, and a lot of the teams have already sprung into life and jumped up on the wall, waiting perhaps for a caution to come a little bit early, and then maybe they get their opportunity. If not, it should be within the next lap or 2, as the first pit board has actually come out. I believe that is for the number 2 United Autosport car, so that should be the first one. And I'm seeing one helmeted driver directly across from me, actually. Era Motorsport have Ryan Dial ready to get in and take over. That is the championship leading car. On their first stop, they put a new tail on the car, a new rear wing cluster. So interesting that they've already used one of their allotment.
And there was a drive-through penalty for the 55 Proton competition Mustang, Ryan Hardwick, in and out of the pit lane, and the fire bottle improperly manned at the last pit stop. Again, safety related, and absolutely understand why that has to be called. That car now running again. And just watching the leaders for a moment as the pit stops begin. Ben Keating into the pit lane with that car that has been going so well, the United Autosports win car, but the leaders together down at turn number 7. And oh, very big off indeed for the 88, bouncing across the infield grass. And that's Luis Perez Campang behind the wheel of the Richard Mille Oreca. He lost that very early in the piece, coming down towards turn 7, I think, at the hairpin. The leaders had just gone past that area, and he'd been off at turn 7, and that maybe that was actually the next lap around. He's been off a couple of laps, I think. Turn 2, I'm hearing from race control. So exit of turn 1 as he was bouncing across the grass. Now that car amazingly is moving.
And no yellow.
No rear wing, somewhat Peugeot 9X8 light. Now again, was that on his own? Oh, he just, oh, that's a carbon copy of Mathieu Jaminet's incident in qualifying.
Except the car went off in the opposite direction.
Correct.
But other than that, it was the same.
But he just dropped off that tiny little bit of the right rear, and instead of hooking the curb and pulling him back to the right, he went off to the left. It's right front, right rear, all of the rear, really, for Luis Perez Campang. No punctures, and all the wheels, remarkably, pointing in the right direction. If that's just bodywork, that is a huge, huge break for that car. He's going to lose some ground, but we've stayed green, and the leaders are together again, down at turn 7. Pipo Tarani, target acquired on the gold Cadillac ahead, and more traffic as they come up to the number 1, which is the BMW.
All of the leaders in LMP2 into the pits.
And Shea Adam can give us the CrowdStrike pit lane update on what they've been doing as the leaders are in traffic. I'll keep an eye on that. I may have to interrupt Shea.
That's all right. Critically, there was no driver change for either George Kurtz or Gar Robinson. The 04 did take a new wing. Remember, that had been unsettled when George had that puncture, so they did set that right for the CrowdStrike by APR car. Gar Robinson taking on fuel, tires, and fuel for himself. The drinks bottle, old-fashioned style, through the door being up. We also had a driver change for the number 99 AO racing car that started on pole. PJ Hyatt brought it in. Matty Brabham, first ever laps in Sebring in a race, is now out on the track. The 5 Proton Porsche has just been off the track, John.
Yes, it has, coming out of turn number 4. Big slide, gets it back. Julian Andlauer managed to save it there, but down at turn 10, maybe brake-by-wire problems with that car, because he couldn't get it stopped at turn 10 into 11 and drag some more dirt onto the track. Shea Adam with that CrowdStrike pit lane update on the P2s. All now having rejoined. Nico Pino took over from Ben Keating in the number 2 car. That was the first of the leading LMP2s to pit. And United Autosports have put Bishoy Garg in the 22. The 88 has made it back. The Richard Mille, red, white, blue and green, and into the pit lane for the number 6 of Mathieu Jaminet.
They're doing a new nose and a new tail on that number 88 AF course LMP2. I'll keep an eye on that. As we have also into the pit lane, the SC63, the Lamborghini is coming in. That too will be a driver change. Looks like the yellow on the helmet means that it is Grosjean taking over and not Cairoli, although keep an eye when he jumps off the wall. It's fuel and tires. Yes, it is Grosjean, by the way. Fuel and tires for the number 6 Porsche. I do not see a driver change going on, although the door is open, and it is still open, so maybe they're doing a drinks bottle the old-fashioned way. Yep, Matteo Cairoli getting out of that car. Andrea Caldarelli being saved for later for the Lamborghini. Rouge shaking the head for Cairoli, actually, as he walks over the pit wall. Still waiting on the fueling for the Porsche to finish. The number 6 with the second best pit box in the pit lane. Now it fires back up into life and goes back out, and the service is nearly complete for the Lamborghini as well. Just waiting on fuel there too.
Lamborghini waiting to fire its engine. Fuel probe is out, but no sign of that car moving. They're still working in the cockpit, and it's still up on its jacks. Maybe didn't get the driver change sorted. Now they're working in the right-hand side, though. Driver changes from the left. So maybe doing it, changing something else in there. Drinks bottle's got a bit sticky. Don't know. See if we can find out. Now, we've missed nothing at the front of the field because Pipo Derani is still in the wheel tracks of Sebastian Bourdais. It's still about 3/4 tenths of a second. Stretches out maybe to half or 3/4 of a second, depending on the traffic. And they're in traffic at the moment as they are just coming out of the hairpin at turn 7 through the S's and down into turn 10. Pipo Derani not quite close enough as he goes by the flex box. Michael Dynan, the flex box sponsored car. It's not the Tower car, is it now?
Those Porsches have really been struggling lately. Clearly, I think running towards the end of their second stint on this first set of tyres during the race. Is that one? Who's that?
That's a 7 car.
Yeah, it is a 7 car. Yeah, right. I mean, like I say, he's been really struggling. And Phil Hansen ditto. I mean, the number 7 car, over the course of the last 4 laps, the 5 and 6 and 7 were running pretty much nose to tail in whatever order because they were shuffling around a fair bit. But the point is, over the last 4 laps, they lost 7 seconds in the last 4 laps to number 25 BMW. It's ahead of them in 6th position.
Doesn't help when you outbrake yourself down to turn 7, which is exactly what NASA did there.
They've just got no grip at the moment.
Yeah. And that's the second or third time we've seen a Porsche, either one of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars or one of the privateer cars, missing a braking point. They did struggle in the heat here last year. Remember that? The Porsches like it a little cooler for the 963s. Interesting, of course, because 911s, when it gets hot and greasy, that is 911 type. They come to life then. These are mid-engined, purpose-built GTPs. Bourdais still scrapping with Pipo Derani. That's out to about a second at the moment. Louis Delatraz 5 seconds further back, and he's got Philip A for company. BMW's running at the moment 4th and 6th. Both of them within 15 seconds of the lead. And then, as Jeremy was saying, a big gap back from that 6th position, nearly 20 seconds now.
Yeah,
they're
really struggling.
To the 3-4 Porsches.
And those stops are definitely early for both the number 6 Porsche and the number 63 car. I wasn't expecting them to be into the pit lane for probably another 10 minutes. So another 4 or 5 laps. With 50 laps completed next time around for our leaders.
Just a little bit of info that we're getting from our colleagues in NASCAR Productions and with Concord. Thank you, Aaron, for digging this one out. This is just to wrap up the penalty for that crew member incident at the pit stop of the number 14 Jack Hawksworth driven Lexus. One of the crew members' headphones fell out when he jumped over the wall, and he couldn't hear the team radio, and so didn't hear the call then that the car was about to be released, and carried on cleaning the front of the car, and that's why he got a little tap on such small things. Probably didn't even realise that he'd lost his headphones, to be honest. Now into the pit lane for the 4-0. This is Louis Delatraz out of 3rd position, and that is Shea Adam watching for us.
I got you. Louis Delatraz out of the car as well. Colton Curda taking over for the Dex Imaging sponsored Acura. They are doing 4 tires and fuel, and the car is waiting to drop off the air jacks. There we go. Now just waiting on the fuel. Very clean stop so far from the WTR Andretti crew.
Thank you, Shea. Yeah, good point. Shea Adam making a good point there to me in my ears. They've got more tyres because they didn't do night practice. We've got a change in GTD as well, as the BMW has, as the Corvette rather has, no, as the BMW has gone to the lead in front of Alexander Sims, up to turn 3.
Wow.
See them the next time around. Just having a look at those stint lengths there. That Lamborghini, only 25 laps, and the same for the Penske Porsche, number 6. That's 3, possibly 4 laps.
29 to 31 is what I've been led to believe, depending on whether they're fuel saving or not. And in the early part of the race, they probably are going to be fuel saving. So that's why I suggested it was early, very early for number 6 and 63 to be on for scheduled service. But I think they were just struggling with their tyres.
So the pass for the lead set up at the first corner. The BMW down the inside actually made that look rather easy, with the number 7 Porsche coming around the outside and putting a lap on both of them. And at the front of the field, Sebastian Bourdais now 2.5 seconds ahead of Pete Porterani. And those cars that have just made their pit stops in danger of going a lap down here to the race leader. Now, the race leader's got to make the equivalent pit stop, absolutely understand that, but safety car comes out, then things get a bit spicy. Nice pass there by Madison Snow on Alexander Sims, and that dark grey, silver and red iHeartRadio sponsored machine now leads in GTD Pro.
Change of position for in LP2 in 2nd place. Matt Brabham has just passed to Bejoy Garg, so that's number 99 car ahead of number 22. Just go across there to complete their 50th lap.
Leader is in the pit lane. Sebastian Bourdais then. And
Pipo Derani stays out, so he moves into the lead on the 52nd lap.
So that was, as you say, Jeremy, 30 laps. BMW coming in as well from 3rd place. Shea Adam is watching the stops.
Sebastian Bourdais staying in the pit lane. Scott Dixon taking over for his first stint to the race. Still hard to believe. Scott Dixon has never had a podium in the 12 hours of Sebring. Maybe that changes today. They're doing fuel and 4 sticker tires for the 01 Cadillac. For the 24 BMW, it is fuel, but not new tires. They're doing a tire pressure adjustment, at least on the left rear, but now it's Jesse Krohn for Philip Eng. And for the number 10, that's the Konica Minolta Acura. They are doing fuel and tires. I must admit, I didn't see if they did a driver change, but there was no new driver up on the wall. That is the sound of the Porsche coming in finally, and the sound of the Cadillac leaving. Great stop from Chip Ganassi's boys and girls. The number 7 Porsche is a driver change, and I believe that is Dane Cameron jumping off the wall and taking it over for Felipe Nasser. The BMW gets out just behind the Acura, very close down here on the pit lane.
CrowdStrike pit lane report, Shea Adam. So Pipo Derani, how many more laps can he go than the similar car? Team RLL. going onto the internal combustion engine. Here comes Durrani into the pit lane, the very next lap from the similar car. Now this is a battle of the pit crew, Shea.
Yeah, it is, and the critical thing was that one extra lap. We know the brains on the Whelen Engineering Cadillac know how to win races. They did it a year ago here at this one, although that was a bit more controversial, a bit more luck kind of fell into their hands, but that's all right. They are doing fuel and tires, and yes, driver change. Jack Aiken jumps over the wall, so Tom Blanca is not yet being employed in that car. Also into the pits, the number 25 BMW. This time it's Maxime Martin taking over for Connor De Filippi. We've got the 85, the JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche into the pits as well as the number 5. This is the Proton competition Porsche. So the 2 customer Porsches staying out longer than the 2 Penske Porsches. Very interesting to see that play out. For the number 5, it's going to be Jimmy Bruni taking over, as well as fuel and tires. And for the 85, it is Rick Westbrook, who is now going to be behind the wheel around Sebring, the winner here back in 2013 with the Corvette program, and Ollie Gavin and Tommy Miller.
Seems a long time ago now. Oh, that's because it's quite a long time ago, isn't it? Still a balmy 26 in the air. 79 Fahrenheit, 75 Fahrenheit or 24 on the track. That temperature's barely changed. Still got that little breeze blowing behind the cars as they go down to turn 1. Coming up to 11:30. Just gone by 11:30 as the next set of pit stops will give you a VP Racing in-race update just to bring you up to date after the pit stops for the leading cars. Looks like the GTDs are coming in as well. Mike Rockefeller has brought the Ford number 64, the Multimatic Mustang, in, and Chris Meese will take it out. Full service for that car. And the front of the field once again very, very active, and Pete Durrani did get out ahead of the 0-1, now piloted by Scott Dixon, but Dixie goes to the outside on the S's. This is very fast through here, through the 2 left kinks, and then the right-hander Scott will have the inside line and toughs it out there with the other Cadillac. And there's a touch right front to left rear. Well, no love lost between those 2 teams.
Durrani didn't want to give that up. He nudged the number 01 car heading in that transition between the left and the right there.
It's Jack Aiken, excuse me, not Durrani. There was a driver change.
Yep.
That's very interesting there.
Very interesting.
Jack did not want to give that up, but Scott Dixon had the run. So they got position in the pit stop, Jeremy. A little bit of a lock up by Scott Dixon going into 10, but gets into 13, excuse me, gets a ripper exit. Pulls alongside. Looks like a Scalextric set at the moment. Have you got the Cadillac GTP Scalextric set? Now we've got full course yellow. Incident out on the circuit. Turn 13. Looks like the Tower car has gone in at Tower Turn. Catherine Legg, by the way, has taken over the Gradient NSX. And that is a sideways impact for that car. If it is the 8, and I'm pretty certain it is, it's Michael Dinan behind the wheel. AMR safety team are there, open the right-hand side door. Drivers on the left, they're having a chat with him. It's been a substantial impact. The rear of the car is deranged. particularly on the left-hand side at the rear. Pits have closed. However, oh, he just got on the curb as he was trying to get past some GT traffic. Ian James has entered a closed pit, but that could be for emergency service because we're in the window for stops for some of these cars. I promised you a VP Racing in-race update. Let's do that quickly now. I'll give you news on what's going on with Michael Dinan and the Tower car in a second. Scott Dixon leads the motor race from Jack Aitken in second. That's the 2 Cadillac V-Series R GTPs, the gold and black number 1 and the red and grey 31. Then Brendan Hartley for the number 10 Acura for Wayne Taylor Racer with Andretti. It's the car that started at the back of the grid. They've worked their way through, help with a couple of yellows. Jesse Cron is now behind the wheel of the 4th place BMW. Good news is that, now let's just confirm that. I thought I saw the driver out of the car for a moment there. Thought I saw Michael out. Yes, I did. So, well, that's good news. He's standing up. Oh, hands on hips, hands on head. I think he thinks he made a mistake then in that case as he was coming through the traffic. Those split-second decisions, though, are very difficult to know. It's the almost the return on investment, isn't it? Of what do you do? Do you take it? Do you lose the time? Do you try and force the pass? We're coming down to another hour completed. Got down to Jesse Cron in 4th, 5th is Colton Herter for Acura, Maxime Martin for the 2nd of the BMWs. And then this is good news for all the Porsches because they're going to close up that gap, which was 20-odd seconds, and they are in order. Richard Westbrook for JDC Miller in the yellow 85. The 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, that's the one with the white stripes. The 7, the one with the black for Fred Mackavecchi and Dan Cameron. Jimmy Bruni has the Mustang sampling number 5, the dark grey car, grey and gold. And then Romain Grosjean in the 63. He is a lap down on the leader, Jeremy. Will he get away by on this then?
No, he won't, because he'd been lapped by the overall race leader, which of course is GDP. So no, he's going to stay lapped down. I mean, and unfortunately for him, I don't expect any of the GTP cars to come into the pit lane,
so he won't get that lap back.
So he won't be able to get that lap back. I mean, for those of you who are not familiar with the way IMSA works, the pits are closed now. Once everybody is packed up behind the safety car, then we'll have any cars that are in between the safety car and the respective class leaders, i.e. LMP2 and the GTs, they can go past the rest of the field, past the safety car, and then pull up to the back of the field. They hadn't been lapped by their class leader, so they're back in the correct position, if you like.
Exactly so.
And then we'll go through the pit stop sequence. We'll have the pits open first of all for the prototype cars, and then next time around for the GTs. Great piece of work again by our track services team, working with the MR safety crew. The tower number 8 is being craned onto the flatbed. They're not going to try and tow it on there. Let me finish the rundown. In LMP2, it's United Autosports number 2, Nico Pino behind the wheel of the Wins car. Then Matt Bramman for AO Racing, and then purple 99. And Bijoy Garg's been installed in the 22 United Autosports. In GTs, Madison Snow leads for Paul Miller Racing in the dark grey number 1 from the gold Alexander Sims driven number 3 Corvette, and Iron Links with Jordan Pepper in the 19 Lamborghini Huracan is 3rd. In GTD, they were the pro runners. It's Frankie Montecalvo and the Vassar Sullivan 12 from Manny Franco in the 34 Conquest Racing Ferrari, then the Magnus Racing Aston Martin number 44 in 3rd position. Pit lane CrowdStrike report. Here is Adam.
With Sebastian Bourdais. Seb, you clearly wanted to lead this race quite badly. Unfinished business after last year. What was it like when you had clean air for your Cadillac?
Yeah, I mean, the car was really good. Obviously, because of the minimum tire pressure that we have to go by, we're just on the edge, and then people was kind of holding us in a tempo that was barely comfortable to stay above target. So I felt I had, in any ways, a little bit more grip to use over the 2 stints. So when I had the chance, I got by and felt like the car was pretty good. And then dug a little bit too much, maybe. But that was a nice gap, and unfortunately, kind of got nailed by a couple bad breaks in traffic. But that's the name of the game, and yeah, it is what it is. But the Zero in Cadillac's pretty strong, and Cadillacs in general, clearly. So hopefully, it holds true the whole time. We're obviously in a kind of a wait and see phase of the track, but you still want to be positioned and be in control. We're gonna have to double stint a couple of sets of tires, which we've already done one. So if we keep getting yellows, maybe another one, then we'll be done. So we'll see, but early going.
I was going to ask about that because I know you said you maybe took a little too much out of the tires and pushing so much, but how was it when you were on the second stint of the tires? Still drivable?
Yeah, no, I only really started pushing once I got by people, and you know, at that point I was pretty confident that I was going to make it, but for sure the pressures got a little higher than I would have wanted, so I started to get a little bit of instability. But yeah, it was all under control. It's just it's difficult to gauge your pace and how much you want to keep the gap and how much you're going to be hindered by traffic. But you know, it's still early, so just also not taking a lot of chances in traffic.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Shea Adam with Sebastian Bourdais on that CrowdStrike pit lane report as we head down towards the first 2 hours completed, Jeremy. A little bit disjointed with a couple of yellows. The tower car looks to have stood up pretty well. That's the cause of this intervention by the Cadillac V-Series safety car. Michael Dynan going around the outside of a couple of GT cars coming in to the kink at turn 12 and just getting up on the curb, pitching him sideways into the tyres in the runoff of turn 13. And the irony will not be lost on all of you who know this circuit to know that was turn 13 is called Tower Turn, and it was the tower car that ended up in the tyres there. Nice and quiet on the start-finish line because the safety car is on the back straight. We'll hear them come past this time. The pits will open this time for the GTD and GTD Pro runners. Yeah, and everybody will come, won't they? Has it been a while? Let me have a look.
Yeah, no, yes. They
30 laps, 31 laps, yeah. 32 laps.
In fact, we saw the number 65 and number 23, they came in presumably needing emergency service, so they'll have to serve another. They have to come in again to top off, so they'll drop into the back. Yeah, 65 was Joey Hand, who was running fourth. Yeah.
And what was the other number you said there, Joe?
23 was in the lap before.
Right, and that was also in a closed pit, was it? That was Alex Riberas in the Hartler racing car. Shea Adam, take a deep breath. Here come the GTD and the GTD Pros.
Alrighty, so the first car that I can see hitting its marks is the number 19 Lamborghini. That is a driver change, and I believe that is Mark Bortolotti taking over. Number 12, Lexus is in, no driver change, but they are changing tires for that car. Both of the Corvettes in, both of the Corvettes doing driver changes. We've got Nick Katzberg with the full crack for the fans at home. Fuel and tires for the 4 Corvette, and for the number 3, it is Alexander Sims out of the car, and that was Antonio Garcia, the King of Spain, taking over. Reese Competizione also doing a driver change. I didn't see which driver got in. Number 23, splash of fuel only for the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and away it goes already. Back into the fast lane before Rexy can even get into its pit box for the number 77 AO Racing Corsa. That is fuel, tires, and a driver change for them. And I think that's Michael Christensen taking over because it's not a bright green helmet as Lauren Heinrich's new helmet design is. Also into the pits, we've got the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. That is Roman DeAngelis taking over for Ian James. And the number 45 Lamborghini Graham Doyle's gotten out. I think that was Danny Formal getting in. 65 Ford Mustang was the sound you heard in the background there. That was fuel and tires for them. And now it is Fred Vervish who has taken over for that car. Number 14, Lexus going back out. Fuel and tires for Ben Barnicat. He stays aboard for another stint. There's the number 83 Lamborghini. I think that was Michelle Gatting's helmet, but you'll have to double check me on the timing and scoring screen, because I must admit I didn't see who got into the car. Fuel and tires also for the number 34. That is the Conquest Ferrari. Blue on the helmet, so I think that's Cedric Spirituali, the race winner of the Invitational class at the 12 Hours of Bathurst a little bit earlier on this year. Number 120, Wright Motorsport Porsche is going back out. Adam Adelson, yet another stint. What a lion's job he's doing so far in today's race as the number 27 with Roman DeAngelis rejoins and cuts in front of the 120. That is not correct pit lane protocol, because the 120 was ahead and already in the fast lane, so race control might want to have a look at that.
Nicely done, Shea.
Thank you.
And just to...
I lied.
Did you?
Yeah, the Lamborghini did get back on the lead lap. Apologies for that. So we do have all 11 GTP cars on the lead lap because of the other pit stops right before the caution period. The Lamborghini was able to get back onto the lead lap. It fell a lap off the lead because of the early stop, but then it gained it, as you said earlier on, it did indeed gain it again once everybody else came to the pits. And
it was indeed Michelle Gatting in the Iron Dames number 83. What was the other one? Michael Christensen, definitely, because I saw the onboard from him, and he's got a very distinctive Porsche branded helmet. The number 34 was the other one, wasn't it, Shea, that you were talking about? The Conquest Racing was indeed Cedric Spirituali, so good spotting. 3 for 3 on the ones. Shea does that, by the way, by gently hovering over the pit like a drone, and just by the power of her mind going backwards and forwards. She doesn't. She stands on the outside pit wall and has far better eyes than I have, quite clearly, to spot up and down when all those cars come in. You have a split second to spot the helmet designs, or the height sometimes gives it away of the drivers before they trip the pit exit line. Excellent work on that CrowdStrike pit lane report. So we're into another hour completed, under 10 hours to go now, and let's reset the field when they come around next time around for the GT cars after those pit stops. But as it stands right now, I reckon that Winward Racing are leading in GTD with Russell Ward behind the wheel of the 57 AMG GT3. They thought they had a good car even before they turned the wheel. They had a feeling that things were looking well. Chetelaar coming in for a late pit stop, as well as a couple of other cars. What was that? That was the number 8.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, and the reason for that, John, is that they'd made a pit stop, I think, right before the caution period.
Right.
So they'd made their stops number 57, number 78, and number 96.
Just come in as well, the Adam Adelson driven Wright Motorsport car, and it's Giorgio Giotto in the Chetelaar car. Also back out onto the pit lane, in fact out of the pit lane, is Lilo Wadu Dusselier. So the Richard Mille AF Corsa Orica, which is now 13 laps down on the overall leader, so that's probably about, well, let's not do probably about, that's 12 down on LMP2. That was the car that was crashed earlier on, remember. Well, that car is restored to health. It looked absolutely pristine as it was rolling back out. We've lost the 17 AWA Chevrolet Corvette almost before it got underway. Mick Grenier's had problems with the Court of Preston number 32 Mercedes with an engine issue, and Ollie Jarvis with problems as well on the Pfaff Motorsport car. Let's go to Shea Adam, who has Alexander Sims.
Alexander, the bad news was you had to start from the back of the field. The good news is it didn't take very long to get to the front. How good is the number 3 Corvette?
Well, yeah, it's working pretty well today so far. Got to say that we had a few issues in Thursday on practice. Seemed to rectify those for qualifying, but you never quite know what it's going to do on full tanks again. But no, it seems like the car's working well. Maybe dropped off a little bit towards the end of the stint, but yeah, no, it's all I'd say decent for now. Who knows what we're going to get to come the night. Things always do change a little bit, but no, it seems to be good so far.
How was the car when you were double stinting the tires? Did you feel a big drop off in performance, or was it fairly stable?
Well, we didn't double stint the tires, so I don't know if the others did or not, but yeah, no, I think our tire allocation, with assuming we get some yellows and things, it should be all right to single stint the tires.
That could be a huge advantage to you guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks a lot, Shane.
And happy birthday for yesterday.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks.
And we're back to green flag racing, and immediately the BMW jumps to the inside, trying to make up positions in the line and get some real estate. Goes past past the number 40. It's the battle there between Maxime Martin and Colton Herter for 5th position. Martin jumping through for a moment at least. Yep, they split them up. Jesse Cron's just ahead of them. So it's BMW, it's Brendan Hartley in the Win-Taylor Acura, then the BMW, then the Acura, then the BMW from 3rd down to 6th, and they're having a cracking scrap at the front of the field. Scott Dixon's jumped away by 3/4 of a second from Jack Aiken on the restart. That's hearing that there's a problem on the Porsche number 43. That's Jarrett Andretti. He's just left the pits in that Andretti Motorsports car, but the floor is coming off that car, and they're going to have to come and do a stop plus 10 because they didn't serve their emergency service obligation correctly, and a further problem for the heart of racing number 27, who had to come in for emergency service as well, I think. Leaving with equipment attached, that'll be a drive-through as well. Porsche keys to the race. Get through to sunset, 7:30 tonight. Have patience in traffic and be tidy. We haven't. We've had a lot of untidiness, which has resulted in the really frustrating for everybody. There was a touch on the exit of turn number 1 between the BMW and the number 40 Acura on that restart. Actually a very, very good save indeed by Colton Herter, but he did lose the position to Jesse Kron. Maxime Martin was interested there for a moment as well. Running the red light at the pit exit. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's another bit of untidiness for Wright Motorsport and Adam Adelson. He'll have to come back in, and he can do about a quarter of a soft-boiled egg there. 60 seconds stop. The pit penalty box, which is a pit out, is going to be quite busy.
It is, isn't it? Just a couple of notes here in LMP2. Nico Pino now leads number 2 car for United Autosports. At the 10th and 11th positions in that class, well, 9th and 10th actually, the number 81 and number 33 that had fallen off the lead lap, they delayed their pit stops and got back onto the lead lap in that category. So the Ligier is back on the lead lap with Joao Barbosa with that car, but having got the wave around because they hadn't been lapped by the leader prior to that stop, then they elected to come in as we went back to green, so he's kind of off the tail of the rest of the pack, but he's running well and has just set that car's best lap of the race. Also the number 04 car that had the problems early on, the APR by CrowdStrike car, that has got one of its laps back now, just 1 lap off the pace in LMP2.
And that's why you keep digging. Let's check in with some of the GT battles. Heart of Racing, number 23, Aston Martin on the back straight at the moment, has the number 4 Pratt Miller Corvette for company. And that's Alex Riberas in 3rd place in GTD Pro, turning into turn 17 under the Mission Foods bridge. And behind him is Antonio Garcia. Nicky Katzberg's right there as well. Daniel Serra for Risi Competizione. Out front in GTD Pro, Ford Multimatic, and the Mustang of Chris Meese. Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing, right in his wheel tracks in second place. Then Jake Walker for Turner Motorsport. That's a GTD car. And there are 2 GTD cars ahead of the GTD Pro Battle as well, by about 3.5 seconds. Russell Ward and Misha Goikberg are up the road a little bit in respectively the Winward AMG number 57 and the 78 Forte Lamborghini Huracan.
Yeah, and their strategy that they pulled out by coming in a little bit earlier than everybody else absolutely paid out perfectly, because then when the caution came out, the pits were closed, they were able to cycle through and take over the lead in the class. That's number 57 and 78, so the 2 non-pro cars ahead of the GT4 leader. How cool is it to see that Mustang in the lead? Because that's another car that came in. We thought it was emergency service actually, but it must have been right before the caution came out for number 64, because he hasn't been in again, or if he did, he's going to serve a penalty. But again, that 64 Mustang then leads from the BMW of Neil Verhagen.
Yeah, they came in just before the caution, Jeremy, I think.
Yeah.
I remember shit in my ear. Some great battles in GTD and GTD Pro with Nicky Katzberg.
Oh, it sounds surprised.
Well, no, Nicky Katzberg's just been passed by Daniel Serra and the Risi Competizione 296 GT3 Ferrari. Meantime, in LMP2, it's second place for Matt Brabham and AO Racing in the 99 Spike the Dragon. Nico Pino is only half a second ahead of him, so target acquired there. And it's next up will be Bijoy Garg, won't it? Yes, it is, but he's about a second and a half away from the 2 leaders. He's got his own battle with Kuba Shmakovsky,
who's just set his best lap of the race last time around in car number 52.
Shea Adam has some news from the pit lane, and I'm afraid to say it's not good.
No, it's never good when you see people taking down their pit stand, and that's what happens at the Preston Cawthorpe pit box. The number 32, I put that the other way around, it's KPM, Cawthorpe Preston. They are officially out.
That was the car that had the engine trouble. We thought it might have been running a little bit hot. It was certainly making some noises that they didn't like.
Correct.
Thank you, Shea. Write that down, I'm afraid. That's the magic marker of doom for that one. Impressed by Matt Brabham back into this form of racing. Just a second or so behind Nico Pino. There's a find as well. Nico peddling that United Autosports USA car very nicely indeed at the front of the field. Took it over from Ben Keating. United Autosports really making a good fist of it over here with 2 cars for the full season. Gary Robertshaw looking after the LMP2 side of things for an increasingly busy United Autosports from Yorkshire in the north of England. They're running the McLarens in the World Endurance Championship as well. European Le Mans Series getting underway shortly for them with LMP2. Scott Dixon just holding about a second lead at the moment on Jack Aitken. 2 Cadillacs then again. I was about to say we're just over a second away from Brendan Hartley, but he's just put the fastest lap of the race in for the Acura that he's driving, the number 10. It's the Connington Minolta coloured car. So he's not letting the 2 Cadillacs get away. He's got about 3/4 of a second, oh, maybe that 2 seconds actually, back to Jesse Cron for BMW. Then the second of the Acuras, the Colton Herter driven number 40, the red and silver car. Outstanding livery on that car. And then there's about a second or so back to Maxime Martin, and then the Porsches again. Porsches in the first part of the stint sort of holding on to what's going on, running in the 51s, but the top three are all running in the 50s now.
Yeah, new best lap of the race for that particular car for Scott Dixon, the 01 car in the lead of this race. About a second over the other Cadillac of Jack Aitken. Certainly interesting to see the relative performance of the cars at this stage in the race, when they're, by and large, they're running, well, they're pretty much all on fresh tyres now, but double stinting the tyres in the early stage of the race for the first 2 or 3 stints. They're probably going to have to do that. And the Porsche certainly seem to be struggling on used tyres.
It's funny, actually, back in the old LMP1H days, the Porsche never liked used tyres in the FIA WEC either, but we seldom knew when they were on it, other than looking at the lap times. Welcome back to CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Nick Damon, who's been taking a pit stop of his own. He's back, he's in the lane, and he's with Ben Keating.
Yes, Ben, that was a busy first session for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really busy. You know, I was so excited for PJ Hyatt to get on the pole, and then I felt for him when he spun on the formation lap, just trying to warm his tires up. But no problem. They're back up there up front now. But it was fun running up front for a while with Dan, getting up in the lead. It's a lot easier to lead in these LMP2 cars. Not being behind somebody else is worth a lot of time. So it was a very, very busy session. I made a mistake, getting into the back of George in the second stint. Just trying to force the issue with the GT car, and wasn't expecting George to brake as quick as he did, but I think everybody's okay from that incident, and I was quick after the incident, so I was pretty happy with my time in the car. It was there's a lot of traffic, and traffic is difficult, but so far so good.
How much are you pushing 100% at this point? How much are you holding back?
I can tell you I'm not holding back. When you make a mistake like that, you get a little bit of the red mist going. I found myself wanting to make up for it and pushing a little bit extra hard, especially trying to get through traffic, and I was catching up to the other P2 cars. That was fun. I did some good laps there for a while, but my main issue was just making sure I don't make any more mistakes. So, it was, I'm not holding back, is the answer to the question.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Nick Damon with that CrowdStrike pit lane report. Hello to all of you tuning in around the world. My goodness, it's busy on at IMSA Radio. Thanks for the kind words on the coverage, everybody. If you are watching or listening, Sirius XM 206 here in North America at 100.9 FM at Sebring International Raceway, and around the Central Highlands region with the Voice of Sport, Highlands ESPN 1063 AM. Always good to see Barry Foster and the team. Little spin for the Porsche number 43. I think he's got away with it and pulled through the white and green machine. Yes, he has rejoined in front of a gaggle of cars, but other than that, all fine, and has continued. Race control just confirming that. That was Jared Andretti in the Andretti Motorsport car. They've had some challenges, I think it's fair to say. Ben Keating there just telling us about the spin for PJ Hyatt on the warm-up lap. We thought he'd lost positions, Jeremy, but didn't know why. But a half spin, and then clearly didn't have time to retake his grid position.
Yeah, correct. So he worked his way up really nicely during that first stint, having started out of position. He worked his way up before that first caution period. He was up into the 5th position, so he passed 7 or 8 cars. Good effort by PJ, really good effort by PJ, and a tremendous run yesterday in qualifying. He was also on pole position for one of the Asian Le Mans Series races in Dubai a little earlier this year, so he's very quickly getting to grips with this LMP2 car, having done, I mean, very little racing. He really only started a couple of years ago. So the progress he's made under the tutelage primarily of Gunnar Jeanette, who's now running this AO Racing organisation on behalf of PJ, really, really impressive. And really good head on his shoulders as well. Nice little chat to him yesterday, and he was clearly, clearly pleased with his efforts in qualifying, but not getting carried away. Although he got carried away on the warm-up lap.
We've all done it or nearly done it. Down through the years, and it did exactly the same thing in a Radical, trying to warm tyres up at Donington Park on the national circuit. Came out of the old hairpin. Oh, problem! Exit to turn 1, and as Nico Pino's just gone through and done the fastest lap of the race in his category, on the outside of turn 1, it's the Ferrari number 21 of Francois Arnault, and he was dead stick, but he's got that car running again. For a moment I thought he'd gone into the wall. I don't think that was the case. Just stopped in the AF Corsa 296, and it doesn't sound like it wants to rev as he's pulling away through turns 3 and 4, and they have had contact with the number 66 car, I'm hearing from race control. So that is under review at the moment. So there was an issue. That sounds better. That Ferrari getting back up to pace. See if we can pick up the other car involved, which was Catch Van Leg in the Gradient Racing Acura. They were battling for 11th and 12th on the circuit. We'll have a look at Catherine's car as it comes by next time around and see if there's any sign of damage. Race control having a look at that. Anything that goes on at turn 1, potentially very, very big accident there because of the speeds involved. Francois Arnault now back up to speed, because you can't see that much. In fact, I can't see any damage on the car. And then again, I can't see the right-hand side at the moment. I'll have a look when he comes past the window. 9.5 hours, a little bit more than that still to go. Just after midday here. Air temperature creeping up now. 27 Celsius, that is 81 Fahrenheit, still 75 on the track. 24 Celsius, that's barely changed. Just a little bit overcast. Yeah, went down, Catherine and Francois going down to the first corner together. Catherine on the inside. Hard to say if there was a touch there, or whether it was just the bumps that caused Arnault out. And it's a tough one to call. A very tough one to call. Francois did the right thing, on the brakes, off the brakes, on the brakes, off the brakes. Got the car pointing in the right direction, and then had to get it down through the gearbox. Often these cars are a little recalcitrant to change down. If the engine is only ticking over or not running at all, you're not going to get it to change down. You don't have the electronics talk to each other. Let's have a look at the right front. Oh, it's a tiny little scuff on the right front of the Gradient car, mainly in white this year, looking an absolute picture. Well, that didn't look like it was Ferrari red, that little scuff on the right front corner of the JG went with NSX to be tyre debris that had been thrown up. Race control see far more than we do. Well, and there we are. They've seen enough. They have the evidence, and they've called incident responsibility on Cat Leg, so she'll have to come through the pit lane for that light contact. Again, we're not talking anything malicious here or vengeful. Light contact with a car that's already on the absolute ragged edge of adhesion. Doesn't take much on the bumps here to turn someone around. Check in back at the front of the field then, with Scott Dixon leading by 2 seconds at the moment from Jack Aitken, who's got about another 2.5 seconds on Brendan Hartley. Cadillac, Acura number 10. Then it's the BMW, another 1.5 seconds further back, with Colton Herter in the red and silver, number 40 Acura from Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. Next up and just about a second further behind. In LMP2, Nico Pino leads for United Autosport by 1.3 seconds, and then it's another 2 seconds back from Matt Brabham to Bijoy Garg in the 99 EO Racing, the purple Spike Dragon, and Bijoy Garg in the 22 United Autosport. Russell Ward still leads and is the best of the GTDs, 23rd overall for the number 57 Winward Racing AMG GT3. He's the best of the GTDs as well, of course. He's now got 2.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds on Chris Meese, who's the leader in GTD Pro. The light blue number 64 Ford Multimatic Motorsport Mustang GT3. Neil Verhagen behind the wheel of the mainly grey number 1 Ford Paul Miller Racing BMW. Half a second further back, and he's got about a second on Antonio Garcia, who's 3rd in GTD Pro. In GTD, second Jake Walker is in 27th position for Turner Motorsport in the 96 BMW, and Misha Goldberg for Forte Racing has the Lamborghini Huracan number 78 in 3rd position. That's VP Racing in race updates as Catherine Lane comes in to the pit lane to serve her drive-through penalty for the contact with Francois Arnaud in the Ferrari 296.
The number 25 BMW, Maxime Martin, just lost a position to Richard Westbrook on that last lap. I think he had some issues in the traffic there, so Westbrook up into 6th position now in the best placed of the Porsches, in the BMW of Martin, and then the rest of the Porsche train there, Dane Cameron in car number 7, Jimmy Bruni in car number 5, and Fred McWerky in car number 6. And then running identical lap times is Romain Grosjean in the Lamborghini. He's about 2.5 seconds behind, and he's been that distance behind the Porsches for the entirety of this stint. Even on the first lap, he was about 2 seconds behind them, but now running exactly the same pace as the others in GTP, other than the 2 Cadillacs.
Just after 10 past midday here in Florida, 10 past 4 in the UK. Racing drivers tuned in from all over the world. They can't be here racing, but they're staying tuned in, and I can tell them that Brendan Hartley's the fastest man on the track at the moment, just in a 1:49.620. One very interested racing driver tuning in from central England, from Bedfordshire, is Felix Tandy, who's tuned in, recognised Nick's voice. He was interviewed by him recently. Felix has just made his debut in electric Bambino karting at Wilton Mill and got a very creditable podium on his first outing. Felix, nice to know that you're listening in, and congratulations on your racing. Start of a career there, possibly. New leader in LMP2, or back to the lead, should I say, for AO Racing, but it's Matt Brabham who's got ahead of Nico Pino last time around. Ryan DL in 3rd.
He's got past number 22 car then for Bijoy Garg as well.
So 2 changes there in the top 4. Nick Damon, CrowdStrike pit lane reporter.
Fuel only for the 77 up at the near towards pit out. Now looking like they're just giving a bit of they're running a bit of an airline on some of the intakes as well, but that was just a fuel stop for the 77, the green Rexy AO Porsche 911.
Michael Christensen got into that car last time around. You were quite impressed with Tandy Jr., with Felix's outing at Wilton Mill.
It's always fun to see someone learn lap by lap, and he absolutely did. I mean, he was up against some guys, they're Bambinos, and they're not allowed to be more than 8. He's up against some guys with two years experience. So basically they've been karting for a quarter of their life already.
Yes, good point. I was listening to Nick talking about it earlier on this week. Nick Tandy, Alex's dad, talking about how different it is being involved in motor racing. Even though he's running teams, he's seen people driving his own cars, but when it's your son that's out there, it's a little bit different to how you get involved. North Wales, I think, the next outing for Team Tandy in the electric Bambinos. Just on 9.5 hours to go. Hello to Gert van Kamp. Said great coverage and nice addition as I'm cooking dinner. Send my thanks to all the people behind the scenes who make this possible. A great 12 hours of Sebring. You know, that's a really good point, Gert. And thank you for reminding me, because Jeremy, Shea, Nick and myself get the glory bits. We get to talk about it and meet the drivers and such like. Behind the scenes, there is an army of people. Curry, back in London at the moment, is our London producer, making sure that the audio goes to air and the archive is getting posted. First part of the archive already being published as we speak, the first couple of hours. We've got Christine here who's looking after us in the booth, making sure that all the technical bits and pieces work here, as well, of course, as a phalanx of engineers and technicians at the circuit, and of course our intrepid camera operators, because we can't see all of the circuits here, so we have to have the TV pictures from NASCAR Productions. And they've had some very long days this week. Work has been exemplary. I loved Thursday evening. It looked absolutely sparkling. And then to finish everything off, there's a whole army of people up at the brand new NASCAR Productions Operations Centre, Global Broadcast Centre, if you will, up in Concord, North Carolina. That includes the pictures being cut. Thank you, Aaron, to our international feed producer. The replay team, who I still lovingly refer to as the Tape Apes. I've got my Tape Apes t-shirt with me on this trip to one of our friends, Brett. And they do, I'm told in my ear, they do have Tape Apes signed on the replay area up at Concord this week. Ladies and gentlemen, we salute you. And Gert, thank you very much for that submission at IMSA Radio, reminding us all about what goes into making the broadcast. And that's before we even talk about the volunteer marshals, people checking passes, parking cars. Special hello to everybody out at gate number 4 who have been brilliant with us every day that we've come in. Always get a really nice smile when we come in, and it's been the same set of people over there for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been great. The gentleman I saw last night manning the crossover over to by gate 5, and he was there from 5 o'clock in the morning until, when did we leave here?
9.
After 8 o'clock.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
So thank you very much to all of those volunteers.
Hundreds of them. I've got some news for you. Charlie Eastwood's out on track, and he's not walking around. So Tower Motorsports Oregon, the number 8 car that was in the wall at Tower turn number 13, he's back out again. So excellent work by that team, and that car with laps to make up, but again they will want to continue and get miles under the Michelin tyres.
I'm just watching, we're on board with the Ford Mustang here. That's the lap car of Adam Adelson directly ahead of him, but the Ford, a couple of laps ago...
This is Chris Meeks leading in GTD Pro, by the way.
Leading GTD Pro, and he was actually closing on Russell Ward, who's leading overall in GTD, the non-pro car, number 57 car. So the last lap was a little bit slower for Christopher Mees, but he's hanging on ahead of Neil Verhagen. And Antonio Garcia's right there, and Daniel Serra's just a little bit farther back in the Ferrari as well. But this Ford is really running strongly.
Oh.
They had a good result at Daytona, the top 6 for the first time out with this brand new car. But I spoke to various people yesterday, and they weren't nearly this. The comments that I heard didn't suggest as run as strong as this in the early stages of the Sebring 12 hours.
It's
the car's
still
close to their chest.
well, and it is still a very new car, and yes, they've been tested. But what do you do first? You get the reliability first, and then you tune for speed. And Chris Meese is a very experienced driver, particularly in GT, so he knows exactly what it should feel like. And all the drivers, indeed, we would say that in that programme. So it'll be a case of them now looking for tunable performance. And at the start of a car, Corvette the same. There's a Corvette of Antonio Garcia not too far. The top three, by the way, in GTD Pro, Ford Mustang, BMW, Chevrolet Corvette, are within a second and a half of each other. Daniel Surra just a little bit further back, maybe a couple of seconds further back for Risi in the 296. But you unlock a lot of performance early on in a car's development, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, you just look at the order in the GT in general. We've got Mercedes, Ford, BMW, Chevrolet, Ferrari, a second Chevrolet, then a BMW, then a Lamborghini, then a Lexus, then an Aston Martin. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Isn't that 9 out of the top 10 are all different and all running within 5 seconds or so of each other? Remarkable. And we've been green now for.
What have you just said?
Well, no, my point was we've got fairway in there. And the other interesting note there is the Lamborghini SC63, the brand new GTP car, that's now running a second and a half behind that train of Porsches. It was 2.5, or between 2.5 and 3. But Romain Grosjean turning some nice consistent laps there in the low 151s. Last time around was a 151.3 for the Frenchman. 51.3, his best lap was a 51.2. So again, really good consistency this far into a stint for that brand new to him certainly is Lamborghini. Just a one race under that car's belt in the WEC opener a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and they realise it's going to be a learning process as well. Been a couple of changes around in management in Lamborghini Squadra Corsa as well, which at this stage of a programme could potentially be a little bit disruptive when you've had the same team developing the car and then all of a sudden there are changes. Yeah, that's big companies, you don't know, do you? So odd one, but the race team will get their heads down and just try to keep developing. They've got a very busy summer before they get to, or spring and early summer before they get to the big races at Le Mans, and got the sailing 6 hours of the Glen here in June. Scott Dixon, by the way, has pulled another second or so on Jack Aitken in the similar car, 01 black and gold livery, recognising the 50th anniversary of Cadillac technical partner Mobil 1, and it's now 3 seconds actually between Scott Dixon and Jack Aitken. Scott's been absolutely hammering the low to mid 150s, 150.779 that time around. He had a little bit of traffic. Fastest Porsche last time around, Richard Westbrook, and that car's fastest lap of the race actually, the JDC Miller number 85 car, 150.730. So pretty much the same lap time as Dixie did, but that's the fastest car of the Porsche, the fastest lap of the Porsche's race, whereas Dixie's car, Cadillac, has done a 150.1, so half a second quicker. The Porsche does not like the heat of the day.
Well, the factory Porsches don't, apparently, but the privateer car there, Richard Westbrook, as you say, in this stage in the race, that has definitely been the best of the Porsches. It's now, what, 5, 6, seconds ahead of the best of the factory cars, which is Dane Cameron in the Daytona winning car number 7. Because, you know, again, very, very early, you know, 9 hours and 15 minutes remaining in this race. So at this point, it's just about logging laps, keeping everything clean, not making any mistakes. That's the primary focus. And it could well be that the whole kind of, you know, balance of the field, as opposed to balance performance, is very different once we get into the hopefully slightly cooler overnight hours. But certainly this cloud cover is making things a lot better, I think, and easier, a little bit easier, or less difficult to manage the tyre wear.
Question coming in from Sebi Kerner. Says, is the SC63 racing here this weekend the same car that raced at Qatar in the FIA WEC? The short answer to that is I don't know.
Pretty sure it's not.
I don't think it is, for the simple reason is it isn't the work of a moment to change the cars between the two specifications. The logging loom in particular is entirely different for WEC as it is to here in IMSA, and that's a good day's job to change over. And I wouldn't have thought there would have been time to get the car here and get that done. Although the other reason I don't think it is because with the worries about transportation in the Red Sea area, all of the cars from Qatar were flown back to air freighted back to Europe, or are being air freighted back to Europe, in order to be ready for Imola in a couple of weeks' time to avoid any potential issues. So I would think that this is a US or IMSA specific chassis. Don't know for sure though, and it's a good question, so we'll ask that. Nick's in the lane at the moment, and we'll ask that and see if we can get a definitive answer, but my deduction would be that it is a separate chassis. Good battle going on at the front of LMP2 as Ryan DL has caught Matt Brabham, turn 7, and the purple number 99 has the blue number 18. That's AO versus ERA. Ryan DL, target acquired. Runs deep into turn 10, lovely line through there. Now, past the, we've got a Porsche with a front wing hanging off, and that's the Andretti car. We've seen this before with the right front fender has come adrift. Nick Damon is down at Lamborghini and has Andrea Caldarelli.
I'll give you an idea of how humid it was. Andrea was looking so sweaty, I thought he was Matteo who could just go out of the car. Andrea, you're watching the Lamborghini's progress over these first couple of hours. I mean, is it slightly off the pace, or are you deliberately hanging back at the moment?
No, I mean, I don't think so. We know that we have to do, you know, we want to finish the race first. That's our first goal, and we didn't do much testing here, and we discovering the car even during the race, so we're trying still a few different things during the race, and I think our pace is getting better and better now, so hopefully by the end of the race we're going to improve even more from Thursday.
You say you've been testing the car but not enough, so this is a completely different car from the WEC machine?
No, it's not.
Different chassis though, yeah?
Yeah, it's different chassis, but it's not like a different car. It's just, of course, every time we go out on the track, it's something new for us, and we discover something more. So naturally, we're just getting better and better.
Did you get like a whole, many hard disk drives information from the WEC team after Qatar?
No, I mean, we work very closely. All the crew works very, very well together. We share information. So let's say we got a very nice message from the crew to wishing us a good luck, and also some good data from Qatar, and so we're starting already from a good point thanks to them.
Andrea, thanks very much, and keep cool.
Thank you.
And we have a full course yellow, John.
We do indeed, and it's for Lila Wadu de Cellier She's out of the car being the 88 AF Corsa Richard Mille LMP2. It's gone straight on at turn 7. She left the car quite quickly, as if she was worried possibly about fire in that car, and she's pointing the marshals over to it, so not sure at all, and she's being quite insistent. Now back over the wall and heading to the intervention vehicle, now chatting with the AMR safety team. Leila Wadou, phenomenal talent and fully deserving of this LMP2 drive. Era Motorsport into the pit lane with the number 18, which was battling for the lead in LMP2, because this yellow flag has not come at a good time, Nick Damon, and the pits are closed.
Yeah, we're going to get a couple of P2. I think also just in the number 2, the Nigo Pinot car. We're obviously started by Ben Keating. It was definitely 5 elephants, by the way, for Era, so they're okay. Ben Keating car, well, should we call it? It's the Wins car, isn't it? Here it comes. That one's gone through, and it also had 5 seconds. There is a third P2 coming towards me, which is a greeny machine. It's not the Interpol car, so I'm going to have to wait for it to come past me.
I think that's TDS, the number 11 car.
And it looks like it is the, yep, absolutely, it's the number 11 TDS, Phil the Taff. That's one of the other top teams. It got a bit further in Daytona. Of course, it was about 2 hours in where they punched the wall, wasn't it? But that obviously going right up to the lane of shame, or the row of woe, or the annex bit after the end of the normal pit lane. But it looks like it's just those 3 who need fuel now. Into Europol as well, snuck in while I was looking the other way. So 4 of the P2 cars have come in.
They all on their 24th lap as they came to the pit lane. That's about it for LMP2 cars. So they've had to come in and take emergency service. But actually, it's the whole of the top 4, so nobody's really been disadvantaged.
No,
in fact, all the
number 9
top
car did not come in.
Ah, did it not?
No.
Oh, you're right. Matt Brabham has it. He's going to try and hang on till they open out. But otherwise, the rest of the top 6 is coming. Yeah,
and it's amazing, actually. Each of the caution periods has come just when the P2 cars kind of needed a pit stop. Well, 2 of the 3, let's put it that way.
So our third intervention of the Cadillac V Series of the... Actually, that's a Cadillac V Series. That's a Lamborghini Urus. My apologies. As the light blue safety car has picked up Scott Dixon's Cadillac. That is a V Series, and the wave by, or the pass around, should I say, is going on. This has closed everybody back up again, and everyone at Porsche takes a sigh of relief. And it will mean that the top 11 again remain, Jeremy, on the lead lap as Leila Wadou's car again. I don't know whether this is a deliberate tactic or protocol, but it really helps the recovery to have the flatbed and the crane working in tandem with the special lifting straps that they are provided by IMSA, and basically crane the car onto the flatbed and it's gone. Never mind messing about, lowering the flatbed, getting the flatbed into the right place, and then trying to winch it up onto the flatbed. Oh, now that I'm looking at that car, there might be a problem with the right rear not pointing quite in the right direction on this AF Corsa Richard Mille. Nick Damon has more P2s for emergency service.
Yeah, it's that one car that we thought was going to get away with it. It's not. It's the 99 Air Racing with Matt Brabham on board. That's come in for his 5 elephant stop, and it was 5 elephants, so they'll be fine as well.
Excellent. Good stuff. What Nick is talking about there is that the pits are closed at the moment. However, and this is a great rule, if you need what's called emergency service, so if you're running out of fuel, or if you've got a flat tyre, got some damage that could be dangerous to others, you're allowed to come into the pit lane and have 5 seconds of fuel, no more, or fix damage that's could either get you stranded out on the track or be dangerous for others. So if you had a flat tyre, for example, you could change to one tyre. If you had a bit of bodywork that was falling off, you could take that off and maybe put a new body panel on. What you can't do is any service, so you can't change drivers or anything like that. That would be, that'll get you a long penalty. That'll get you a stop plus 60 probably. The other half of that, Jeremy, is that once you've done the emergency service, you do have to come in again, don't you? That's part of the regs as well.
Yeah, you've got to come in, so it'll drop you to the back. So yeah, all of those cars have got to come in one more time.
Yeah. Which they'll want to anyway, because 5 seconds of fuel won't won't really do them any good.
Yeah, it'll get them to when the pits are open, and that's a little bit more, but that's about it.
So they'll come in for full service once the pits open for GT. Oh, sorry, do that again. For prototypes.
Should be probably next time around, I would think.
Can't think it's going to be that far away. Quite a busy apron at Sebring Regional Airport, former Hendrick Field. Not quite as busy as North Carolina's in the NASCAR season. But, certainly a few very comfortable looking aircraft parked up there this weekend. This former training base for World War II crews on the B-17, and named after Lieutenant Hendrick, Floridian native, who was a B-17 pilot and went over to the UK to train the RAF on what we called the B-17 RAF 2s, 1s, I think, 17Cs it was. And sadly, he lost his life within 3 days of getting to the UK at a little place called Polbrook, which is just round the corner from where I live. 28th of July, he lost his life. I'll be over to pay my respects at the memorial there to him and all of his colleagues. Into the pit lane, Nick Damon has the GTP field, including Scott Dixon.
Yeah, we've got the leader that's coming to stop. That's the gold 01. Scott Dixon staying on board, no tyres. Tyres for the Mustang Sab, number 5 Porsche. Tyres for the 24 BMW. 25 BMW not apparent, so 25 BMW not stopped this time. The 85 JD Minnesota, no tyres. The 40 and the 10, both Acura's no tyres. So the 40's coming at a very jaunty angle that's going to prevent the 10 getting out very well. From a distance, it appears to be the same issue with the 2 Porsches as was before, as they are wobbling the 6 backwards to give it clearance on the 7. Neither have left yet. There goes the 31. We don't think that had tyres either. I have to be honest, if the Porsche guys were really quick, they could have done tyres, so I'll have to take advisement on that. Porsche's away, the 10's away, the 40 now has been 40. Oh, very nice work by the driver, the 40 Acura. He effectively, like 80 degrees spun turn. It was facing the wall, but he gave it full power and turned it around. So Colton heard it there. Excellent work, because if that got wrong, you just would smash it into the wall. And they're going, so we've got some of the P2s also now coming who had their emergency service. So yeah, everyone came in, and again, a mixture of tyres, but the 25 didn't, and I don't know why.
Maxime Martin would be the 25 BMW, so he cycles to the front of the field. Was he on a different strategy?
No.
No, I didn't think so. So he's coming round to complete his 30th lap now, and he's going to drop all the way at the back if he pits.
No, did we see this at Daytona when the 2 BMWs didn't come in together often? They were sort of giving themselves more room in the pit box. Can't imagine you don't want to do that. I mean, it's going to cost him 5 positions.
Yeah.
Which seems kind of...
For the sake of a lap.
Yeah.
One thing we didn't get the bottom of, and Nick, after this pit stop cycle, maybe you want to have a little saunter up to Porsche Penske Motorsport, find out why the very long stop for the 7 earlier on. And they clearly knew it was going to be a long stop, because they wiggled the 6 behind it as soon as it came in, even though it came in second. and they seem to be doing some work. Now, ultimately, it's not cost them anything because we've had some interventions by the Lamborghini Urus safety car, but it's just a bit of an odd one, that. Also, the Andretti Motorsport Porsche will be coming in, I presume, this time around. And that car, just keep an eye on that, Nick, because that is the number 43 car, isn't it? And that car has a right front wing fender that is making its bid for freedom. So just keep an eye on that as we head back to Nick for a CrowdStrike pit lane report on the pit stops for GTD and GTD Pro.
Here they all come. Leading the way is the Mercedes AMG, number 57 of Winwood Racing. We've got the 64 Cadillac, and they all fly in, both the Corvettes right in front of me. And it's tyres and fuel for the two Corvettes, but no driver. Driver change for that Winwood car, the 23 Aston Martin, all over with tyres. The number 1, the Paul Miller Racing, that's a full service, including driver change and tyres. 27 Harder Racing car is a driver change as well. Looks like, yep, that's going through there. To my right, it's a kind of a mixture. There's a real kind of mix. Everyone's taking tyres, everyone's taking fuel, but it's kind of a toss-up if they're going to change driver. I don't think either of the Works Mustangs change drivers. There is a slight problem on the rear of the number 4 Corvette. They are... I think he did a very, very quick bleed of the brakes, actually. I think they've always had a long pedal on that number 4 Corvette. They've got the brake bleeding system, and they're very, very quickly at very high temperatures, so I'm really impressed by that. They're only hoping that's going to give him more confident brake performance. That will, of course, have shuffled them a long way down the order, because an extra 10 seconds sitting there trying to work out what's going on, or sort out the brakes, has cost them probably 7 or 8 positions from what was a very good starting position. The remnants, I should say, the last runnings of the various cars come past, with the 21 that's had problem, that was the red Ferrari, and the Forte Lamborghini, the last 2 out. And I didn't see anything at the Andretti car, so it could be doing anything with its wing.
Right, okay. Thank you, Nick. I'll keep an eye on that. I have the answer, actually. You don't have to go to Porsche Penske Motorsport, and I'm indebted to Jack Benyon for this. I have to say I missed this about an hour ago, but Porsche Motorsport at Porsche Racers, if you're not following them already. The number 7 had to do a full power cycle during the first pit stop under yellow because a data logger was not working properly, and that's what dropped Felipe Nasr down from P3 to P10 in that first stop. So a full power cycle, Jeremy. I know you'll want to make a note of that. Data logger, not data logging, at least not working properly. So that's
yeah, because we saw at Daytona the Porsches, they were having some problems with their pit stops. Was it too much energy or not enough energy or whatever it was?
Yeah, they were over-consuming.
Yeah, exactly. And the amount of power or energy they're able to use during a stint has been modified for this weekend. Less, basically, is the short answer. But number 7 car, clearly that was a short stop for them, because they vaulted all the way from the 8th position to, well, the lead of those that didn't pit. The only one that didn't pit was number 25 BMW for some reason. So Dane Cameron now finds himself in 2nd position ahead of the 2 Cadillacs, which did change positions during that round of pit stops.
And now the leader comes in, Maxime Martin. Don't understand this at all, if I'm honest.
No, there's a couple of stragglers. There's also the Proton Ford Mustang, the bright blue machine. The 55 cars come in. Right, so comes to the feet. Maxime Martin stops. They're going to do. Certainly, they're doing the left side tyres. I can't think you do half a set of tyres here. Left side tyres being done. Let's see if they wander around and do right side tyres. But there's a little bit of those pressurised bottled fuel fill-ups going on, but no, I think it's left side tyres only actually on this one. Interesting, just a pair of tyres, and they are doing some work, or they were doing a little bit of work on the brake inlet air, so the air for the brakes on the rear left. So obviously they've also got a slight problem and about to roll out. And there he goes. So yeah, so they just 2 tyres, left side only, and there's a problem at the pit out. Is it just a red flag? Is it just a red flag as they went to go through?
Or a red light till everybody went through.
Right, not someone stalled again this time.
No, indeed not. Thank you, Nick. CrowdStrike pit lane report from Nick Damon. Just under 9 hours. So we are in now to the run to the first tranche of points, aren't we? Because at the end of the next hour, Jeremy, is the first awarding of Michelin Endurance Cup points.
Good point. Yes, indeed.
We just keep reminding ourselves of that, shall we?
Yes, good point. Good point. Yeah, major shuffling of positions here then, isn't it? So we're going to go Dane Cameron in the lead with that pit stop for number 25 BMW. So all of a sudden, curious to know how they managed that. Just short fuel in the car, I guess. And it's the only way they can make up that many positions, do a much shorter pit stop than anybody else.
Yeah. You got to wonder what that does to them later on in the stint as well, don't you? If it, so I am.
That's our fourth different leader then in this race will be Dane Cameron as we complete the 84th lap, the 6th lead change. What, 3 hours, just over 3 hours, Ian, as you said.
Now, we told you about this new addition for IMSA with the energy monitoring system that we have in real time now. And a couple of people, including Mr. Shaw, has asked me to find it again. And it is on imsa.com/GTP-telemetry. So imsa.com/GTP- and the minus sign telemetry, TELEMETRY. And that tells me at the moment that Maxime Martin has 100% of his energy. And he's doing 64 kilometers an hour,
Oops,
59.
can't find this page.
Really?
imsa.com/GTP/telemetry.
GTP-telemetry.
Ah.
There you go. Live IT support on our broadcast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the responsible adults.
Yes,
down in the pit lane, we've got an unexpected item in the pit lane area. Nick, and it's not Nick Damon, it's a car.
It's the 40 Acca, and this is the one that parked at a jaunty angle coming into the pit stop last time. It had to avoid its teammate, the 10. It came in quite an oblique angle before Colton Herder spun it away. That was a really long slug of fuel, so my only guess is they actually didn't, because of where it was, which obviously positioned the fuel filler nowhere near where it needed to be. It's several, well, at least a metre or two too far to the left, effectively. Perhaps they couldn't get enough fuel in, because that was a long fuel fill there. I mean, he's going to go to the back of the GTP. It's not the end of the world, but not a thing to happen. You know, another little error in the pit lane.
Interesting, Nick, because he was showing as having full tank. Who isn't on that imsa.com/GTP-telemetry is Dane Cameron. So Jeremy's speculation was entirely correct. That was a time stop, Jeremy. They've done that for track position, haven't they?
Yeah, it would appear so. So now we're going to see for the first time what pace the Porsches really do have,
Yes,
at least at this stage in the race.
At the front of the field. With the air temperature as warm as it has been today at 27 degrees, that's 81 Fahrenheit, 75 on the track. It's been pretty constant, that's 24 Celsius.
Stop there with the... So what were we saying about the Colton Herder's car?
Came back into the pits.
Because?
A further top up of fuel,
Yeah,
I think.
fine.
It was
So
thinking that it came in at a strange angle and maybe they didn't get all of the fuel into it.
So a very different order we're going to have then for the restart.
Oh, yes.
I think every car has changed position. Yeah, it has. Every single car has changed position
Well,
in
Jack
GTP.
Aitken's in the same place. He's still
Yeah,
second.
that's true. He's still second. You're right. Yeah,
So
right.
let's run through that, actually. It's a good point, Jeremy. At the top of the field, as the number 4 Corvette has gone straight on at turn 7, but now refires and continues. Here's our VP Racing in race updates. Remember, they were adjusting the brakes, we thought, at the last stop on that number 4 Corvette. Dane Cameron for Porsche Penske Motorsport with a timed stop and only 70% of his energy allowance in that car as it stands. Then now the Jack Aitken car is second, the number 31. Meantime, the number 40, which made that late stop, is pushing really hard to get through the field. That's down in 11th. So 7:31.01, Scott Dixon. That's how they'll restart. That's our VP Racing in race update. And the Porsche gets a decent jump off the line, but has to push to the wall. And here comes Aitken right across the white line towards driver's left. The Porsche goes wide and Aitken will try again. And the Porsche almost makes contact. Dane Cameron pushing Jack Aitken right to the edge of the track. Fierce defence by the Porsche driver there, desperately trying to get his tyres up to temperature and pressure. And he's, for the moment, consolidated his position at the front of the field. Scott Dixon in third with a watching brief at the moment. Richard Westbrook in the 85 JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche 963 in fourth position, ahead of the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsports 963. And then it's Jimmy Bruni. So 4 Porsches in the top 6 at the moment. That was very tight indeed down towards turn number 1 as Jack Aitken was pressing the matter. Then he got pushed again to driver's left as they went up through turn 2 to turn 3. How far across was the wheel in Cadillac? Well, he had 2 wheels over the white line, and if he'd had any more, he'd have been scraping the wall on driver's left there. So stout defence, robust defence, shall we say?
Was that in reaction to?
Well,
pretty darn close.
I think certainly coming into turn 3, he reacted. He being Dane Cameron, who leads the motor race.
He's been doing WC the last couple of years, so he's learned those tricks.
There were some penalties thrown out for pushing people towards the pit wall at Qatar, which I was very pleased to see. It's one of my least favourite things in the world, that, pushing people up towards a pit wall. And there was some in the single seaters as well.
New leader in LMP2, and Mikkel Jensen has jumped from 4th to 1st in the TDS car number 11 to take the lead from Bejoy Garg in number 22. Then the Dragon Speed car, Rasmus Lind is driving that car at the moment, followed by Tom Dillman in the Inter Europol PR1 car, that's number 52 in 4th position. Then Ben Keating, the United Autosports number 2 car. Then young Seth Lucas in car number 20 for MDK by High Class Racing. Then the Daytona, it's Dwight Merriman who's at the wheel of the ERA car now, having taken over from Ryan DL. He's running in the 7th place in the class, just ahead of Lance Willsey, who's back at the wheel of the number 33 Sean Creech Motorsports Leisure, who's back on the lead lap, as is, by the way, the number 70, not 74 car. Yeah, the 74 car had lost a lap, it's now regained it.
And there was an emergency service for the number 20 High Class Racing LMP2, the MDK by High Class. They're going to have to come in. They did not serve their emergency services obligation correctly. That'll be a stop and 10-second hold for Seth Lucas. Shea Adam is back in the lane. Good afternoon to you, Shea, at Wright Motorsports.
Hello. Yes, just as I got back in the lane, it was Red Motorsport doing a pit stop. It was full service, 4 tires, fuel, and a driver change. Adam Adelson out. He was in from the beginning of the race, and now Jan Halen is installed behind the wheel of the 120. They've got a little bit of work to try and get that Porsche back up into contention, but what a great job for an opening stint from Adam Adelson to drive that entire time. It's warm down here, guys, and this is his first experience at Sebring.
At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch on the socials, our CrowdStrike pit lane team, Shea Adam and Nick Damon, along with John Hindhoff and Jeremy Shaw in the global broadcast booth. We've just relit the touch paper after full course yellow for the AF Corsa number 88, and Lila Wadou Dusselier off the track in turn 7, but it looked like it pulled off rather than crashed off, and Leela wanted to be out that car pretty quickly, so not sure what she'd seen. There's nobody on their pit box at the moment, so that car's was craned onto the flatbed and then taken back to the paddock. So Jeremy, you said we're going to find out what the Porsche can do with effectively 3/4 of a fuel stop done, and they're doing 51s, 51.3 against the 51.2 of Jack Aiken, against the 51.7 of Scott Dixon. But this is an interesting ploy by Porsche Penske Motorsports, because they know that you can't push too hard at the beginning of a stint. And therefore, if they're a bit lighter and they can save their tyres in terms of the lightness of the car and less dynamic load being put into it, they know that they're in pretty good shape, because nobody else wants to push their tyres harder with a full fuel load to get by them. I think this is really clever thinking.
Really interesting, isn't it? And of course now...
Is Tim Cindric on that box by any chance?
Probably.
Yeah.
Now, by the way, it's much less of a haze, isn't there?
Correct. There's shadows from the cars.
Exactly.
First
Clear
time
shadows now. Yeah, over the last 45 minutes or so, it's just got sort of brighter and brighter, and that means more sun on the racetrack, and that means a warmer racetrack.
And it's gone up actually now to 27 Celsius, the racetrack. That's 81 Fahrenheit. It's the hottest it's been all day today, and that's up 3 degrees Celsius in the last, half an hour or so. Not necessarily the best thing, that, particularly for the Porsches. So, Jeremy, now the games are starting to be played. 45 minutes to the first set of Michelin Endurance Challenge points.
Yeah. Question is, can they get there without needing another stop? It's going to be awfully close. We went green with 53 minutes to go, if you like, to the 4-hour mark. That's about what these cars can do, 53, 54 minutes. And most of them, of course, has run an extra couple of laps. I tell you what, that is probably why number 25 car came in a little bit later than everybody else. And number 40 came in to do that splash as well a lap afterwards, conceivably.
Yes, that could explain it.
But it doesn't explain why the number 7 car short stopped it, because that's definitely going to have to come in before the 4-hour mark.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Unless they fail. Again, maybe they think it is worthwhile for them at this stage of the race just to try something a little bit different and split the strategies of their cars. Let's go down to BMW and we can ask Nick Yellerly about that. It seemed a rather odd choice to leave that car out 1 lap longer.
Nick, you've got everyone upstairs in the booth talking about this. Why did you wait 2 extra laps and lose track position in that last stop?
To be honest with you, you would have to ask BMW. I don't know quite the reasoning behind it, as I'm afraid. But yeah, obviously they know what they're doing, and I trust everything going on up there, I would say.
One of the theories is that it's to make sure you have enough fuel to reach the 4-hour point for the Michelin Endurance Cup points. Are the Endurance Cup points things you discuss in the strategy meetings or bonuses?
I think it's something that definitely people will talk about. But yeah, I'd say with more bonuses, we're just focused on the end result.
Both cars going well. Are you pleased with the BMW performance of the first 2 hours?
Yeah, I would say so. Obviously, the qualifying was a bit of a lottery. Car 24, car 25 only got the 1 lap, just more because of where you are in the pit lane. So if you didn't get everything together for that lap, it was difficult to qualify at the front. But yeah, hell of a long way to go.
Thanks, Nick.
Cheers.
Well, to start out your first ever 12 hours of Sebring with a triple stint, when the longest you've ever run here before, Adam Adelson, was about 30 minutes. How exhilarating was it to be out there on the track for 3 hours and get all your drive time done in one go?
Well, considering it was my first triple stint in my entire racing career at arguably the most difficult track on drivers, one of the most difficult tracks on drivers in the world, I'm just ecstatic to not really have put too many feet wrong. Some minor mistakes, but nothing that we can't recover from. And you know, the team's been working so hard, and I'm just so proud of where they got the car to be and the entire effort. And I couldn't have asked for a better first Sebring 12 hours so far, at least. Yeah.
Is that you done for the day now? It's just going to be Elliott and Jan for the rest of the race?
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan, but you know, I'm going to be on standby on reserve. You know, I'm still feeling good. Gonna rest up a little bit just in case, but you know, I couldn't think of 2 better drivers to hand the car off to, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you, thank you.
And I wish you guys could see his mom's dress for the occasion. She's got one that's dressed just like the car livery with 120 and Adelson written on the back with an American and an Israeli flag. It's just a thing of beauty. Just before you leave me, I mentioned drive time, 1 hour minimum.
Side by side coming out of turn 17, and there was contact between Dane Cameron and Jack Aitken, but Aitken has muscled his way through into the lead of the race. That had been boiling up for a little while, and as they came out of turn 17, it was the Whelen Engineering Cadillac driver who was, I think, the most determined. So that's put a little bit of a spanner in the works to the Porsche plan. Now, Dane Cameron with just 45% of his energy, had a decent run into turn 17. Jack Aitken just let the brake off in the first part of 17 and went to the inside. Loads more grip, huge amount of grip on the inside. Almost like a motorcycle pass, actually, where you get side by side, then just release the brake. And that Cadillac is riding the bumps so well. And he's immediately pulled out about a second, and now it's Scott Dixon who's hunting down the Porsche. Shea, sorry, let's come back to you for those drive times that we were talking about.
Very easy for us to keep track of. 1 hour for the pro cars, so GTP and GTD Pro. 3 hours for the non-pro cars, LMP2 and GTD.
Thank you, Shea. 1 and 3, easy one to remember. Oh, a little bit of an impediment there for the now new leader for Whelen Cadillac, Jack Aitken, as he came up behind the Andretti Motorsport Porsche onto the back straight. But the Porsche could not, the GTP Porsche couldn't manage to take advantage there. Scott Dixon in third place, trying to close down Jan Halen, by the way, took over the right number 120. Just heard Shea talking to Adam Adelson in our CrowdStrike pit lane report. So Dane Cameron now in second position. LMP2, Mikkel Jensen leading as into the pit lane off sequence.
Is that its penalty, is it?
Oh, is that the penalty? Yeah, that was the improperly served service for, you're right, for high class, MDK high class. That'll be a 10-second hold at the end of the pit lane there as well. Let's talk about some fast laps. Tatiana Calderon has just put in the NSX's fastest lap of the race, 2:02.417. She's within a second and a half of Miguel Molina in the AF Corsa Ferrari. That's a battle for 8th and 9th in GTD. A little further up, we have Harter Racing, Alex Riberas, the number 10, the position 10 rather, for the number 23 car. Just put that car's fastest lap of the race. And Gavi Chavez has just put the Andretti Motorsports Porsche 43 car fastest lap of the race. He's down in 19th position in that huge GTD class. Now through the traffic once again, here comes the Cadillac, and it's managed to nip past the Porsche. Second place goes away from Dane Cameron. He jinks out from behind the Wintilla Racing Lamborghini. And there's still an opportunity to get back. Cameron has a look up the inside. Dixon moves over as he goes past the Chetala Ferrari, the blue car, through turn 3. So Dixon now up to second position, and it's back to Cadillac being 1 and 2. Traffic again playing its part. About 4 seconds between first and second at the moment. Well, Dane Cameron fought the good fight. Hasn't been able to hold back the Cadillacs for as long as he would have liked.
So Gar Robinson making a pit stop there for the Riley team, so he can get to the 4-hour mark from here. So it's another full course caution that will definitely play into his favour, because he will cycle his way to the front, because everybody else will have to make a pit stop as well.
Shea was watching.
Strategy once again for Bill Riley.
Shea was watching that. It was full service, and Josh Burton getting into that car. 4 new Michelin tyres and a full tank of VP racing fuel. Josh will rejoin in a moment or two. Dane Cameron now down to 40%. Fred Macko 55, Richard Westbrook 60, Jimmy Bruni 60. Oh, now we've got side by a problem, sorry, excuse me, we've got a problem for the number 9, Faf McLaren. Slow on the track, coming out of turn 16 and onto the back straight. Beautiful bit of driving in traffic, by the way, by Scott Dixon to get that second place. I am not sure.
In all that shuffling around there, the number 6 car was a big loser. It lost several positions, and the BMWs have leapfrogged both number 6 and number 5 car, which lost even more ground. Jimmy Bruni, he lost a lot of ground on that last lap.
That is not a happy sounding McLaren. Almost sounds like the pit limiter is on. I'm sure that's not the case. They were having issues earlier on, let's not forget. Drivetrain problems, question mark. That car was back in the awning for quite a long time, and they were looking at the back of the car. Now it is a mid-engine car, and obviously you've also got the transmission there.
Yeah, 6 seconds or more, that group battling for 5th position overall. It was led by number 6 and the 5 and the 24, then the 10, number 25 last time around. This time around it's completely different because the 2 BMWs, whoops.
Right, so it isn't just a problem for the number 9 McLaren. It's taken a hit at turn 16, and the Lexus was involved there. The 12 car And there's debris all over the exit at turn 16.
Yellow, haven't we?
I would not be surprised. Also hearing, by the way, whatever the problem was for AF Corsa, it was bad enough that 88 AF Corsa Richard Mille car is now retired. And that accident was caused by a Porsche spinning at turn 16.
Well, that goes number 5 car, most likely.
No, sorry, GT Porsche.
Oh, GT Porsche, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and
then to Bruni then.
So into the pit lane for the number 52 into Europol by Matteson. And the McLaren's now in as well. Very, very slowly coming through. And being passed in the pit lane, in fact. But again, a reminder that this car's had a hit as well as any other problems that were ailing it earlier on. This car's already been back to the paddock.
Yeah. It's going to be a long day for that FAF team.
It's going behind the wall, yeah. And hearing now that the other car involved with the Lexus and that McLaren was Klaus Bachler for MDK Motorsports in the number 86 Porsche.
Porsche, okay.
So that was the spinning car that they collected. So I wonder if that's the last time we'll see that FAF McLaren today. There's a look of, well, a knowing look from the driver as that FAF McLaren with James Hinchcliffe behind the wheel. James Hinchcliffe has the unhappy record of having never finished a WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race. Right, let's get back to the action, coming down to 8.5 hours. Jack Aitken leads from Scott Dixon, 3.5 seconds now.
6th start, by the way.
6th start for James Hinchcliffe without a finish. First time he's raced outside of Daytona. Fire extinguisher not properly manned for the number 99 car. That's going to be a drive-through. Matt Brabham will have to come back in again. Oh, these are the things we were talking about in Porsche. Keys to the race. You know, get to the darkness. Get a 7:30 sunset. Be patient in traffic and be tidy. Get it sorted. All of these little things add up. Iron Dames with a problem at turn 3. Number 83, the pink Lamborghini. They've not really shown any pace this weekend either. It's Michel Gatting behind the wheel of that car. In 17th in GTD. Sitting 50th overall. Yes, that's right, 50th. That is pretty cool, isn't it, to have this many cars. The incident involving the FAF McLaren and Klaus Bachler for MTK is under review, by the way. So, front of the field, it is 5 seconds now between Jack Aitken and Scott Dixon, with Dane Cameron another 5 seconds further back. He's the head of the Porsche train.
From the BMWs into
the
pits.
Jesse Krohn into the pit lane in the BMW number 24. And this cannot, Shea Adam, be a standard stop.
No.
Oh, it's Nick Damon, is there?
Yeah, and it is the rear deck's coming off. They've done a full driver change, new rear deck going on, full fuel at the same time. Now, whether they see, I didn't get a chance to see the. Obviously, it must be a damage. They don't really do a tune-up on the car, so it must be damage on the left rear of the machine, and they're now just, now they're going to try and get the thing to remount to something that's been slightly clunked, and that never works. Well, this is the 24 BMW. This is a car that didn't come out at an odd time. If you've got pictures of it, you could see they've got this uneven length turnbuckle to get the rear end. Oh, excellent kick there by the mechanic. And they are absolutely belting this thing, trying to get it in. So obviously there are some mounting issues as well. A little bit of scuffage on this right-hand side. No, it's not fitting, it's not going in. And this is the sort of minor problem that might end up meaning they have to go behind the wall. They can't get this in with two people and a big hammer. Trying again. You've certainly got a little bit, well, the problem you've got is you've now lost a bit of carbon fibre on this left-hand side. So where the cutout for the hole, where they have a hole above the tyres, which is to reduce downforce, the outside, the right-hand side, that is missing about, I'd say, a foot worth of carbon fibre. So they're trying to push it into a gap, and they're missing one of the key locating pins on that far left-hand side. Nothing a big boot can't do, and a big boot for the mechanic. Spin at turn 7. I think they're going to be okay, and they are. They think they've got it in. It's fitted, it's kicked, and away they go. But that's a long stop. But obviously, I assume must be a bit of contact, John.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon in the pit lane. That was the BMW number 24, era number 18, Dwight Merriman off the circus. He tried to turn it back on the track and then stalled it, but he's got it going again. This is the era number 18. It is now once again rolling. Wow, we've had plenty of drama.
Yeah, we have, haven't we?
Is the 12 hours up yet?
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic though. Really cool.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, fascinating later race. We've still got just under half an hour to the 4-hour mark in the race.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch. Quite a lot of people clearly enthralled by this. Let's find out what's going on down at BMW. Nick Damon has this CrowdStrike pit lane report with Jesse Krohn.
Jesse, obviously that wasn't a scheduled stop. What happened?
There was 2 GTD cars spinning in front of me. I checked up. I was just able to avoid them. Obviously the guy behind didn't have time to react and hit my rear, and to be honest, I didn't even feel the impact. I just saw a lap later that the end plate was hanging off, and because I started to feel very loose with the rear. So yeah, lucky we didn't spin or get any more damage than what we did.
So that was the incident with the Pfaff McLaren and Klaus Backer's Porsche in front. They spun in front of you, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know exactly who was at that point behind me, because I think it was the black Porsche GTP, but I don't know who hit me because there was so much going on and I was just trying to survive.
Well, very bad luck, but luckily there's many hours to make up that time. Yeah, you're now slightly off strategy, which could work.
Yeah, I mean, I felt good out there. The car felt good. Dirty air is always difficult with these cars. But I mean, we have a good package, and we just have to keep it clean and avoid things like this for the rest of the race.
Yes, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
So there's the answer to the Jesse Krohn problem. All in that little schmozzle coming out of turn 16 with the Lexus, the Andretti Porsche, and the Pfaff McLaren, and in avoiding that he got hit from behind, Jesse Krohn and that BMW. Replacement bodywork, the car is back out. Bijoy Garg into the pit lane from the top end of LMP2 for United Autosports. And have a quick look, I should be able to tell you. I think that is very much on time.
100 laps in the books now. 31 car definitely edging away out in front, 4.5 seconds. There it goes, completed his 101st lap. It's Jack Aitken, and they get back to Scott Dixon in second place, 5.6 seconds. They put a full second on that last lap. 1 minute 50.4 for our race leader. And the third placed Porsche or Dane Cameron, he fell back another second as well on that last lap, so much quicker lap for Jack Aitken. Really good lap with 50.4. That car's best lap was a 50.1, so taking advantage of clear road there.
cracking scraps in GTD as ever. Down through turn 10 to turn 11. Cadillac Ferrari being absolutely monstered from behind. Now there's traffic coming up as well, right in there as well, the number 44. It's the Magnus Racing team. So it's Cadillac, MDK and Magnus. And Cadillac has slowed right up. Was there contact there? So it was indeed contact with Roberto Lacorte, and yeah, that's the MDK car just nerfing the Cadillac car off. This is Klaus Bachler. I've not seen Klaus in this sort of mode before, so that one will be looked at, I'm sure, by race control as well. And this is the battle down in the middle of the teens, 14, 15, 16 sort of area. Roberto Lacorte, the driver who lost out the most there. John Potter right in the mix too, followed through the dark red, silver and yellow car of Klaus Bachler.
Dane Cameron really slipping that back now, more than a second a lap to the overall race leader. He's now only a couple of seconds ahead of Richard Westbrook in the number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche.
He's down to 15% now, so he'll be in the pit lane the next couple of laps.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, so
I'm not sure that gamble worked.
No.
Well, not at this stage.
Yeah.
But what have they learned for later? Not sure.
That's the thing.
It's going to certainly cost them any chance of Michelin endurance points. Very interesting. John Potter in the flex box supported Aston onto the back straight for another lap.
Under 10% of energy left now in this stint for Dane Cameron, and with the advanced performance changes for this weekend, their stint energy has been reduced for most of the cars. Well, actually, the big difference, the Porsche has 13 megajoules less than previously. Where the Cadillac, however, has more. It's plus 16 from where it was. Quite interesting. So 103 laps down then, and 30% of energy left for Jack Aitken in the leading car, number 31. 35%, however, left for Scott Dixon. See whether that will play into his favour with 20 minutes to go before the first set of points is issued for the Michelin Endurance Cup. 4 hours and 8 hours. And 5 points awarded to the leader in each of the classes at the 4-hour mark. 4 points for second, 3 points for third, and everybody else gets 2. So there's, it's difficult to make any major gains there with so few points on offer compared to 350 for the overall win at the end of the night in each of the classes. Plus 35 points for the pole position as well, and on down in qualifying as well.
Saw the number 83 Iron Dames come into the pits. I think that car's gone behind the wall, shit, Adam.
It just made the hard right-hand turn. Now, this car came in for some service about a lap and a half ago, or 2 laps ago, I guess it is now. They took an air hose, brought it out over the wall, stuck it in the footwell of the driver's side, and tried to blow something out while they were refueling. It was a very light refueling, so they hadn't been out of the pit lane long before that. Clearly, the mechanic working with the air hose was saying, it's not working, it's not working. And they said, let's send her back out and see if it gets any better. Well, it didn't. And now that beautiful pink Lamborghini is back at the garage.
Yeah, and just in case you didn't hear, you fans of the Iron Dames, you probably know Leela Wadu as well. Her car now retired, came to a halt at turn 7, had to be craned onto the recovery vehicle. Yet to find out the issue there. Suspect some kind of drive line, maybe a small electrical fire in that car, because Leela was out of the car as soon as she could be, and running away from it quite quickly.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? Talking of LMP2, Tom Dillman has just turned the fastest lap of the race in LMP2, in number 52 into Europol with PR1 Matheson Motorsport, so 151.957 for Tom Dillman, and the 52 car running in 4th position at the moment, a fair way behind the top 3. Class still led by the TDS number 11, Mikkel Jensen. In 2nd position, Rasmus Lind for Dragon Sport in car number 1, then Ben Keating is about 8 seconds behind the Swede in car number 2 for United Auto Sports. Lance Wilsey is driving number 33, Sean Crinch Motorsports Ligier, running in 5th position at LMP2. Team's done a really good job in the early stages of this race.
It'll be head scratching at Porsche and Porsche Penske Racing. Porsche Penske Motorsport, excuse me. 16 seconds now, Dane Cameron away from the lead.
It's well over a second a lap that he's been losing out, and since he was obviously he was leading the race on lap 91. Here we are on lap 104, and as you say, he is a full 15 seconds behind him. And that the deficit, the lap time deficit is growing.
Side by side into 17, and the salt being rubbed into the wound of the lack of performance right now is that the JDC Miller Sport bright yellow car is going by, and that's because Dane Cameron had to come in to the pit lane because he didn't do the full fill last time. I wonder if they're having some kind of problems with fuel fill on that car. Nick Damon is down at that end of things, and once that car's gone, we'll find out why they had that long pit stop.
And Dane Cameron's getting out, so it is a full service, 4 tyres. Cameron skips out. I think he's been replaced by, I think without Campbell, I think, on the rotation. Nothing particularly looking awry with the stop. It's taking the usual time it takes to get the virtual energy and the real energy in. The fueler is attached. He's staring at the screen, telling you how many virtual pints of petrol he's put in. Everything's finished up. A little bit of smoking from the front left brake, but that's nothing particularly important. They're getting ready to go. They're just going to wait for the fuel to come off. Fuel come on, it goes straight away, as you heard. There it goes, squeak, and fire. Fire. Yep. So no evidence of any issue whatsoever, apart from the fact they didn't put enough fuel in it. Or did they? Who knows? First time round.
Squeak and fire. I'm stealing that. Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon in the pit lane with our CrowdStrike report. So, well, I like the idea of trying the strategy. I really do. That's going to drop them way back down now, as far as GTP is concerned. Going to drop down to somewhere around about 7th or 8th, I would think. That was a 23 lap stint. I seem to remember saying that they'd done a 23 lap stint before. So are they having fuel pickup problems? Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
I have a question for Jeremy. Who was second in the Michelin Endurance Championship points in the GTD class? Because we're not going to get anything above 2 points scored from Preston Motorsports, KPM, or Inception Racing. At least nothing from Inception for a little while they continue their fight back. So who was it in second who's benefiting from the bad day that both of those teams have had?
In GTT coming to this weekend, as you said, there's two cars, number 32 and number 70 had 13 points apiece. They were just 1 point ahead of Winward Racing in kind of a 57, so they're looking pretty strong again. That's the car that, of course, won overall at Daytona. It was only third in the points. Triazi Competizione was next, just 1 point behind them. And then the number 80 car for Lone Star Racing, Mercedes, on 10 points, along with the AF Corsa Ferrari, car number 21.
RS2 around the world. Here in the General Highlands with the Voice of Sport here, Highlands ESPN 1063 AM, 100.9 FM at Sebring International Raceway, and across North America on Sirius XM 206 with live video at radio at IMSA-radio.com as well for you outside the US. Hello there. Thanks for joining us. Beautiful afternoon. 28 in the air, 26 on the track, so just around about 84 and 80. And the track. And this is turning into one of these classic Sebring races. We've not lost that many cars, a couple of retirements. Let's run through them for you. Haven't seen, well, we won't see the AWA Chevrolet Corvette number 17 and the KPM Mercedes number 32 as the Lamborghini GTP comes into the pits. We'll get an update on that in a moment. Pfaff Motorsport are battling problems behind the wall, as are Tower Motorsports. They came out again having fixed the car, but the car's back in. No, that was just a pit actually. And the Pfaff Motorsports McLaren is actually just on its way back to the pits. So these two official retirements are the 32 Mercedes and the 17 AWA. Just waiting for the Pfaff car to come back. It's on its way back at the moment. And Lamborghini pit stop, SC63 in from GTP. And that was a 25 lap stint, so they're not getting the run. I wondered, Jeremy, if this is tyre limited now for Romain Grosjean and some of the Porsches rather than fuel limited.
Yeah, really good question, because you know, he was running pretty competitive that time, certainly compared to the cars that are around him, which were all Porsches. Porsches are definitely struggling with tyre wear. And they have been double stinting their tyres.
Just hearing that car had been off the circuit in the hands of Romain Grosjean, so it might have been a precautionary stop for that. It's all, I mean, look, it's not like the 10 lap shorts. They are 2 or 3 laps short. Nick was watching the stop.
Yeah, it was kind of a standard stop. You're right. I mean, I was hanging around the back of Porsche, so I go with Dave Cameron, but he's chatting to his engineers. But it does appear to be that people are realising how long they can last on the tyres and working from there backwards in the heat of the day. And perhaps 2 full stints. And as we saw that performance drop off for Dave Cameron, it's just too much for the Porsche at the moment.
It is, but the good news is from maybe one more double stint, they're going to be able to put on fresh tyres at every stop thereafter. So that's what they can't wait for. And right now, as I say, it's just sort of damage limitation, if you like. Clearly their car isn't good on old tyres. It's not as good as the others, it would appear, but they're not going to have that problem later in the race. But even at the end of a stint, yeah, that's...
Hello to Dave Mockford, who's watching and listening back in a cold United Kingdom where it's 5:30 on a Saturday night. All the football will be, Saturday afternoon football will be finished. I'm staying away from the results. I don't want to know. I'll catch them later. Hello to Steve Price from Lucky Sons. Seeing some fans saying the bumps don't add to this track, repave it. I say no. Sebring's always been a wild, bumpy track that tests the machine and the driver. If you want a smooth, easy service, watch snooker. I'm not going to disagree with that. Unfortunately, every time you repave a track, we're talking about Mid-Ohio, funny enough, to a couple of the drivers here earlier in the week. And both Watkins Glen and Mid-Ohio, Watkins Glen a couple of years ago and Mid-Ohio most recently, and will be there in late May, early June. The little nuances of the track that's added to the character, disappeared when the tracks were repaved. I think it would be sacrilege to try and pave the concrete areas. I'm not even sure whether you could do it properly here, to be honest, and how you would prepare it.
You'd have to rip up the entirety of the concrete.
Yeah, and the problem with that,
Massive
Jeremy,
job.
is it's about 4 foot thick, and probably more. These are all runways and taxiways. This is not just a bit of concrete that somebody's laid down for a path in front of their house. It is hashtag respect the bumps for a reason. You know, there are emphasis on respect is Shea's just said in my ear. There are some paved areas, some tarmac areas around the circuit, and yeah, all right, maybe they could, like down at turn 7, which is where the driveway McLaren is, back from behind the wall. Also coming out again is the Iron Dames number 83, so there'll be a few cheers for that one as well. It's a tough one, but that's what this place is. That would be like saying, do you know what, I think we should bypass the Laguna Seca corkscrew. You know, well, it is though, Jeremy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's part of it.
I agree.
And I know it's difficult. I think the bumps move. Sometimes they're better, sometimes they're worse, they're harsher, they're on the racing line. But it's part of the charm of this place. And I think if it was a billiard table or snooker table flat surface with fabulous grip, it wouldn't be the same track.
All right.
It just wouldn't be the same track.
It'd be like most other tracks around the world, and that's what, you know, the uniqueness of Sebring is part of it. It's very much part of its charm.
Let's go down to Nick Damon, who has the GTP Porsche number 6 in with him.
Yeah, this is also, I assume, must be running a bit short because they all came in at the same time during the last yellow flag. I don't see a huge amount of effort of the other GTP teams. It's going to be a full service. Nick Tandy is waiting to jump on board. And the car comes to stop exactly
Don't you mean
on
Felix's dad?
Yeah, Felix, very good point, well made.
Yeah.
Felix's dad is going to jump on board. I'm not sure whether he'll get this race shown in his assembly later, but so yeah, it's going pretty standard stop really. I think this is the point. I think that without being told, we've kind of worked out that their problem is tyre wear and running 2 stints, and it's a problem that should go away later in the race. And obviously, if there's enough yellow flags to keep them together, it doesn't particularly matter. But then they have to work out whether the drop-off within one single stint is going to be catastrophic as well. Very relaxed stop. Very relaxed stop, this one. They're just having a bit of a pier, but everything else seems absolutely fine.
The other thing that's just happened to the Jimmy Bruni Porsche, except that that's not one of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, they've just been warned for powertrain, so they're exceeding. Now, that can happen when you are spinning up the rear tyres a lot because the torque sensor is on the drive shafts at the back, and that could certainly be the issue here. I think he'll have a nose around and find out what he can with that. Meantime, crowd strike by Algarve Pro Racing have been in and out. It's been an unusually untidy day for them. They're sitting in 11th position at the moment in LMP2, Shea.
And I was very surprised to see them come in before the Michelin Endurance Cup points were awarded, because they, in the form of Ben Hanley and George Kurtz last year, were the champions of that. So for them to throw away that possibility of more points, but it was Fuel Tires drinks bottle for Toby Sowery, who has one of the best helmets that I've seen at the track this weekend, black with gold trim. Very cool. That was simple service, but it means that they're going to walk away with 2 points from this segment.
Yeah, they were 2 laps down, Shea, so I don't think they were going to get realistically get anything else in the Michelin Endurance Cup points. Spin for the Lone Star Racing number 80 AMG, and that's out at turn 13, and it's Salih Yolik, Turkish driver, behind the wheel, and he hasn't been able to get that car turned around. He very dutifully sat and waited for all the traffic to go through. He just doesn't have the lock to get the car around. Oh, and also Sean Creech at just on the entrance to turn 16. So 15, 16 S's. And he is, well, he hasn't spun. He's pointing vaguely in the right direction, but he's 4 or 5 cars widths off the circuit, but he can't stay there. And that car's dead stick. That hasn't even got any lights on.
No,
on
and
that car.
That car was in the pits just 2 or 3 laps ago. I've been running in the top 5 for a while.
I'm heading to the pits right now, even if I've just been in. And nobody. Oh, it was a catch. He was catching up the orange and black LMP2. And now here is a set of GTP pit stops. Nick Damon.
Yeah, it's the blue Acura, the number 10. That's a full service for that car with Felipe Albuquerque getting on board. Behind it, the BMW, which I assume must be the 25, is getting a full service as well. The Mustang sampling Porsche comes in. Have a bit of a stare at that one. There doesn't appear to be any damage on the front of it, and that is our number 1 suspect, of course, for punching the back of the 24 BMW's already been in. 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin, the Pro Aston Martin comes to stop, and they do a full service as well. So, obviously there was a bit of damage on the nose. So they are replacing the nose on the Mustang sampling number 5 car, so it looked okay, but obviously it had enough damage to warrant a change. There's also been a lot of action in GTD, which I'm sure Shay is all over.
I've been watching out for it, Nick. Ben Barnick going out for yet another stint in the number 14 Lexus as the full course caution is out, and I can tell because my radio just goes blat with all the teams trying to communicate to their drivers. So Ben Barnick stays for the 14 Lexus, fuel and new tires. There was a driver change for the number 12. Aaron Thielitz out of that Lexus, and now it is Frankie Montecalvo once again. He has new tires to play with. Further down the pit lane, we also had the Turner Motorsports BMW into the pits, and that is now Patrick Gallagher with some new tires to play with for the 96 BMW. And in before the yellow came out was the Forte Lamborghini. Looks like fuel and tires for them. Big smoky burnout. And let's see who's aboard that before I give it back to you, John. I think that's Devlin DiFrancesco.
Okay, something major may have happened. The 31 came into the pits as the full course caution was called, and therefore as the pit was closed. Now he jinked in, they've waved him away, they've done no work, he's just driven down the pit lane. It may have been he was beyond the committed bend line and couldn't get back out of it as the lights changed. I'm sure that you guys know the rules better than I, that if you've had like force majeure, he's not done any work, he's carried on going, but he has, I think, entered a closed pit lane by bad luck.
Yes, he had by about 9 seconds. No, check that, 11 seconds. However, as he did not stop at his pit and he's gone straight through, he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, but what that will do, John, is lose him most likely the opportunity to be out at the front at the 4-hour mark. And for that number 31 team, they've won the Michelin Endurance Cup more often than they've lost it. And that is always a major goal for the season.
Pit lane light is closed.
Yes.
That is a mistake from Jack Aitken, and it wasn't anywhere close. Looking back on the race control channel, I reckon it's 11 seconds. If it had just come on as he'd committed, there's a little bit of leeway. So we're coming down to the 8-hour mark. In fact, 8 hours has just gone. We'll work out the Michelin Endurance Cup points in just a minute. We've got to do a full lap. It's the end of the first lap after the 8-hour mark, so we'll have to wait for a moment for that. We're under full course yellow with just on 4 hours elapsed. RS2 around the world, 100.9 FM here at Sebring, Sirius XM 206, and Highlands ESPN 1063 AM. Great to have your company. We're live from the Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring. Well, that was an interesting strategic call that had to be made there. Do you take the pit stop or do you wait for the Michelin Endurance points there?
Yeah, well, that was a miscommunication, no doubt about it, because they would have wanted to stay out. They had enough fuel, I think, to stay out to the 4-hour mark, but because it's going to be the next lap on which this is called, I don't think he was able to maintain the lead. can imagine.
But for the other cars that came in as well, they had to make that decision. They were further down the order.
Yeah, they were outside the top 3 in any case.
So that they wouldn't have got the points.
They would just got 2 points like everybody else.
So they haven't changed.
Then by them coming in,
Yeah.
that means when the other guys come in afterwards under the caution, they will leapfrog them and move to the front. So the cars that were outside the top 3, therefore, yeah, good idea, come in, get your stop done, and then you'll leapfrog the other people who come in a little bit later. Swings and roundabouts.
The Lone Star car for Sally Jolich, actually, in fairness to Sally, when he was trying to get that car turned around, it looked like there was drive shaft or rear suspension damage on the left-hand side. He has got back to the pits now, Shea.
He has, and he just very, very carefully trundled down the pit lane and made that hard right-hand turn behind the wall, but the left rear wheel, not pointing in the direction that it was when it came out of Germany. Back into the pit lane comes the 31. It's going to go down to Nick's end.
Nick
Here he comes. I assume, therefore, he must be out of fuel and needs to take a 5-second emergency service. The pits aren't open again, are they? They're still in the pass by, so...
Correct.
Here comes 31. He's going to come in. Or are they doing a full set? I'm a bit confused now. No, it's just the fueler. Count the elephants.
3.
That was a 5 elephant, and out it goes again. So that's why they came in with that closed pit. They're in serious trouble. Surprising. There must be too much to talk about to pull the emergency stop on that particular lap, mustn't it? So otherwise, they've given themselves an extra run through. Also, he's hit the red light. So this has been a very, very frustrating period for the car that was leading with relative ease in the overall event. It's not the end of the world. That's a good thing about yellows and the good thing about having 8 hours to go. But they're now on a comeback trail rather than an easy out the front trail.
Yeah, fair point, Nick. Nick Damon with that CrowdStrike pit lane report. But that was 31 laps for Jack Aitken. And everybody else is on 32 or 29, so they're all there or thereabouts. And if we don't open the pit lane next time around, Jeremy, I'd expect to see the Cadillac, certainly the JDC Miller Motorsports car come through. Actually, Richard Westbrook is showing 0% at the moment. 5% for Scott Dixon, 10 for Colton Herter in third. Jack Aitken was showing 10% before he came into the pit lane. So those guys are struggling, and it won't necessarily mean you will stop, but you cannot go under 0% for your usage. That will give you will have used too much energy in that stint, and that will get you a penalty.
Yeah, there's a max amount of energy in which you can use during an entire stint. So you're absolutely right, John, and it's a bit over, for most of the cars at least, it's a bit over 900 megajoules. BMW is actually a little bit less. It's all equated in terms of the horsepower the cars can run, the weight, and the amount of total energy that is permitted for each of the cars to balance them all out. And these are very, very different cars and different engine configurations.
All part of the balance of performance, yeah. Absolutely.
Most of it way over my head, but really interesting.
Yeah, it needs more study from me. I'm beginning to think that my teachers might have been right, and I should have taken more notice at school. But that opportunity is long gone now, I'm afraid. Long gone. So pit is still closed at the moment. Pits have opened for the prototype. The IMSA officials also taking the opportunity to do a bit of sweeping and a bit of clearing up offline. Quite a lot of debris has been laid down there. It's the detritus from the tyres, marbles they are called. It's getting sprayed right up onto the top of the pit wall, actually, just showing you how much energy is being generated by these highly stressed racing cars and the highly stressed racing tyres. So it will be then a Cadillac to come in first, but it's Scott Dixon who will be first into the pit lane. The gold front is headed towards Shea Adam.
It is a driver change. Finally time for Renger van de Zande to take over for the Cadillac Chip Ganassi racing car that used to be Cadillac Racing. Now Scott Dixon with the good grace to casually run as he got out of the car, letting us know that he's not that tired. Yeah, thanks Scott. Neither are we out here either. It's not that hot. We've got fuel and 4 tires as well as the energy replenishment. The driver change assistant is in, making sure that Renger's helmet is plugged in as well as the seatbelt's done up, windshield tear off. They really do love Renger, as that'll be a nice clear view for him going back out on the track. Nick?
Up at the other end, we've got the 85, that's the yellow JDC Miller Porsche, and we have the number 40 Acura. They both have full service. Ian Vanderheim getting into the Porsche, Jordan Taylor getting into the Acura. Full service with tires. We were receiving the 7 again, so the 7 which stopped a bit early with Dane Cameron for full service. It hasn't got Dane on anymore, of course, and that now moves out and about, as well as the 31 Williams Cadillac, as Jack Aitken makes his 3rd run down the pit lane. He'll be getting out to be replaced by Tom Blomqvist. He must be absolutely sick of the sight of this pit lane by now. And at this point, it should all go very swimmingly, but they are going to be running absolutely dead last in class of those in the lead lap. But, yeah, it came made up, but very, very annoying. Yeah, so interesting that the 7 stopped again for just the top of the fuel. That's the Porsche, of course.
Actually, it depends where they come out, to be honest. I'm just trying to see where the other cars are in the line. However, the worst it could be is 11.
Yeah, but right now we've got 4 cars that are not on the lead lap. And some of them will get the wave around here. I'm not sure whether all of them will. Let's see.
Well, that's
the second place car.
So you talked about the Porsches 5, 6, 63,
yeah.
Lambo and the BMW number 24. They've all fallen off the lead lap in that little exchange. Out goes the number 31 of Tom Blomqvist now. And Nick Damon, that was a full service and a fuller service than perhaps we even expected.
Yeah, they little monkeys. They changed the front clip as well. There was some damage on the right-hand side. It looked like it had a scuff out of it. We'd seen some quite side-by-side and what should we say? Forceful driving, robust, brilliant word, robust driving.
It was Jack Aitken and Scott Dixon. That's where that happened on the right-hand side. That was going through turn 15 into 16. I remember it well.
Well, it's been replaced now. I assume they're going to take that nose out and they'll patch up in case they need another one later. And now, of course, we wait for the GTD cars who didn't stop 3 laps ago. Then probably someone who stopped 3 laps ago will take 3 laps worth of fuel, but they'll be coming on any moment now.
So, yeah. Just checking the pit stops going through as they always are. Pits are open for GT. The leaders will be at your end, Nick, so let's come to you.
And in fact, the first one down the lane is the number 1, the Paul Miller racing car, and that is a full service. It's going to they get out. It's new colours this time, the green and red. We've also got the one of the actually both of the Chevrolet are gone, and the 27 Hartley racing machine as well.
Let's go to Shea for the action at her end of things.
The Triarsi Competizione Ferrari is in. Charlie Scardina has climbed aboard that car once again. Also in the Ferrari from AF Course, the number 21, Simon Mann, I think it was, who climbed back aboard there. And I did see Harry Tinknell at lunch. Well, happy to say he's done even. That was back last of the 65 Porsche from Multimatic. And just a question, did I miss something major? When did the 65 lose its right front headlight? Because there is nada there where it should be.
Back to Nick.
Yeah, the 4 Corvette is still having problems. It was in the pits a lot longer. Don't forget, this is the car that they were bleeding the brakes. This is the car that missed a braking point immediately afterwards. So they're not entirely happy about it. It's obviously performance limiting, but not performance stopping at this moment. Yeah, interesting. And just to fill in with the thing, I was too excited about having so many cars in front of me. It was Brian Sellers who got into the Paul Miller Racing #1 car.
Right. So that was a bit of action, not of the sort that we really wanted. What was the? Can somebody remind me why we had the yellow flag in the first place? Was it debris or was it? Shay, you've got a best memory.
Was it the Lone Star Mercedes?
Oh, of course it was. The Lone Star Mercedes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry. I can remember things that happened back in 1966, but not 15 minutes ago.
It wasn't the number 33 car stopped?
It was the 80. It was the 80 Lone Star car. Nick Damon, go ahead.
Yeah, with Jack Aitken throughout the car. Jack, that was a fantastic stint until it wasn't when the yellow flag came out. What happened? What was the confusion?
Yeah, we were just a bit unlucky with the timing because we were right at getting ready to pit, getting quite low on energy, and it looked like it was going to stay green until we got to pit lane, and we sort of were trying to make the commit to pit lane, but unfortunately pits closed as I was coming in and I didn't spot it quick enough. So yeah, the guys have done a great job to turn it around and get back out there. Still a lot of racing left and cars feeling quick, so it's all good.
Certainly during the stint you had some pretty forceful interfacing with the other Cadillacs with Scott Dixon. I mean, why is it so important to be quite so aggressive this early in the race?
I think it's just because it's really hard to pass actually with the way the cars are today. There's not a lot of grip out there, so when you get behind someone it just makes it even worse, and if you can't have the track position it makes a big difference.
Great stuff, thank you Jack.
Thanks.
Very, very honest from Jack Aitken, exactly as we would expect. At IMSA Radio, well, he gave us plenty good racing and entertainment, so thank you for that. Pits are open for everybody, and it appears that the 31 cars come through the pit lane again, so I presume that was another splash of fuel. Oh yeah, of course they've got to come in again, haven't they, because of the Nick Damon?
No, because it stopped 2 laps ago.
They had come again because they came in, didn't stop, came in, did an emergency stop, came in and did a full stop, including driver change. And now the number 6 is about, the number 6 Porsche is about to get a top as well. And also I can see the SC63 Cadillac, a Lamborghini's in, and also one of the 2 BMWs. Obviously everyone's decided that full fuel is the key rather than track position at this point.
Yeah.
New nose for the 6 as well. I can't think they damaged it during those this most recent yellow flag period. It just looks a bit scuffed. Now, of course, the point about this is this new nose may not be damaged. It may be a very slightly different downforce set as we now move into the really hot part of the day, which is worrying because it's already hot enough.
28 in the air, 25 on the track, Celsius that is. Still 2 hours, I reckon, before we get to peak heat. Though that said, if the cloud cover stays, it might not be too bad. It won't get any hotter, but it won't cool down as quickly either, Jeremy.
Now that number 31 car did make an additional stop. I mean, he made a mistake stop, then a splash stop, then a full stop, and then it just came in again just now. So it's made 1, 2, 3, 4 pit stops in the last 5 laps.
Right. What's that about then?
Maybe they just wanted us to splash, or if there wasn't a problem, that would be why.
Ian Watt and Peter Barron on the box there. 63 Lamborghini making its debut in the US. It's back out on the circuit. 7 hours and 44 minutes to go. V6 purring away in the back of that car.
Yeah, and that car did get back on the lead lap and has just taken on some additional service as well, so good to go.
I think they'll be pretty pleased, actually, with how they've gone so far. This is a very new machine. Right, let's get back to green flag racing, and there's 7 cars that have broken away from everybody else. And it's almost like a split start, side by side into the first corner. Acura on the inside, BMW on the outside. Nick Yellerly is usurped, and Philippe Albuquerque jumps into the lead. He had his Weetabix this morning. Straight into the lead there, with Matt Campbell now in third place in the number 7 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Renger van der Zande, Jordan Taylor, Timon van der Helm, Tom Blomqvist. That's your top 7. And there was a big gap behind them. Nick Tandy, Andrea Caldarelli, Augusto Farfus in the 6, 63 and 24, of course, all pitted. They wanted to get their lead lap back, and so they pitted late, and they're way back behind a long line of cars. Well, we've got 7 hours and 42 minutes to go. When we get a breather, we'll give you the Michelin Endurance points for the first tranche, the first split. Stage points, if you will.
No.
Great start. I don't think Nick Yellerly did much wrong. Albuquerque went to the right. Yellerly moved into the middle of the road, and then Albuquerque realised he couldn't move again, switched back to the left to the inside, and they toughed it out. That's really respectful racing, you know, through one of the toughest corners in US motorsports. It's bumpy. You can't be very close to people as you go around there, just in case the bumps throw you off. Yeah, big feint to the right from Albuquerque, then down the inside. Yellerly gave him the room and drops into second place. Magic stuff. Now under pressure a little bit, Matt Campbell from Renger van der Zande. It's the battle for third and fourth, with Jordan Taylor in the mix and Timon van der Helm in the 85 right there as well for JDC Miller Motorsport.
Looking at GTD, the number 13 AWA Corvette is well up the order.
They've been quietly going about their business, haven't they?
10th in class, but a lot higher than one would have expected.
They restarted there in third place in GTD for Ori Ferdinand.
Yeah, quite. How? Not sure. Curious.
Has made 6 pit stops, that car. That's not necessarily a bad thing if you've got it right. Maybe pitted at the right time. I'd have to go back and have a look. Maybe saw the yellow coming and dived in early before everyone else came in.
So
great battling.
Leader then is the number 10 car. And we've had 2 Cadillacs running up front. We've had a BMW out front. We've had a Porsche number 7 car, and now the Acura as well.
Now a little bit of battling between Lamborghini and Corvette has left some carbon fibre just on the racing line in between turn 3 and turn 4, and that's, I think, rather too large to leave there as a shuffled up GTD field, but after those pit stops, I reckon that was the Earl Bamber car, which is down the field a little bit.
In LMP2, we've got the number 04 car trying to get its lap back. Toby Sowery is driving that car at the moment. It's just 1 lap down. It was 2 laps down briefly. But he's trying to find a way past Ben Keating to get back on the lead lap. It's number 04 chasing the number 2 car.
So let's give you a VP Racing in-race update as we've just gone past 2 o'clock in the afternoon here at Sebring. It's Philippe Albuquerque who jumped to the lead on the last restart. He's pulled out about a second from Nick Yellerly. That's Acura from BMW, 10 from 25. Just under a second further back, the Porsche 963 and Porsche Penske Motorsport, the 7 car. That's the car with the black pinstripes on the hood and the roof. Then Cadillac Racing's gold-fronted number 01. It's got Renger van der Zande behind the wheel. Then the blue Konica Minolta. Oh, back to yellow again. And let me finish this update then. Then it's Jordan Taylor for the Acura number 40. It's the red car. It is that debris that we said between turns 3 and 4. Yeah, I thought that was a bit big to have left that. Track services will be out there quickly. This is a short yellow, short time since the last yellow, so that means we'll just pack up behind the safety car and then go back to green. Now, it was the Forte Lamborghini just easing the Corvette onto the curb, but then I think the Corvette being at a strange angle, something caught underneath the Corvette and relieved some carbon fibre from underneath the wheel arch. It's already been picked up. This is where code 60 would help, because we'd have been back to green now, rather than packing up.
Difference, is it? Doesn't really make any difference.
I disagree.
Really?
Yeah. It just takes, for something as little as that, I understand why you have to neutralise the circuit, but if you did a virtual safety car, there's enough gaps around the track now coming off that yellow flag.
Yeah, but I mean, we've only just gone back to green, so it's not as if anything's sort of split up.
Well,
good point there. I just wondering, did Toby Sari get past the number 2 car?
He did. No, well, he's down in.
He's a lap behind, so he's a long way back on the road. The
Yes,
question is,
correct.
did he get past?
And get the lap back? That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that until I see them.
No.
I can't tell from the. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He's in front of the number 2 car. I can see.
Yeah.
I was just about to say I can't see on the tracker because they're so close together, but I can see because it's all 4. I can see the 0. So yeah, absolutely, they did, Jeremy. So good spot on that.
Wow, well done, Toby Sari. That's a could be a critical thing. I mean, it's still a long way to go, obviously, but having been as much as 2 laps back, and to be now back on the lead lap when we go back to green.
Yeah.
Oh no! Wait a minute. No, he won't get the wave around, will he, this time?
No, there's no.
So, but at least
he's still ahead of them.
He's still ahead of him, so he's at the back of that pack. But
well, let's run down the rest of the VP Racing in-race updates. So in LMP2, Ben Keating for the Wins United Autosport USA number 2 car leads from Nick Bull for Inter Europol. That's the yellow and green number 52. Dan Goldberg for the second United Autosports USA 22 machine in third. Fourth is Josh Burden for Riley in the 74 blue and orange car. Then the EO Racing bright purple PJ Hyatt. That is the Spike car. That's the Dragon. And top 6 TDS Racing number 11. That is Stephen Thomas, the highlighter yellow Fear the Taff car. GTD Pro Ben Barnegat, Vassar Sullivan, Lexus back at the front.
Back at the front of that problem earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely. From Lauren Heinrich for AO Racing in second, and in GTD it's Pat Gallagher for Turner Motorsport, leading for the first time in the BMW number 96 from Franti Montecalvo for Vassar Sullivan in second with cars between them. Right, it was a quick yellow. Back to green flag. Now, at the front of the field, can BMW driver Nick Yellerly do the same to Philippe Albuquerque as Albuquerque did to him on the restart? Answer no, he cannot. Matt Campbell sitting dutifully in third place at the moment, but here comes the Cadillac with the gold front end. Renger van der Zande goes to the right. Campbell had to defend into turn 3, might just compromise his exit. Yellerly on the brakes, trailing the brakes through turn 4. Underneath the Mission Food drive over bridge, it's Corvette on the other side. Now through that long sweeping turn 6, change of surface in the braking area to turn 7 under the Advent Health walkover bridge, and it's Matt Campbell who's looking the man most likely at the moment, forced a defensive move down the inside from Nick Yellerly as they went into turn 7. Iron Dames have gone back behind the wall with their 83 Lamborghini, and they had only just come back out onto the track. Porsche versus BMW, two great German manufacturers, two great rivals, down into turn 10 and through it. 13, 11, 12 and 13 go by really quickly. And now onto the far side of the circuit, the long run to the sweepers, through the sweepers rather, to turn 16. Now let's see the relative horsepower of these cars down the Ullman straight.
Talk about that car coming into the pit lane. What was going down the pit lane was number 9 Pfaff McLaren after all its problems. So they have not given up the hope of at least learning something from this event.
Well, they've got to give James Hinchcliffe some laps, haven't they? So completing the first lap of green after that safety car period for very quick safety car period for debris on the track. What a restart lap from Philippe Albuquerque. Switching the tyres on seems to be a real trait of the Acura ARX06. Now, meanwhile, further behind, the number 6 of Nick Tandy is having a go at Alessio Picariello in the other Porsche 963. That is the Mustang sampling cars. They come under the bridge. Tandy was right there. And down towards the hairpin. Once again, the laps go past really quickly here, don't they? We're working lap 124 at the moment.
Ross Gunn, could you just talk about that? Ross Gunn making up a couple of positions in the Aston Martin to run third now. At the expense, particularly Jordan Pepper, lost a couple of positions.
Yeah, in GTD Pro, Ben Barnicat from Lauren Heinrich, they're battling together. Then Jordan Pepper's dropped back a bit, as you rightly said. Patrick Gallagher for Turner Motorsport right in there as well. Side by side, the front of LMP2, Ben Keating with the Spike Dragon right in his wheel tracks as they're catching up to the high-class racing car. Oh, there was an off for Keating at turn 10.
Okay, I was wondering
that's how he dropped back into the clutches of those cars, because that's not who he was battling with.
He was leading.
Correct, he's dropped back to 4th position, I reckon, there.
Yeah.
That is very unusual. So, another restart and more drama. Through to the far side of the circuit at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch. Meantime, the GTD battle goes across the line. Ben Barnicat from Lauren Heinrich. These are all line astern, as I say them. It is how they're going through turn 1. Heart of Racing, Aston Martin with Ross Gunn, Paul Miller Racing, Iron Lynx Lamborghini, Jordan Pepper, number 19. Oh, huge block thrown by the Iron Lynx Lamborghini there. Bortolotti down last time around, but the BMW went long into turn 17 and he managed to drop back underneath. It's Jordan Pepper and Brian Sellers having a good fight out on the circuit there, and we're enjoying that. The leaders in class through turn 7. Ross Gunn with the leaders in sight now for Heart of Racing.
And there's no results yet posted, by the way, at the 4-hour mark. I just had a look under that brief yellow.
Thank you.
So not posted yet, so they'll be only unofficial even then, but I'm sure they'll be posted momentarily. There's all that shuffling going on as that caution came out and who was going to be scored where. Guess anything at this stage, we have to wait till the results come through. All these GTP cars running just in a big long train here. 10 cars, excuse me, with It's Caldarelli now driving the Lamborghini. He's a second or so behind everybody else. It's a big long train. 51.4 last time around for the race leader, Philip Albuquerque, in car number 10. So 5 different cars have led this race from 4 different manufacturers.
Number 120 Porsche almost having to go into the secondary pit lane to make the pass, coming down the back straight there. That's Elliott Skier, who was going past Albert Costa in the Conquest Racing Ferrari. Skier up into 5th position for Wright in that dark green and yellow machine. Still getting used to seeing them in those colours. Forte Racing Lamborghini having a battle as well. Everybody's having a battle in the GTD class. It's Devlin Di Francesco and Indy Donchi is his target ahead, and that is the battle for 3rd and 4th in GTD.
It's about a 20-car train of cars.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Yeah. It's like an MX-5 Cup race.
Yeah, except they're all different manufacturers.
Yes, exactly.
Different manufacturers in there.
It is fantastic. Take about Matt Curdock and Simon Hodgson and the rest of the IMSA technical team, that we have such different philosophies of GT cars here, racing so close together. Mistake, and a very unusual mistake from the driver of the number 12 GTD. That's Frankie Montecalvo for Vassar Sullivan in the Lexus RCF, and he went off at turn 10, and that's going to cost him at least a couple of positions, and he was in 2nd place. Now, actually, he might have got away with that because the next 3 cars behind him were GTD pros. So, who's in behind him now? Yeah, that's... Well, let's have a look. Pit lane speed violation for Ben Hanley, and he's just been through the pits to serve that. Just taken over from Ben Keating, and that will be a drive-through for that car. Through the final corner then. Everyone's still sorting them out. At the front of the field, let's check back in with the leader, Philippe Albuquerque, ARX 06 from Acura. Yet to race outside of the IMSA series, and therefore, as of now, the only one of the GTPs that have not raced outside of IMSA, as we have Lamborghini here with the Ligier chassis. Lamborghini SC63. What a machine that has been, and with its 3.8 V8 engine, and the MGU, of course, the motor, the Bosch motor, X-Track 7-speed sequential. Running on VP Racing fuels here in IMSA, as does everybody. Great to see them here. A learning process for that car. Quite a lot of people from Lamborghini here this weekend, and from Ligier to mark the debut of that bright green SC63. Still Philippe Albuquerque by about a second from Nick Yellerly for BMW, then Porsche. Acura, BMW, Porsche, Cadillac, your top 4. Fighting back Tom Blomqvist after the snafu during or coming into the last yellow flag period, and that car now in 7th position and 5 seconds off the lead. So frustrating at the time, but by no means disastrous for that Whelen Engineering number 31 Cadillac. Has the bright yellow Tymon Vanderhelm driven JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche just ahead of it. Comes to the line now and goes through. Last time around, half spin, no, full spin from the Riley number 74 on the bumps. She tried to pinch the corner as they went side by side with into Europol, so that's Josh Burton spinning away third position. He picks himself up and gets the car pointing in the right direction, and I think he's held on to that spot actually, because there was enough gap back to Lawrence Hurt. Just done his fastest lap the lap before. Stephen Thomas's TDS Racing number 11 Oregon with the fastest LMP2 lap. Josh Burton then slightly chastened, I'm sure, but just needs to get his head back in the game. Ahead of him, the number 22 of Daniel Goldberg, so he didn't drop any further back down because the number 20, Lawrence Hurt, is still behind him. So he goes through turn, comes to turn 12 now, and to turn 13. Lawrence Hurt just a couple of corners behind him, and blue number 22 of United Autosports USA and Daniel Goldberg just ahead of him. Let's go down to the pit lane, settling in now for another long run, we hope, and Shea Adam has Kyle Kirkwood for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Kyle, we're more than 5.5 hours into this race, and you still haven't sat behind the wheel of the 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. Are Jack and Ben just really bad at sharing their toys?
No, I actually got in a little while ago. I think you forgot. Yeah. No, I was in after we had the penalty, and I was kind of just circulating in the middle. It wasn't anything to write home about. But they made some good strategy calls. We're back out front, so we're happy with that. We know we got a quick car. We expect it to get quicker as the temperature drops. Thankfully, it's not as hot as what it was supposed to be for us, but we still have somewhat of a tire deg issue in this heat.
My apologies, I completely missed you being behind the wheel of the car. You guys have this capability to fight back, though, no matter what seems to be thrown your direction.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I try and keep it where it's not that exciting when I'm driving. Yeah, I mean, it's a strategy really there. I mean, we passed a few cars, but ultimately they made a really good call there on the pit stand early on and got us back into this fight, got us back up front. Track position's huge here, so we're glad to be at that front spot right now.
You've won a long endurance race with Vassar Sullivan in the form of Petit Le Mans. You've also won the shortest race possible, the 100-minute sprint at Belle Isle. What is it about Sebring that just seems to be a little bit more difficult, a combination of both those wins as terms as time is concerned?
Yeah, I mean, Sebring's a different animal. First of all, it's a 12-hour race, right? Like, it's really easy to get into racing situations right now and start battling it out, and sometimes you kind of have to, even though it's a 12-hour race, but staying calm, cool, and collected is kind of the name of the game, but still trying to stay out front and avoid the carnage is also part of it, is the name of the game. So you just have to do everything perfectly to be able to do well in this race.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Just sneaks out of the pits without the snutting. Now, Nick Yellerly right with the leader now. At the front of the field, he's caught Philippe Albuquerque in the traffic, coming up to Ford Mustang. The new GT3 cars, which stays dutifully to the right. The 65 cars. Down towards the hairpin. We'll check in with the Michelin Endurance Cup points in a moment. Nick Yellerly, as they went past the 55, I should have said, Ford Mustang. Yellerly just looking for some kind of opportunity, has to make the move down into 10 on the Cetilar Ferrari. That was Antonio Fuoco. Andy Lally's not too far ahead in the Flexbox Aston. And yeah, they both make it. Now there's a little bit of a gap before they catch up with Brendan Arieb in the Inception McLaren. Whisper that car had some problems early on, but it's been going well. Now back up to 7th in GTD. Down the back straight.
It's a good comeback, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's just been running very quietly. The dark red Inception car. Yellowly again's going to have to make a move here. Gets past the... Oh, is he going to get pinched on the inside of the Lexus here as he comes through? Yes, he is. That'll affect his run down the front straight. So all of that work to get within a 1/10 of a second or so, and all of a sudden it's back out to nearly a second. But there's more traffic, there's more opportunity. Corvette this time that is ahead of our leader. Dealt with through turn 3. Also coming into the picture, the 3rd place Porsche of Matt Campbell. He's only another 2 seconds further back, and he's only got 2/10 of a second on the Cadillac of Renger van der Zande as they're picking their way through traffic. And that's Jordan Taylor right with Renger as well. So 3rd, 4th and 5th having a great fight through the GTD traffic. Matt Campbell just managed to eke out a half a second or so there, maybe a little bit more through that traffic. Fascinating stuff. I love this, Jeremy. When we start catching the traffic, a little bit of a lateral movement from the 40, a little bit of a wiggle. Can't surely be struggling for tyre grip already. It is very warm out there now, 29 in the air. And that said, the track temperatures drop back to 24. It changes. It changes depending on the cloud cover. Wind still straight down the front straight, so behind the cars into turn number 1. And it's up to 4 miles an hour now, so that's picked up a bit.
It has a little bit, and as you were saying earlier on, it's exactly the opposite direction from yesterday, and that, that upsets the gearing of these cars, because now they're carrying more speed into, a little bit more speed into turn 1, a little bit less speed at the end of the back straightaway.
Jeremy Shaw, John Hindorf, Shea Adam and Nick Damon with you. RS2 around the world. Across the Central Highlands here in Florida on Highlands ESPN, 1063 AM, 100.9 FM here at Sebring International Raceway. And if you are moving around, want to save a bit of data, you are so equipped. Sirius XM 206. Nice to have you company. Our Michelin post-race tech, of course, will follow. The checkered flag ends the race, but starts the conversation. I suspect we'll have plenty to talk about closer to 10 o'clock this evening. Here's our Porsche keys to the race. Number 1, get to the night. Sunset is 7:35 this evening. That's really when the race will come alive. Maybe an hour or so before that, but certainly those last 2 hours of the race expected to be a different cadence to what we're seeing now. And you might be thinking, what are you talking about, Hindorf? This is pretty exciting. Yes, I agree, it is pretty exciting, but it will be turned up to 11 when it gets dark.
Yeah, I mean, just look at lap times now of our racing to Philip Albuquerque. 54s returning, 52s in traffic, 51s if he has a clear lap. The previous stint, it was mainly 51s and occasional 50s in there. So he's certainly been a little bit cautious, I think, at this stage. He wants to make sure he doesn't use up his tyres too much, because he might well have to double stint this set right now. And if that's the case, possibly the last time they will need to do so during this race. And LMP2, it's Nick Bull back at the wheel of the Inter Europol by PR1. Matheson Motorsport number 52 guy. He leads over Josh Burden now by just over 3 seconds. Jack came down just a little bit last time around, with Josh Burden having got past Dan Goldberg for second position in that class. This is the 74 Riley entry ahead of number 22 United Autosports entry Dan Goldberg, who led the early stages of this race.
Yes, that's right, he did. La Filippone asking what's the origin of the V8 in the Lamborghini. It's the only one of the GTPs whose engine I haven't been able to pinpoint where or what it comes from. That's because it was built and developed specifically for that car. Part of the deal with Deborah Mayer and Iron Lynx was that they would help develop, in terms of putting some finance into developing the engine that will also end up in the next generation of Lamborghini road cars. So that is a bespoke engine for the next gen of Lamborghinis and also for this race car. Now, whether that gives them an advantage or not, you be the judge. They seem to be unlocking some more and more performance every time it goes out of the pit lane. Battle for fourth place with Renger van der Zande and Jordan Taylor coming down the Ullman Straight at the moment, passing the Sean Creech Motorsport number 33, Johnny Edgar behind the wheel of that car as the two GTPs streak past into turn 17A and then exiting 17B. Matt Campbell sort of hanging on to the two leaders. He's dropped about 6 seconds, Jeremy, since we restarted, but that's as good as we've seen the Porsche from Porsche Penske Motorsport
Slipped back
today.
nearly 2 seconds on that last lap, actually.
Yeah, that
you said that, but
yeah, exactly. That was. I think that might have been traffic.
Yeah, I think so.
I started that sentence about to say he's only dropped a couple of seconds or so,
Yeah.
and then he dropped another couple of seconds on that last lap. So maybe there is just something. Maybe the track is coming to the Porsches.
I think you're right. I think that entirely was traffic there, and I think at the same time, number 31 car just managed to slip past the number 85. So Tom Blomqvist, who's driving that Whelan Cadillac at the moment, he's just got past Tymon Vanderhelm in the bright yellow JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche 963. That's number 85.
Incident being looked at between the number 10 from Wayne Taylor Racing and it was the 64 car.
Toby Sauer is absolutely flying.
And it's a warning for the 64, so that not put at the feet of the leading car. There'll be a sigh of relief there.
Toby Sauer, I mean, he's got his lap back. He's now within 40 seconds of the lead in LMP2 in at number 04, CrowdStrike by APR entries, and he's closing in on the car ahead of him, which is Henrik Hedman, okay, an AM driver. 4 seconds a lap the last 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, that is a very good comeback from Toby Sauer. Toby Sauer with a little bit of clear air now as he goes through the S's out towards turn 10. And the next car ahead of him is the number 9 FAF Motorsports McLaren, Marvin Kerkhofer. Behind the wheel of that car, they're in 12th in GTT Pro, quite a few laps down after their early woes. Side-by-side contact with the Inception McLaren actually right at the start of the race when the Risi Ferrari was spun across the track. Could have been so much worse for so many more people. That's going to make the highlights reel, I'll tell you that now. All of a sudden, the lead down to 1.7 seconds as Nick Yellerly again tries to close in. Good lap last time around for him, 150.9, but 150.8 from Philippe Albuquerque, 150.7 for Renger van der Zande, and a 51.2 from Matt Campbell in third.
Yeah, and the tail end of that train, Andrea Caldarelli is driving the Lamborghini now. He's closing in on the battle ahead of him. It was 4 seconds 5 laps ago between the number 24 BMW and number 63 Lamborghini. It's now 1.7 seconds, so he's worked his way nicely through that knot of traffic. His first race stint at the wheel of this Lamborghini SC63 for the Italian Andrea Caldarelli. This is IMSA trim.
All of a sudden we're closing in on another hour completed, Jeremy. 8 away. Have we got any points yet, did you say?
Yes, I do have the points actually.
Well, before something else explodes into action,
right,
let's quickly go through the Michelin Endurance Cup points. There's 2 interim awards here at 4 and 8, and then of course the end of the race as well. So these are for the first lap completed after 4 hours. We were actually under caution at that point.
Indeed, and so the maximum points at that stage went to the Cadillac number 01 because the 31 car pitted the lap before, which to their frustration. So it'll be 5 points then for the Cadillac, 4 points for second place for the JDC Motorsport number 85, and 3 points for the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac number 40. However, the Whelen Engineering Cadillac still holds a pretty good lead. They've got a 2-point edge, which is maintained over the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsports entry. So 20 points to 18, and then the next best is back to 13, which is the Cadillac 01 car. In the manufacturers in GTP, another point gained then by Cadillac that moves them ahead. They were tied with Porsche after Daytona on 18 each. So now Cadillac has 23 and Porsche has 22. And Acura back in third position. LMP2. LMP2 maximum points there by TDS Racing, that was the first car out at Daytona. So second position was taken by Inter-Europol with PR1 Matheson Motorsports. They were a third in points coming into this weekend. CrowdStrike Racing by APR still leading the way at the moment with 19 to the 17 of Inter-Europol and Aero Motorsport car number 18. In GTD Pro, maximum points for the Paul Miller Racing BMW. So they will stretch their lead. Actually, they were tied with Risi Competizione that won a race overall at Daytona. So they've now got a 2-point edge, 20 over 18. In the manufacturers in GT, of course, after Daytona, both Ferrari and BMW were docked their points. So they came in here with 0. So even though the BMW scored maximum points now, Chevy Corvette, which was leading the way in GTD Pro manufacturers, they will have 17 points. Next best is 12 for Ford and Porsche. So maximum points there for BMW and a Chevrolet Ferrari. Those are the points as they stand. In GTD, Winward Racing will leapfrog both Courthoff Preston and Inception Racing. They scored maximum points at the 4-hour mark, did Winward Racing, number 57 Mercedes. So they will now have 17 points total to the 15 of Courthoff Preston and Inception and Triarsi Competizione, number 023 Ferrari, that was second placed at the 4-hour mark. In manufacturers in GTD, Mercedes will extend its lead with maximum points there for the Winward team.
Thank you, Jeremy. And we'll do it again at the 8-hour mark or just thereafter. It's getting a bit feisty in GTD Pro between Earl Bamber and James Collado. Earl in the Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller Corvette, and the Risi Competizione 296, of course, for James Collado. They're battling for 9th and 10th in GTD Pro, and probably 14th or 15th, no, 15th and 16th in the GT field at the moment. But there was a little bit of contact a moment or two ago, so we're going to keep our eye on that just in case that gets even more spicy as we're coming down to that 7-hour mark with just 4 minutes to go. Now, one of the team members from Pratt Miller, as they are watching the car, it's down towards turn 3. Oh yeah, definite contact. Bamber just clipped the left rear of the number 62 Ferrari with the right front of his Corvette. Now there's a dive plane right on that edge there. Bamber down the inside, but not really close enough. Door firmly closed by James Collado. That was a moment or two ago. Let's see if there's any damage. There is damage on the, in fact, the whole of the right front dive plane on the Corvette is gone, but there is also a flapping dive plane on the left front, or is it a piece of somebody else's car that's on the front of James Collado's machine? Hard to tell. I think it might be, yeah, it is the lower dive plane on the left-hand side seems to have delaminated, and it's actually now sort of looks like a beak flapping open, an insistent chick hoping to be fed.
Where's the number 85 car? In the pits? Yes, in the pits.
Yes, it is. Here it comes past us now in what is bright sunshine now.
Should be, that's early.
Shea Adam is watching that car come into the pit lane.
And hit its marks basically just across from me as I'm out on the pit wall waiting to see this flapping beak of which we were speaking. Fuel and tires only, no driver change for that number 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche. Where on the track is Collado at this point, John?
Stand by, caller.
Standing by.
I will let you know when I find them.
Kneeling by, actually, as I can see below the fence line.
They are 4 and 62 is what we're looking for.
I'm seeing the GTD Pro leaders coming out of turn 17 now. How far back in the pack are they?
They're 15th in GT.
Okay.
15th and 16th. I think they're a little bit further back than even I thought.
That's Grasser, Turner, Ford, Corvette. Right Motorsport Porsche.
It's the opposite side
there
to
we
you.
Go. Oh yeah, no, I can see it moving though. It is a bit of an issue, and it doesn't look like it's Ferrari part, does it?
No, that was what I was trying to work out, to be honest, Chair. Whether it was what should be there that split in half, either by contact, you'd think, or whether he's picked up some part of another car. Who did we have it? That was JDC Miller into the pit lane after 23 laps only last time around. And that car was steaming when it came in.
I think he was, which car? Which car?
Fuel and tyres for that car.
Yeah, I think he was struggling on tyre wear. He'd lost a couple of positions the last few laps at time in Van der Haal. I think that was a double stint he'd been running.
Yes.
So within an hour. So he only done one stint on those tyres, but I think he was a stint and a half, I guess. So he was, I think he was struggling, and they brought him in to put him on a fresh set.
Yeah, the cars that have been out the longest in GTP at the moment are the two leaders. They'll complete 28 laps as they come across the line next time around. Oh, a little bit of contact. Coming out of turn number
15% energy left for the two leaders, number 10, number 25.
Closing in on lap 140. 4 seconds between first and second. And the JG went with NSX is off the track at turn 7. Looks like it's spun down there. It's not turn 7, it is turn 10. That's the third time I've mixed those up today.
And that, by the way, was a car that was placed third in GTD at the 4-hour mark, despite the, we talked about, had a couple of dramas, didn't it, earlier on?
Now the Andretti car, very similar colourway actually, white with green. The 43 with Jarrett Andretti on board. Now they weren't, Sheena Monk was further up the field there on her birthday. She was 12th. Has I think has a lap. Yeah, had a lap on that other car. Sheena's pointing it in the right direction and has got going again. quietly going about their job. The CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing, Toby Sowery driven 04 has come into the pits. Meanwhile, Henrik Edmund has taken out the Dragon Speed number 81.
I think all of the LMP2 cars have just been into the pits. They've just completed that cycle of pit stops. So I think Nick Bull now is, he's done, still leads then after the outlap in number 52 by just 3 seconds over the number 22 car. And Josh Burden, a similar margin back in third position. So those two actually exchanged positions during the pit stop. Number 22 has got ahead of the number 74.
We've had another racing hour, so let's do another VP Racing in-race update. Philippe Albuquerque, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. The Acura leads by 4.5 seconds from the BMW number 25, Nick Yellerly behind the wheel. He's got 6 seconds now on Matt Campbell, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Number 7 in fourth, it's Cadillac Racing, 3 seconds further back, and that's Renger van der Zande in the gold and black number 01. Jordan Taylor for the 40, the mostly red Acura is next up ahead of the 31 red Whelen Cadillac racing car. They're in very close, those last three I've mentioned in very close contention. Then behind them, about 3 seconds further back, Nick Tandy in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 leads a trio of the Porsche GTP cars with Tymon van der Helm for JDC Miller in the bright yellow car, and the dark grey Proton Competition Mustang sampling machine is in 9th. Augusto Farfus for Team BMW is in 10th, and Andrea Caldarelli is in 11th. And only 30 seconds away from the lead, so still well on the lead lap. Quick run through LMP2, they're all Oricas unless I say differently, and I won't because I don't think we'll have time to go all the way down to Sean Creech Motorsport in 11th. There you go, we mentioned them. It is into Europol, Nick Bull in the 52 yellow and green car by a decent margin now, about 5 seconds back to the orange and blue of the Riley, number 74, Josh Burton there, Lawrence Herb, MDK by High Class, number 20 car back up to third place with 15 seconds in arrears, then another 9-10 seconds back to Spike Hill Racing, the number 99, the purple car. He's got 3.5 seconds on TDS Racing, Stephen Thomas, which is the highlighter yellow car. Toby Sowery in the pits at the moment. That's a longish pit stop for that 04. See if he can get out soon enough. And quickly in GTD Pro, Vassar Sullivan leads AO Racing, 14 from 77. Lexus from Porsche with Harter Racing in third. And in GTD, it's Turner Motorsports BMW from Indy Donchi in Winwood Racing, and Wright Motorsports Porsche 911 for Elliott Skier. That's how they stand with just under 7 hours to go. The IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship is the 72nd running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Cadillac. Let's go to Shea Adam as Tom Blomqvist heads to the pit lane.
We've just had 2 relevant stops as well. Lauren Heinrich came in Rexy, fuel, and new sticker Michelin tires. No driver change, but further down for the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus, there was a driver change. Parker Thompson has taken over. They gave him fuel and new tires as well. Tom hits his marks perfectly, going to stay in for another stint, but they are giving him new tires. Wow, I am very impressed. There are still stickers or remnants thereof on the left rear Michelin of Tom Blomqvist's car. They have done the left side tires only. They are only changing the lefts, and they are adding additional fluid to the engine as well. Now, this is something we have seen from Cadillac while running at this race, particularly in the past. They add some pressurized oil through a canister. It's actually a really clever system. So that is something that I believe we will be seeing from this point forward, because when Cadillac did it last year, they started in the heat of the afternoon and went all the way into the night of the race. Blomqvist is back rolling and heading toward the pit exit. Where are our leaders?
Answer to that is coming through turn 16, overall leader of the race. Thank you to all of you who have been rewinding and having a good look at that Ferrari dive plane. Johnny P, one of many, have said, yeah, I think you bang on. It looks like it's delaminated, and it looks like it's been like that for the while. He's turned the 296 into an angry bird, which is, yeah, fabulous. Hello to Josh Bracero as well, who's tuned in. Chris Aurelio, hello to you, and to, well, people tuning in from all across the world at the moment as the leader heads into the pit lane, and to this crowd strike pit lane report.
This will not be a driver change. Philippe Albuquerque staying aboard the number 10 Koenig Minolta Acura, and wow, his helmet is so cool now. He did a special helmet this year to reflect the Koenig Minolta blue. They're not giving Philippe new tires. That's critical, considering that we just saw new tires going on to Tom Blomqvist's car. So we'll have to see how the balance shifts during this stint. There will also be new tires on the number 25 BMW. No driver change there, so drinks bottle being actually passed in through the open door while they are working on the car. It is also a driver change, no, not a driver change for the number 5. So the Proton, that is the Mustang sampling Porsche, the one that's a number 5, will be having, yes, all 4 tires changed. I was waiting on the right front. That was the sound of Philippe Albuquerque leaving the pits once again. And reports from the team of the number 25 BMW M Team RLL, the drinks bottle in the car is not working. So for Nick Yellowly, that was an especially difficult stint. He got a little bit of relief. Now he needs to go out and do it all over again.
I wonder if they'll just try another pressurized bottle to see if it's the bottle itself or the system that's causing Nick the strife there. He gets out just in front of the Whelan's 31 car as they come through.
Yeah,
so
stopped on the previous lap.
Yes, exactly so. So Philippe Albuquerque out. Matt Campbell yet to pit in the number 6 Porsche, side by side with the Whelan car and the BMW. Tyres maybe just up to a little more temperature and pressure on that number 31 as they breezed around the outside of the BMW. No tyre warmers, remember, in IMSA racing. So Tom Blomqvist then back in front of that BMW. So do we have a Porsche leading the race? I think we do, don't we?
Yep.
Matt Campbell. Jim a pit stop though.
Led 8 laps a little bit earlier on. Laps 84 to 91.
He's down to virtually no energy on the stint. 5%, same as Renger van der Zande, Jordan Taylor, Nick Tandy, Augusta Farbus and Andrea Caldarelli. Everybody else, of course, is stopped. Philippe Albuquerque was the first stopper. And again, you can track that with us. IMSA.com/GTP telemetry. TLEMETRY. Dash being like the minus sign. IMSA.com/GTP telemetry. Follow that in real time. Also gives you miles an hour, how much, where they are in the gearbox, whether on the brake or the throttle, or whether and when they're changing tyres. Also, when they are regenning out on the circuit. Augusto Farfus is down to nothing, so he has to come in this time around. Matt Campbell's in the pit lane. Jordan Taylor's in the pit lane. Nick Tandy's in the pit lane. Augusto Farfus should be peeling in as well. Shea Adam has some business.
It's nice when they all come to say hi at the same time. It's like having a bunch of friends over for a party. The first car to hit the box is the number 40. This is the Dex Imaging Acura. There's a man with basically a squeegee, but of a chemical sort with something in it. He handed it to Jordan. Jordan is injecting it into his mouth. So I wonder if that's some kind of a protein shake that Jordan is ingesting to try and make himself go faster, as they are adding fuel to the car. No tires for this Acura as well. So both of the Acuras out on track on used rubber, but we have the BMW and the Lamborghini both doing tire changes. Both of the Porsches have done tire changes as well for the 6 and the 7, waiting on the energy replenishment, i.e. fuel, to be put into the car. And as soon as that's done, the 7 will depart first ahead of the 6, because those are the orders that their pit boxes are in. So that is theoretically the order in which they should leave. Jordan Taylor is the first one out, having re-energized himself and his car, and he actually beats one of the Porsches back out. That would be the number 6, but the 7 was already clear.
I think you're spot on using the word re-energizing himself. I think that was an energy gel that they were giving. Race car drivers are athletes. People hum and ha about that, but they are losing a huge amount of fluid and expending a lot of energy and concentration behind the wheel of their racing car. I'd be surprised if that wasn't some kind of energy gel, or maybe a pickle gel or something like that to stop it cramping. Side-by-side Porsches through Big Bend. Yellow on the outside is the number 85 of Tymon van der Helm. Meantime, into the pits for Renger van der Zende, having gone one lap further.
Yeah, he came into the position before the round of pits. Obviously, he was running in 4th position. Let's see, by doing 1 lap more than a couple of cars and 2 laps more than a few more, whether that will pay dividends for that number 01 team.
It'll be the driver staying in, and no sign of any tyres even being offered to this car, Shea.
No, they had them on a wall as a psych out to everybody else to say, oh, we might do tires. Nope, no, they're not. Renger, who's doing a very good job, has turned this into a double stint. So for the Cadillac Racing number 01, it's going to be just fuel, and it looks like maybe fuel for the driver too, but they're not even giving him a windshield tear off. They are just cleaning the screen. Also into the pit lane of some serious significance, the number 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. No driver change. Ross Gunn is staying aboard, but they are having trouble with the air gun on the left rear, unable to get the wheel loose. Trying a second wheel gun to see if maybe that one works. Yes, it does, but this could potentially be a penalty, because now they have 3 guns over the wall, even though 2 of them are only being used. That's a call for the officials to make, and hopefully they take pity on the Heart of Racing, because that was kind of heartbreaking to see the 1 gun that wasn't working at all. Also in Windward Racing, the number 57, Indy Doncha, has gotten out. I saw Russell sitting up on the top of the pit box with his dad, Bryce, who did a good job in the start of yesterday's race. Unfortunately, it didn't go Windward's way at the end of it. Car is still firmly on the ground, and they have done all 4 tires. We're waiting on fuel as rolling back down the pit lane, the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. That looks like Jake Walker's helmet to me, so I think Patrick Gallagher may be already out. And the number 19 Lamborghini from Iron Links, that too has been a driver change, but I didn't see who got aboard. They did fuel and tires for the Lamborghini. Waiting up on the pit wall, the number 27 Heart of Racing, Roman DeAngelis, about to take back over.
And the main upshot from that was that Philippe Albuquerque went through back into the lead ahead of Tom Blomqvist. Now what we've got to watch, knowing now that Philippe Albuquerque did not take tyres, so that was the end of lap 147.
Albuquerque didn't take tyres, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
And say that again, Shay, sorry.
Neither Albuquerque nor Taylor took tires.
Right.
Everyone else in the class did.
Yeah.
The 01
01 did not, sorry.
Yeah. So Renger van der Zande, keep an eye on that. He comes out at the end of 147. And so let's see, 20 laps on from that, 167. Let's keep an eye on his lap times, 25. It's going to be 172. Let's see. That's the sort of time it seems to be, sort of 23, 24, 25 laps on the second stint is where people are starting to struggle, at least in some of the other cars. Let's see how it works for the Cadillac and see whether it's a little kinder on its tyres, and also what lap times he runs as well. Air temperature's gone back up again. It dropped down to about 27. Now it's gone back up to 30. Very bright and sunny, but the track temperature stays about the same. It is into the pit lane for United Autosports. Ben Handley comes in from the sharp end of the LMP2 field, and Nick Tandy is back into the pit lane. Shit, Adam.
Damage, severe damage to the left rear of that car. Now, they should be able to fix that with one piece. They should be able to just pull the rear wing off and put a new one on, but that was very much unexpected. The crew was actually back off the wall. They've got this nice little area behind their box where everybody can hang out and kind of be calm and keep cooler. Now, it is sticking. Let's see if they can get it to come unstuck. A bit of an issue, a Herculean effort by the Penske Motorsport crew to get that piece unlatched. Now, there we go, it kind of falls back unceremoniously. Now the question will be, is the bracket damage, or can they just slot a new one on? Waiting, by the way, the sound in the background is the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Roman Diaz having just taken that over. They're lifting the old piece back up and over the wall. They haven't yet begun to attach. They need a new engine cover as well for the number 6 Penske Porsche. Oh boy, this is a disaster for the team that a lot of people thought was going to be one to beat here today. Nick Tandy and Fred McAvecchi, every single time they have done this race together, have been victorious. Now, out goes Nick Tandy for Porsche Penske Motorsport. The quixotic view begins as they try to climb back up and get themselves back into contention.
Oh, they didn't need that. Now, what I haven't seen, that there was any reports of Cummings together, so keep an eye on the pit lane. Hello to David Lawrence, who's listening in on Sirius XM 206, enjoying the coverage as he's travelling today. And what you haven't told us, David, is where you are in the country. Happy trails wherever it is. Battle Royale building nicely throughout the field, totally transfixed on the race. And keep up the coverage, says James O'Donnell. And now let's go back down to Shea Adam, who's got the Risi Competizione 296 back in the pit lane, and that's Beaky, not Dave Beaky Sims, who was almost inextricably linked with that team for a long time.
Always will be associated with that.
Yeah.
Now, the beak was formerly closed, actually, as it was driving down a pit lane speed limit. So that carbon dive plane is opening its mouth while it's at top speed, but as soon as it slows down, it clamps back down together. So if the mechanics were so bothered, they could put a piece of duct tape on it, well, hold the beak closed, put a bit of a muzzle on that.
Very good, Shea. Crowd side pit lane team this weekend, Shea Adam, and we've added Nick Damon. We'll hear from him in a little while. It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the booth.
Yeah, the Lamborghini lost a fair bit of time during that round of pit stops. Not quite sure why. Lost half a minute compared to everybody else. I mean, we haven't seen the 6 car yet. It's still, I think, we're able to stay on the lead lap as we see a big battle there between the two of the contenders in GTD Pro. They're actually running 6th and 7th at the moment. I think that's a result of pit stops.
Yeah, Tandy is just crossing the line now, and here comes the leader now.
Yeah.
So has just managed to stay on the lead lap. And there's not that much offset in terms of when they were last in the pits. Obviously Tandy now slightly out of sync because of coming into the pits for that bodywork change. And what we don't know is how that happened. We'll try and find out for you. Nick Damon has returned. Good afternoon, Nick.
Good afternoon, John. I'm just coming about 3 minutes too late. It's all the action's happened, isn't it?
Yeah, you've timed that well.
Yeah, there'll be plenty more, Nick, don't worry.
Porsche Penske Motorsport, please. I need to know what happened to the back end of the car. Or actually, Shea's on her way up there before she goes for a break. Is that what you just said to me, Shea?
That's exactly what I just said to you, John.
Thank you. Trying to listen to too many things at once. Front of the field, 6.8 seconds is the gap between Philippe Albuquerque in the blue, black and silver Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. That's the Acura.
Came
then
down by nearly 2 seconds on that last lap, then a second and a quarter.
Oh,
second
yeah.
3/4. So.
Then the 2 Cadillacs, Whalen from Cadillac Racing, Tom Blomqvist from Renger van der Zande. But Renger has got a battle on his hands because he's got Nick Yellerly, who's really bringing that BMW M Team RLL hybrid V8 to life in his stint. Double stint, second part of a double for Yellerly. He's in 4th position. He's got about half a second to Matt Campbell. best of the Porsches.
Yeah, and then right behind Matt Campbell, or a few seconds behind Matt Campbell, is now Tymon van der Helm, who found a way past Jordan Taylor in number 40 car last time around. So the banana boat, as we used to call the bright yellow GTC Milan Motorsports when they were in an LMP2 car, LMP, I suppose, is running very well. So Tymon van der Helm, having struggled on that older set of tyres a little while ago, now with a fresh set of Michelins, is showing a good deal more pace.
Sports car racing has the best fans and the most observant, so we want your help around the track, around the world. If you happen to notice one of the cars missing a mirror, particularly in the GTD class because it is a green mirror, then please let Porsche Penske Motorsport know, because they found a mirror wedged into the rear clip of Nick Tandy's number 6 Porsche. They don't know to whom it belongs, but that's who hit them.
No way.
Yep.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Shea. Enjoy a little break, won't you? Out from behind the wall, Lone Star AMG. So that car will be back on the track in a moment. It's a huge crowd here at Sebring for the 72nd running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Cadillac. Delighted that you can join us here at the track, 100.9 FM. Still 40 minutes to go before we're halfway there. Get the memes ready. Sirius XM 206. Hello to Dave Alcock, tuned in as ever. And let's go down to Nick Damon in the pit lane, who has Jared Andretti. It's been a funny old day for them already. Looked like they were losing part of the front of the car. I think the front right wing was off at one stage, and they're fighting back now, Nick.
Difficult day so far, Jared. I mean, you had half the car falling off at one point, and the wing was coming off.
The wing?
Side of the car. Bodywork damage? Fender. Sorry, fender.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was speaking English there, didn't I? Fender.
Just had a little bit of contact with a GTP car, and it just broke the fender just a little. It just grabbed, I think, at the end of the dive plane and pulled it forward. So it is what it is. It's IMSA racing here at Sebring.
You look, you just got the car looking pretty hot. What's it like out there? Is it as frenetic as it seems? Is it as busy as it seems?
Yeah, it's as busy as it seems. Yeah, and with a bigger GTP field this year, bigger P2 field, it's busy all the time. There's somebody in front of you, somebody behind you, and somebody coming, at you from a higher class.
How easy is it to keep the tyres together for more than one stint?
Not easy. Yeah, the double stint's rough. So I think we're done with ours, and yeah, it's not fun.
Jared, thank you very much. And that's a fantastic example of two nations divided by a common language.
Indeed.
What's
so.
a wing?
A wing? No, the back wing's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Hello to Nick H. He's been travelling. He says, I just join in as I've been travelling, and the number 6 has trouble. Sorry, team. And tell on to John Gordon. He said, can you tell me what happened to the number 32 Mercedes? That is, I'm afraid, a retirement now. Shea was down there when it came in, and there was some nasty noises coming from the engine of the KPM car. And they took behind the wall and tried to fix it, but it was clearly something that either was not fixable here or completely terminal. Very sad that that car has gone no further. We've also lost very early on the AWA Corvette number 17. That car barely did a couple of laps. The 88 Lila Wadu has gone behind the wall after she stopped out at turn number 7. She still haven't had a word with the team with that. They haven't been on the pit lane for ages. However, back from the dead, Lone Star Racing Sally Yolick, who's behind the wheel when the left rear suspension was broken and he got pitched off at turn 13. So that car back out. Iron Dame's back out from behind the wall as well, but they've been sort of in and out of the paddock for a wee while now. That's the bottom end of the field, and that VP Racing in race update. At the front, it's 5.7 seconds now, the gap between the Acura and the first of the Cadillacs. Nick Yellerly, though, trying to keep them both honest in the BMW number 25, just half a second now behind Renger van der Zande.
And there's a battle brewed for the lead in LMP2 with the number 52 car being closed upon now by Josh Burden, who's at the wheel of the Riley Orica in number 74, working their way through traffic now, heavy traffic, as they head towards the John de Bionne bends.
The yellow and green car leads the race. He's got one GTD cover as they go on the Ullman straight. Let's have a word with Jordan Pepper in this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
I see a lot. I see all you drivers getting out. You all look very hot. You're all kind of blowing your cheeks out. Like it's really tough out there.
No, it's just a Saturday afternoon cruise out there, to be honest. No, to be honest, Sebring, we know it's brutal. It's super hot, especially now, middle of the day when the sun's pounding down on the car. So it's quite physical, and especially managing the rear tires and stuff like that. It also becomes quite physical inside the car. So it's like just a double whammy right now. But so far, so good. Just conserving the energy, because as we know, when it gets dark, here is when it counts.
As you say, conserving the rear is important. We've seen quite a few cars spin. Is it? Are you kind of on the knife edge of the rear all the time?
Yeah, it seems to build up one line really around here, and it feels like there's oil pulled down if you're just a bit offline. So it's probably why you also see a lot of GT cars. We fight the prototypes or the GDP and LMP2, because if they push us offline, it gets so tricky and it's easy to spin. So I'm quite not surprised that anyone's going off and stuff like that.
John, thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks.
Significant moment out on the track as Nick Tandy is desperately trying to stay on the lead lap, with Philippe Albuquerque closing in at 55.2 last time around the leader, 55.8 for Nick Tandy. So
there was a huge gaggle of traffic they had to work their way through.
So we think we might have an answer to the mirror. Shea Adam, who is out of the pit lane at the moment, has just had an Insta. I love our collective knowledge and wisdom that comes in. Shea, what do you got?
Stephen Sheriff, thank you very much. The driver's side mirror on the AWA Corvette, so that would be the number 13, the remaining one, is missing.
I think we'll take that. That seems reasonable. So there you go, down at Porsche Penske Motorsport. You can wander down to AWA and give them their mirror back. Fantastic. The power of the collective. Thank you very much for that. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us as well. Thank you very much to Kerry up in London. Her stint for the day coming to an end. It will be Rob to take us through to the end. Now, I tell you, Rob is a font of all knowledge, so I'm expecting between him and Aaron in my ear to be besieged with facts before the end of the race, which I will dutifully pass on to you. Sally Yolick into the pit lane with that number 80 car. We said we thought that was coming back. It has gone out, it's come back in again. They'll be spanner checking it and presumably sending it if they are happy. 6.5 hours to go. We've got another set of Michelin Endurance Cup points to come at 8 hours, so that's about 2.5 hours away. So not back timing quite that far at the moment, as the 01 of Renger van der Zande cuts his way through traffic, and he's been kept honest, as we said before, by the BMW and by Matt Campbell, and behind Matt Campbell is Tymon van der Helm for JDC Miller Motorsports. Richard Westbrook
he's
this
flying.
morning. They're feeling good about this.
Yeah.
They really think they've got a better handle on the car.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, everybody's struggling on old tyres. Number 5 car, Alessio Picciarello, in the number 5 Mustang sampling Proton Porsche. He's really struggling right now. He's fallen behind number 24 BMW. I think on the last lap he lost about 3 or 4 seconds to it as well. So it's a bit of a battle there for Picciarello. Actually, last time wasn't so bad. It was the previous lap he lost a lot of time. Where is Nick Tandy? He's still ahead of
just.
There he goes. There goes the 2 years. I mean, they're separated by maybe a second or so. So under increasing pressure now is Nick Tandy to stay on the lead lap.
Hello to GT Cork. He said, I'm consuming Sebring with a Negroni in a wet and miserable County Cork, wondering why I didn't book flights to Florida to see this race in person. Do it. Absolutely do it. There's a door mirror missing from the Lexus number 12 and the Inception McLaren. So we may have other takers for that. The Porsche Penske Motorsport salvage yard at the moment. If you are considering coming here for next year, the dates are out. All of the dates for next year are out. Consider no longer. You can normally start booking your flights about a year out. So it'll either be this week or next week when the airlines start thinking about it. Just get it booked and sort yourself out. It's absolutely brilliant event, this. And whether you decide to stay at the circuit, something I've not done actually, I'm just discussing this the other night. Although we have a fabulous little villa that we're staying in this year, and thanks to the ladies who book our accommodation at IMSA for getting us sorted. Brilliant. Run by a chap called Frank, who is clearly one of us, because as we walked in, the first thing I saw was Steve McQueen's face on a small version of the old big A1 posters of the Sebring win from McQueen. I thought, we're in safe hands in this house, that's good. But there's loads of places that you can stay close by, up to a 45-minute or an hour or so away. Camp here as well, of course. And it is an event with a capital E. This is not just a race. We had Jefferson Airplane playing on Friday night. It was a big party. Jefferson Starship, excuse me. Nick just putting me right there, the old rocker that he is. Under 6.5 hours to go. Chetelaar, Ferrari, down to the final corner. Will start to live up to its name in round about 4 hours' time. Timon van der Helm, absolutely gangbusters at the moment. He's got within 1.5 seconds of Matt Campbell. However, that has consequence, because his energy level, well, his car's energy level, 35%. Everyone else around him, 55, 60, 65%. Nick Tandy, 70%, because he was in later. And Van der Helm hasn't been out that much longer than anybody else, so he's using it at the moment.
No, he has actually.
How much longer?
He came in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps,
okay.
4 laps before number 31 car.
So, Mike, having said that, he's nearly down to half the power level, the energy level of everybody else, so he's still pushing it.
Yep.
He's burning it.
Yeah, so
use it
really
or lose
laps.
it. Now, is he on his second stint on those tyres, Joe?
Who?
Van der Helm? No. This is a first stint.
Yeah, he did that. I think that's why the last stint was relatively short, to put him onto fresher tyres.
Right. Leader crosses the line, and Nick Tandy is right ahead.
Yeah.
Right ahead now.
Yeah, he is. And right behind Albuquerque also is Tom Blomqvist in second position and wanting first again.
The number 66 Gradient. Catherine Legg now behind the wheel of the Acura 13th position. That will be passed as they go down towards the hairpin at turn 7.
A new leader in LMP2.
Indeed so.
With Josh Burden having taken over lead. The guy who's been charging is Lawrence Hoare in car number 20, the MDK by High Class Racing.
What a drive back by that car, by the way. That was faced the wrong direction earlier on.
Yeah, he's been absolutely flying, and both of those two in the last lap got past Nick Boole in number 52 into Europol car. So maybe it was a slow lap for Nick. He must, I think, perhaps as Burden went past, he lost some momentum somehow, or even maybe ran off the road a little bit, because his last lap was a 2 minutes, 0.8, whereas the other guys are doing 56s. So he lost 4 seconds or more on that last lap. That's the number 52 car. Leaders are heading down the on straight. Porsche still in front.
Yeah, just going underneath the Mission Food drive over bridge. Tandy this time with a little bit of a better edge.
3, although last on lead lap, then first and second.
Yeah.
But you know, just what, 8 or 9 car lengths perhaps between all 3 cars.
51.4 for Tandy, 51.5 for Albuquerque, 51.1 for Tom Blomqvist. Tandy probably could do with Tom Blomqvist getting a bit closer to that blue Acura and starting to give him a bit of a hard time.
Well, that's exactly what he's doing, because if we go back 8 laps ago, there was 6 seconds or more between the first and second place cars. Now it's less than a second.
Yeah, Tandy will be very happy if they start having a scrap and he can get away.
Wait a minute, Nick Yellerly managed to get past the 0-1 car on that lap.
Yes, he did. Yeah. Renger van der Zande relegated to 4th position as Nick Yellerly in the BMW goes back up to 3rd. Some 8.5 seconds between him and the leading pair. Matt Campbell coming strongly as well now and challenging Renger van der Zande. Campbell in the number 7 car. Here comes Tom Blomqvist. Play the Jaws music. It's really been an impressive run from Blomqvist. Under a second now between first and second as they're on the Ullman straight. Nick Tandy drags past one of the GTD Porsches. Let's see how long we think this battle can go on before a pit stop will break it up. 16 laps into the stint for the leading Acura, 17 for the Whelen Cadillac in second. Nick Tandy, 11 laps into his stint. So he's, in theory, should be able to stay out longer than the cars chasing him. So it's really important for him to stay ahead right now. And then, should there be an opportunity for him to close back up under a yellow flag. So that is now super important that he stays in front now that we know that he's got a 6 or 7 lap differential in the Europol.
Van der Zande, excuse me, John, didn't change tires on that last stint, did he? I think he's now beginning to pay the price for that. Yeah. He's struggling all of a sudden now over the course of the last, well, really just the last 2 or 3 laps. He's begun to slip back because the gap between second and third, the 2 Cadillacs, number 31 and number 01, was pretty stationary around about 5 seconds, and all of a sudden that's mushroomed.
Nick Damon has the erstwhile leader in LMP2 in the pit lane, the number 52.
Yeah, full service. Nick Paul got out, Jacob Shimowski got in, tyres, fuel, the whole lot, and it seemed pretty fixed. It looks like we're now back in the area of the P2s. I see the 81 Flexbox car, that's the Headman car going past me, and I know we're going to get the very, very quick and swiftly improving the 20 MDK by high class racing there on the sitting on the pit wall as well, waiting to come in for a full service and driver change in the next lap or so.
CrowdStrike pit lane report, Nick Damon. RS2 around the world. Here in the Central Highlands, Voice of Sport is Highlands ESPN 1063, and thank you for allowing us to have your airwaves. Sirius XM 206 across North America, and here at Sebring International Raceway 100.9 FM. Good afternoon. Still a toasty 29 degrees with 60% humidity. It's up in the mid-80s today, about 84. Track temperature still sitting around about the 24. It gets to a point where I think it just doesn't get any hotter because of the light colour of most of the concrete here. It's not like some of the tracks we go to where we see 45, sometimes even over 50. That's when the tyre engineers get a little bit antsy. End of the race, the checkered flag finishes the competition but starts the conversation. Mission of post-race tech with you. exclusively on RS2. We'll be finding out who's won the BDO Knows Strategy Award and trying to answer some of your questions. At IMSA Radio, hashtag Michelin PRT if you see anything in the meanwhile that you think you might want to discuss. It's the original user-defined live radio show, and we're delighted if you want to throw some questions or discussion points. Hashtag Michelin PRT to at IMSA Radio. I'm not looking at our Porsche keys to the race for a little while. Our main one is get to the night, and that's still some, well, 4 hours or there, about until sunset. We've seen actually reasonable patience in traffic. I'll come back to that in a moment because we've got BMW versus Acura on the circuit, and the number 40 Acura, Jordan Taylor and Philip Eng, are at it hammer and tongs going through turn 1. Patience on the track in traffic, as I said. It's been pretty good actually. We've not seen, dare I say this, we've not seen too many issues with particularly the GTPs and the GT cars. So we've got somebody off at turn 11 at the moment. Our leader just coming to that. Also in our Porsche keys to the race, the tyres. Well, a lot of people still struggling with tyres and trying to save them and keep it tidy. It's not being tidy for some people, particularly not in the pit. It is the, AO Racing off. The 99, PJ Hyatt from 4th position.
Yeah, 4th position. I was coming out under pressure there for number 2 car, driven at the moment by Ben Hanley. Whether the pass had been made, number 4 car rejoins just as number 19 Lamborghini is pulling into its pit stall.
How far off the track is the number 99? And can he get back onto the circuit? It's just before Tower turn, so just out of turn 10. Looks like we've got Nick Yellowly about to dive into the pit lane from 3rd position as well, with a car, of course, at turn 11. This could be absolutely crucial. Remember what happened last time when people got it wrong? Just by seconds, you don't have to be that far out. Tymon van der Helm has to come to the pit shortly. He's down to 15%. LMP2 leader in Nick Damon.
Yeah, it's the 20, the MDK by High Class Racing. It's removed from just in the far distance. I can see that I think it's once again got outside tyres. That's left-hand side tyres only. It's in the distance. It's this MDK change. It's the last of a stream of P2 cars. We have the 74, which is of course the Riley. We have the 4, which is the CrowdStrike. We have the 11, which is the TDS machine. Because we haven't had the 99, because that's off the track at the moment. And we have also seen the 27 GTD GTD Heart of Racing Aston Martin come down the lane as well. Though I only saw it go past. We have no idea that was fuel or driver. But yeah, so we are now in the heat of these changes. I think that's probably the last of the P2s. That was the leader of P2 blasting away.
It's big burnout. Rexy's in the pit lane, the number 77 Porsche. Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down there as our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter at the moment. I think I'm really wondering why Tymon van der Helm has not come in for JDC Miller Motorsports with a car buried in the tyres. It's a long way off, and maybe race control think it's not in a bad place, but if somebody goes straight on there,
here come our leaders in GTP.
They've got to come in now. Nick Damon is seeing a whole slew of GTP cars.
Yeah, effectively everyone apart from Nick Tandy, who couldn't really afford to come in due to his track position. We've got both the Acuras that come in, the second the BMWs, the Whelen racing machine as well. So it really is an absolute full house of the cars that have gone past now, and we've gone full course yellow. We've gone full course yellow. So this is an interesting tactical error. It's going to be at least it'll mean that Nick will get back on the lead lap again. But I wonder if it will change what the guys do. All these people made no problem at all. They're all safely and they can do whatever they like.
Well, yeah, this is going to give Nick Tandy effectively the better part of a lap back. Even if he comes into the pit lane now, when we get the GTP split, he'll still be in 11th position, but he will be right behind the rest of the GTP cars. Did Van der Helm come in?
No.
That I don't understand. He's down to 15% energy, and there's a car buried in the tyres at turn 11 to the point where you can barely see it. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. They might be playing a different game, but that one I don't understand. It's not for me to understand in some ways, of course. Looks like there's going to be some remedial work on the Vasser-Sullivan Lexus when they come in. They've got various bits of carbon fibre and plastic. Or is that, in fact... Oh, there was contact as the Cadillac came into the pit lane, the 0-1 car of Renger van der Zande. So, a bit of head shaking down there, and I think a bit of bodywork being handed back from one side of the pit lane to the other. Is this yours, sir? Found it stuck in our car. It's all very good-natured between the pit crew. They are pitted together, the Vasser-Sullivan 14 Lexus and the 0-1 Cadillac. Looks like the IMSA pit lane having a chat as well. This is the hearing that PJ Hyatt might be able to be towed out of where he is, and then he can drive out. Driver's door is open. And we've got a tow truck. Maybe we just pull them backwards with one of the Chevy safety trucks. So, staying out last time around was Tymon van der Helm for JDC Miller Motorsport, the Porsche 963. Alessio Piccarello. Now, what happened in the pit lane with the 01? Oh, it was the 12, my apologies, not the 14. I was looking at the board. Next one down there. The 14 is the next pit